What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 150, Insulting Blue Ridge. Outside the gate of the training ground. I'll give you another warning. The ranking of the competition is not something you and Bai Zhenzhen can occupy forever. You don't have to participate in the Daoxin competition for the first grade next time. After saying that, Zhou Chechen had already walked into the training ground, and it seemed that he didn't intend to give Zhang Yu a chance to refute. Or in other words, if you want to resist, then come in and tell me, if you have the confidence and the courage. And with the arrival of Zhou Chechen, the entire training ground seemed to have ushered in a cold winter. It was not only the cold air brought by Zhou Chechen that objectively lowered the temperature. It was also the accumulated prestige of the vice president of the student union, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, which made the first-year and second-year students present feel like they dared not breathe. So the first-year students bowed together, "Hello, senior." The second-year students on the other side also bowed and saluted, "Hello, president." Even Lan Ling, who had been a little angry just now, calmed down at this moment with the arrival of Zhou Chechen, and was shocked by the coldness of the other party, and did not argue with Bai Zhenzhen anymore. I saw him exert a little force on his chest muscles, then reach out and wipe the broken skin and muscles together, completely erasing the three words college student. Zhou Chechen glanced at everyone, and finally looked at Bai Zhenzhen, and said lightly, "Bai Zhenzhen, Senior Lanling was kind enough to teach you practical skills, but you used tricks to humiliate him. This is really contrary to the spirit of our Songyang High School." Zhao Xiangxing, who was watching this scene on the side, felt a familiar feeling. It's happening again. It was the same a few months ago. After Zhou Chechen came, no one could stop him. If Zhang Pianpian hadn't suppressed him in the end, Yu Zianzhen would probably have been bullied to death at that time. A flash of inspiration seemed to pass through Zhao Xiangxing's mind. It's the same now, with just a few actions and a few words from Zhou Chechen. The atmosphere of the entire scene was completely changed. I can feel that with Zhou Chechen's actions next, the clown position here will shift again. Zhao Xiangxing looked at Bai Zhenzhen nervously and worriedly, then looked at himself. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that the clown position would turn to the two of them. At this moment, Zhang Yu had also walked into the training ground. He looked at Zhou Chechen and smiled. The spirit of our Songyang High School is that we can never humiliate other students. Students with high scores can insult students with low scores. Good grades are everything. Isn't this the spirit of our Songyang High School? Many students present, whether in the first or second year of high school, nodded secretly when they heard this, and agreed with what Zhang Yu said. Zhou Chechen also looked at Zhang Yu with a scrutinizing look, thinking, "Do you dare to come in? Then let me see what confidence you have." Zhang Yu continued, "As for Lan Ling's level, how many competitions did he win in his first year of high school? Has he ever competed with students from the three major high schools?" Bai Zhenzhen got 4th place in the martial arts competition and 5th place in the sports competition. Why can't she insult Lan Ling? Bai Zhenzhen also said lightly, "When Zhang Yu and I went to Bailong High School to exchange martial arts with Yu Xinghan and Song Hailong, who were the top students in the grade, students like this who had never won a competition had to kneel outside the door and listen." Jin Shen couldn't help but say after hearing this, "You're right. After all, grades are king for us high school students." Judging from Bai Zhenzhen's competition results, her level of evolution is far above Lan Ling. What's wrong with insulting Lan Ling? Yes, it's a big deal for students with good grades to insult students with poor grades. Isn't this our daily leisure life in Songyang High School? The students present either had experience in insulting others, or had experience in being insulted, or both. After hearing this, they all nodded secretly. Even among the second-year students, many of them looked at Lan Ling with a subtle change in their gaze. Listening to their conversations, Lan Ling's blood surged more and more, his breathing became heavier, his face became redder, and the veins on his forehead seemed to be about to burst, but he couldn't say a word. Just because every word of the other party was based on the respect for scores and grades, Lan Ling wanted to get angry, but felt that he couldn't get angry now. In the end, he could only stare at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. At this moment, Lan Ling even had a feeling that he was being bullied by students with better grades. Zhao Xiangxing looked at this scene, his eyes shining. When Zhou Chechen said a few words just now, I thought the clown position was going to turn over. But after Yu came in, the situation was reversed in an instant, and the clown position was firmly pinned on Lanling, but just when everyone's emotions were all following Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's narration. Zhou Chechen took a step forward, and the coldness on his body burst out, bringing a burst of piercing cold wind to the entire training ground. Zhou Chechen said coldly, Lanling is a student union cadre and represents the student union. He came with good intentions to guide his juniors, but Bai Zhenzhen took the opportunity to humiliate him. This is disrupting the school's teaching order, and it has nothing to do with high or low scores. Along with the cold wind that broke out from Zhou Chechen, there was an oppression from the soul. A strong sense of fear surged from the hearts of many people, making them nervous for no reason. Their heartbeats accelerated, and they dared not refute Zhou Chechen's words. Zhang Yu, who was not far in front of Zhou Chechen, was the first to be hit. With a cold wind blowing in his face, he was actually aroused by a fear in his heart. Fuji reminded him, be careful, it's the influence of the mind method. Zhang Yu immediately used the Xian Wu Liang Xinju, and a martial arts idea of fighting against heaven and earth instantly burst out from his mind, and also completely suppressed the fear in his heart. Zhang Yu's mind also had some information about Zhou Chechen. Before Zhang Pianpian left, she told Zhang Yu a lot of things, and naturally gave Zhang Yu a lot of useful information. Among them, Zhou Chechen and Lanling were two people who were extremely hostile to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, so Zhang Pianpian naturally told them about the situation of these two people. The freezing air on Zhou Chechen's body comes from an expert-level technique called Frost Sky Frozen Aura. And the mental method is the Frost Prison technique that matches the Frost Sky Frozen Aura. These two techniques complement each other and can complement each other and benefit each other. Zhang Yu also knew that unlike the techniques that most people bought, the Frost Sky Frozen Aura and Frost Prison technique, which matched each other, were not bought by Zhou Chechen, but were techniques that had been passed down in their family for many years. The Zhou family's first pot of gold was to sell the exclusive agency rights of these two techniques to Wangxing Education Group. However, although the copyright of the techniques was sold, in Songyang City, almost only the Zhou family could really practice these two sets of techniques successfully. The reason for this is related to the practice methods of these two techniques. The practice of Frost Sky Frozen Aura requires the extraction of the cold evil spirit and death resentment in the corpse, and then the combination of the mental method Frost Prison technique to suppress it. After practicing it, not only can every move bring up the freezing air, but it can also burst out the resentment left in countless corpses, forming a kind of fear attack. Corpses naturally cost money in Songyang City. It's not just buying corpses that costs money, but also handling them. Whether it's wall burial, box burial, cremation, or water burial, there are different charging standards. If the family members plan to sell the corpse directly, they also need to go to a professional organization for processing and identification, and pay a handling fee and corpse transaction tax. And if they want to throw it into a ditch or a stream, they will be fined a lot. The Zhou family behind Zhou Chechen has been doing corpse handling business in Songyang City for a long time. They have a large reserve of fresh corpses and can make money while practicing martial arts. At this moment, Fuji reminded, if you want to fight this Zhou Chechen, it will be very troublesome. The attack range of the Frost Sky Frost Aura is very large. As long as you get close to him, you will be attacked by the cold air, your muscles will be frozen, and the circulation of your magic power will be slowed down. The longer you fight with him, the worse your condition will be. There is no way to hide from this kind of freezing air. Combined with his Frost Prison art, it can also weaken the opponent's mental state. If you can't solve him in one go, you will be weakened by him all the time, and finally the accumulated cold air in your body will explode and suffer heavy damage. And as the first in the second year of high school, his various data must be higher than yours now, and it will be difficult to blow him up in a short time. So to deal with this guy, you must use the method we discussed before. Zhang Yu certainly knew what Fuji meant. This kind of actual combat in public is not like the test of fighting the Yellow Turban Warrior, where you can just bury your head and use all your strength. Instead, you must use various practical skills, and attack the heart first. On the other side, Zhou Chechen, who was practicing the Frost Prison art, looked at Zhang Yu, with a strong fear and pressure in his eyes, and said coldly, Bai Zhenzhen disrupted the teaching order, are you coming too, Zhang Yu? Are you going to disrupt the teaching order too? Facing Zhou Chechen's pressure, Zhang Yu used the Xian Wu Liang Xinju and said fearlessly, Senior, You can use your mental cultivation to silence other people, but you can't suppress my and Bai Zhenzhen's grades. I will stand here today, without fighting or evading, and will take your 10 moves. If you can knock me down within 10 moves, I will naturally accept the guidance of the Students' Union willingly. If not, then please abide by the spirit of Songjiang High School and let top students like Bai Zhenzhen insult poor students like Lanling as much as they want. Ridiculous. Lanling snorted angrily and said, "Boy, you are not trying to cheat medical expenses, are you?" Zhou Chechen held down Lanling, who was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Zhou Chechen looked at Zhang Yu, his eyes becoming colder. "Very good, what you said is really good. Don't worry, it won't take 10 moves, and you don't have to go to the medical room. Within 3 moves, I will pin you to the ground." As he spoke, Zhou Chechen's figure brought up a frost-filled air, and he slashed towards Zhang Yu through the air with a palm. Chapter 151 Battle with Zhou Chechen. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze in Zhou Chechen's palm. The biting cold wind blew towards Zhang Yu, rapidly depriving the heat in his flesh and blood. Lei Jun, who was standing by, saw this scene and thought to himself, "What a provocation." At this moment, Lei Jun did not speak out his analysis to the crowd, but thought to himself, just because he did not want to remind Zhou Chechen. He thought to himself, if Zhou Chechen is allowed to do what he wants, his freezing aura will be too difficult to deal with. He only needs to keep moving around to slowly defeat his opponent. Zhang Yu's words forced Zhou Chechen to attack him head-on. The promise of 10 moves put Zhou Chechen in a difficult position. As the vice president of the Student Union, how could he agree to such a large number of 10 moves in front of so many people? He must have set a lower number. In this way, the attrition war that Zhou Chechen was good at originally turned into a full-strength attack within 3 moves. I didn't expect Zhang Yu to have so much practical experience. The only question is, can Zhang Yu really take on Zhou Chechen's 3 moves at the same time? The terrifying cold air hit Zhang Yu like a long dragon. Zhou Chechen said lightly, "The first move is to familiarize you with my frost aura." As he spoke, Zhou Chechen had already stepped forward step by step, slowly walking towards Zhang Yu. With each step he took, the fluctuations of his mana became more and more amazing. The sky-high cold air spread in all directions, gradually condensing layers of frost on the ground, ceiling, and walls. Zhao Xiangxing and other high school students, even from a distance, felt that they were shivering with cold. They retreated backwards while spitting out white air, looking in the direction of Zhou Chechen with horror. The second move, Zhou Chechen gently pinched in the direction of Zhang Yu, and the originally spreading cold air, as if it had received the emperor's order, turned into a frosty hand and pinched towards Zhang Yu. Amid the light sound of crackling, Zhang Yu seemed to have a layer of frost all over his body, and his skin was losing blood color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Chechen said calmly, "Zhang Yu, I know you are very strong and good at taking a beating, but after being cooled down by my frost aura, your blood vessels will gradually freeze, your body will gradually lack oxygen, and every cell will be damaged." At the same time, the mana circulation in Zhang Yu's body was running wildly, and the sun's mana was like rolling magma, constantly rushing to his whole body, emitting boiling heat. The red marrow and primordial energy was also running, causing Zhang Yu's muscles to constantly emit rolling waves of heat. The subcutaneous Genki transformed by the Wuxian Yun Gang, combined with the immortal seal, constantly resisted the incoming freezing air and kept it all out of the body. But Zhang Yu could feel that Zhou Chechen's attack at this moment was not only the frost aura he mentioned, but also the power of the frost prison art, which was secretly affecting his spirit. He felt that at this moment, he heard the lamentations of countless dead before they died, and waves of strong resentment were impacting his sea of consciousness and shaking his heart of Tao. Although the Xian Wu refining heart technique was in operation, the Xian Wu mind was constantly crushing and suppressing these resentful thoughts. But Zhang Yu felt that his Xian Wu mind was like a soldier who kept killing, and killing again on the battlefield. After a series of killings, he gradually fell into fatigue and was entangled by those resentful thoughts like thin threads. As the mental method was not running smoothly, Zhang Yu felt that his martial arts and magic power were blocked. No, the Xian Wu refining heart technique is not suitable for dealing with this frost prison technique. At the same time as realizing this, Zhang Yu was like a blessing in his heart, and switched his mental method to the cannibalism body and mind technique. This was an almost instinctive reaction for him who had practiced both methods to the 10th level. After he switched his mental method, he felt that the resentment of death that came was entangled with the cannibalism in his mind, but it could not cause any shock to his mental method. It seemed that the cannibalism had long been accustomed to crawling on the road, full of corpses, and his heart only felt incomparable peace. At the same time, Zhou Chechen on the other side looked coldly at Zhang Yu, who was already motionless and had frost all over his body. He slowly walked in front of Zhang Yu and said lightly, "Junior, it's over, now. Your whole body should have been frozen stiff, but don't worry, there is no need to go to the medical room for this frostbite. It will just prevent you from practicing and studying well in the next 1 or 2 days. This is a small punishment for your disrespect to senior." Just when he wanted to push Zhang Yu down with one finger, he felt a wave of heat coming towards him. The frost on Zhang Yu's body kept disappearing. Except for some damage to his skin, he was full of energy and there was no problem at all. Zhang Yu said, "Senior, there is one more move." Zhou Chechen narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Zhang Yu seriously and said, "Then I will teach you another move." After that, Zhou Chechen opened his 5 fingers, and the cold air in the sky had already gathered towards his palm, and his whole body's magic power was transformed into a trace of frost palm power and poured into it. Kneel down. Zhou Chechen used all his strength to slap Zhang Yu hard, and then pressed his palm on Zhang Yu's shoulder. The wind roared and the frost shook. With a layer of air waves exploding from the center of Zhou Chechen's palm, it seemed that a snowstorm was blowing in the training ground, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. Zhou Chechen and Zhang Yu stood face to face, and the eyes of both sides seemed to collide and spark at this moment. The muscles from the senior high school student were fully exerted on Zhou Chechen's body. The terrifying power was like a pillar in the sky, trying to press Zhang Yu down inch by inch. At the same time, the biting frost continued to wrap around Zhang Yu's body, depriving him of his blood and ki and destroying the foundation of his strength. Zhou Chechen planned to press Zhang Yu to the ground and freeze him to his knees. He wanted to humiliate the other party on behalf of the seniors, establish the prestige of the student union, and by the way, see who the current owner behind the dog is after beating it. But to his surprise, Zhang Yu's body erupted with a resistance force far beyond his expectations, just like a spring, constantly rebounding with stronger resistance as he applied pressure. The heat emitted from the surface of the body made it impossible for his cold air to invade in a short time. Fuji smiled and said, "This guy's instantaneous explosive power is really not good. If he competes with you in magic power, wandering around the field, it will be very troublesome to fight a protracted battle, but now he takes the initiative to walk in front of you, it will be easy." At this time, he heard Zhang Yu say, "Senior, 3 moves have passed, you can also try to take my move." Zhou Chechen changed color, looked at the other party's outstretched hands, and immediately waved his hands to block. He had seen Zhang Yu's close combat skills, so he was naturally wary in his heart and didn't want to capsize in the ditch. But the next moment, he found that the other party's hands did not exert much force. Then there was a bang and it exploded in Zhou Chechen's abdomen. At this moment, Zhang Yu rebounded Zhou Chechen's palm power while gathering all his strength. Taking advantage of Zhou Chechen's distraction, he kneed Zhou Chechen hard in the stomach. Lei Jun saw this and clapped his hands in admiration, saying, "What a surprise attack." The terrifying force squeezed Zhou Chechen's skin, muscles, and intestines. Zhou Chechen felt as if his stomach was being kneaded, deformed, and pressed by a big hand, and was about to. Zhou Chechen opened his mouth suddenly, and then closed it tightly. "Senior, let me help you." As Zhang Yu gently pulled Zhou Chechen's arm, Zhou Chechen's center of gravity was pulled and shaken. He could no longer hold back the urge to vomit, and vomited all over the floor with a wow. Fuji laughed and said, "I told you, these dead rich people can eat 10 meals a day. Instead of letting him get a little hurt, why not beat him up and make him vomit in public?" Zhou Chechen quickly held back after vomiting a mouthful of vomit, shook off Zhang Yu's hand, glared at him and said, "You?" Zhang Yu retreated again and again. "Sorry, senior, I wouldn't have fought back if I had known, but I didn't expect that I would make you vomit with just one move." Lei Jun sighed on the side. "Did you understand?" Just now, Zhou Chechen wanted to knock Zhang Yu to his knees, severely insult his dignity, and ruin his Taoism, but Zhang Yu not only resisted, but took advantage of Zhou Chechen's distraction to beat him up and vomit on the spot, completely losing face. Both sides are walking on the line between compensating for medical expenses and humiliating each other's spirit. If you are not careful, you will have to pay money or lose face. Lei Jun's voice sounded like a thunderclap over the training ground, and Zhou Chechen frowned and his mental method in his mind was not smooth. Boom! With the explosion of freezing air, the temperature of the entire training ground dropped again. This is the power of the frost field. As it continues to be used, the ambient temperature continues to drop, and the power will become stronger and stronger. It can be said that Zhou Chechen, who has only used 3 moves, has not yet exerted his full combat power. But at this moment, a big hand gently pressed on him. "Student Zhou, the 3-move agreement has passed." Lei Jun smiled and said, "If you continue to fight, other students will be injured. You don't want to pay for the medical expenses of so many people's frostbite in one go. Losing both people and money, right?" Zhou Chechen's eyes condensed, glanced at Lei Jun, and then looked at the other students at the scene whose faces were already purple from the cold. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chechen understood that today was the end. Because no matter what he did next, it would only continue to embarrass himself, and he might have to pay extra money, so he just looked at Zhang Yu deeply, turned around and left without saying anything. Lanling followed Zhou Chechen and pointed at everyone present and said, "Put away your phones and don't take photos." Then he quickly ran behind Zhou Chechen and said angrily, "Just cancel all the competitions and benefits for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen." Zhao Xiangxing was startled and quickly put away his phone. After a moment, he couldn't help but take it out to see the scene of Zhou Chechen being beaten and vomiting. He thought to himself, "I actually made Zhou Chechen look bad? Yu is so amazing." Zhao Xiangxing could already imagine what would happen in the group in a while. Zhang Yu, a high school student, took 3 moves from Zhou Chechen, the student union president, and hied him back and vomited him. At this time, many groups sent out notices, requiring students not to disclose the fight between Zhang Yu and Zhou Chechen, and not to post related videos and photos online. As the second-year students left, many first-year students looked at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen with shining eyes. This was the first time they saw a first-year student who could face the second-year student bully head-on. Zhang Yu didn't care about the reactions of many students, but took out his mobile phone and contacted Li Mulan immediately. "Do you have the contact information of the person in charge of your giant student union?" Li Mulan asked in confusion. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Yu recalled what Zhou Chechen said to him outside the training ground. "Zhang Yu, tell the person in charge of your zion that as long as they pay, Bai Zhenzhen and I cannot participate in the next competition. It will definitely be cheaper to contact us directly than for them to contact Songyang High School." Chapter 152 Zhang Yu's Connections. Without waiting for Li Mulan's reply, Zhang Yu sent the same message to Shuangwen Wu Yuzhenghen. The content of the messages was similar, all of which were about contacting someone who had a say in the other school to ask for money if he and Bai Zhenzhen didn't participate in the competition next time. On the other side, in Zion High School, Li Jingchen looked at the message sent by his sister, smiled and said, "You actually came to negotiate the price yourself." It seems that Zhou Chechen can no longer control him. After thinking about it, Li Jingchen did not contact Zhang Yu immediately, but asked Li Mulan, "What do you think of Zhang Yu?" Li Mulan was slightly stunned when she saw the message sent by her brother, and replied, "What are you asking about, Li Jingchen? How has his strength improved after the sports competition?" Li Jingchen, if he participates in the next Daoxin competition, can he get a place? Li Jingchen, I know you have been asking him to be a sparring partner recently. You should be able to feel how he is doing, right? Looking at the message sent by Li Jingchen, Li Mulan recalled the scene when he and Zhang Yu were training. Strong body, powerful muscles, skillful techniques. Li Mulan always feels that the money she spent is worth it. But she knows that her brother is not asking this. After all, the next one is the Daoxin competition. Daoxin, Li Mulan suddenly thought of Zhang Yu squatting on the ground and looking at the potions on the ground after each training session. She thought to herself, if it were other high school students, they might have drunk enough potions long ago, right? So Li Mulan replied, Zhang Yu is a person who can resist expensive temptations. Li Jingchen asked, are there any specific examples? Li Mulan, he can resist licking my sweat dripping on the ground. After listening to Li Mulan's training, Li Jingchen replied, how can you do such a thing? Li Jingchen, you have taken a lot of drugs in the laboratory. What if Zhang Yu collects your sweat and sells it to other pharmaceutical companies for drug analysis? Li Mulan, I neglected it. Next time I will ask him to clean up all the sweat on the ground in front of me. Li Jingchen, that's about right. Li Mulan, anyway, what I want to say is that Zhang Yu's willpower is indeed very strong. Even if Bai Zhenzhen is weaker than him, she is not much worse. Li Mulan, if they participate in the Daoxin competition, they will probably get a good ranking. If they can buy them out of participating by spending some money, it would be a good deal. Li Mulong put away her phone and suddenly recalled that she had offered 400,000 to Bai Zhang Yu to withdraw from the martial arts competition, but was rejected by the other party. Li Mulong thought to herself, in the end, have you really been changed? In the protection area of the Red Pagoda, a huge monster was lying on the ground, and it seemed that a hole was opened in its head by some giant beast. And a rough-looking, shirtless man was lying on the ground, tearing the monster's flesh and blood. He opened his bloody mouth, looked at Xiong Wenwu on the side and said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Xiong Wenwu told him what Zhang Yu mentioned. The man who was eating the monster asked, "I have an impression of this Zhang Yu. Have you competed with him? What do you think? Can he still get a place in the next AO Heart competition?" Xiong Wenwu recalled the situation of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. The first thing that came to his mind was naturally the recent rental transaction between the two and his incubation room, and the fact that Bai Zhenzhen asked Anan to buy monster meat for food supplements, and Anan gave him the money. Before coming, Xiong Wenwu had actually thought about this matter in his heart. Selling the quota for the competition? These two guys are really short of money, right, but with their status, it is better to get the money directly now than to participate in the competition. Xiong Wenwu also thought of one thing. That is, whether Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are short of money because they spent a lot of money on him. Especially when he heard Anan say that these two guys have been practicing in the incubation room for longer and longer time recently. If they had more money, they would probably take care of my business more, right? He thought a lot in his mind, but in reality it only took a moment. Xiong Wenwu replied respectfully, "Although I haven't had much contact with these two people, I can feel it on the field. These two people have wills like iron and their hearts of tau are like steel. After all, those who can survive from a group of poor people can't have bad wills. Judging from the control they showed in the martial arts and physical competitions, these two people's hearts of tau cannot be weak. If the two of them were to participate in the tau competition, they would indeed have a good chance of winning. If I could spend 700,000 or 800,000 to prevent them from participating in the competition, I think it would be a very worthwhile thing." Bailong High School. Yu Zhenghan knocked on the door and said, "Senior, why don't you reply to my message?" A voice came from it, "Don't bother me anymore. I've had enough of this broken wall student union. The most important tasks for us high school students are study, grades, and competitions. Damn it. You bother me with all these bullshit and petty things all day long. How can I study hard?" Yu Zhenghan said, "But shouldn't you be in charge of these things?" The other party said angrily, "That's because the previous president pushed all the messy things to me, but the previous class has all left now, and I'm the boss in the school. I don't want to stay in this students' union for a single day. From now on until the university interview, I will focus on my own practice wholeheartedly. If you have anything to do, go find Song Hailong from the Song family. He has taken over as vice president of the student union." So next, Yu Zhenghan called Song Hailong to him again and explained the situation to him. Yu Zhenghan, "Xiao Song, this is what happened." After hearing this, Song Hailong said calmly, "It's not just the next Daoxan competition, right? Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen will probably do the same in all future competitions. After all, they are different from us. Anyway, they don't have the chance to get into the top 10 no matter how many places they get in the competition or how good their resumes are. It doesn't matter. It's better to exchange for some money." As the ace son of the Song family, Song Hailong has heard that some rich people are dissatisfied with Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen squeezing out the places in the competition. Song Hailong said calmly, "I just feel it's a pity that there will be no chance to beat them in the competition in the future." Yu Zhenghan, "Don't be long-winded, just tell me how much money you plan to give them. You know the current strength of these two guys. If they participate in the Daoxan competition, they will definitely get a place. I think it's a very cost-effective price to spend 1 million to keep them from participating." Song Hailong glanced at Yu Zhenghan strangely, always feeling that the other party was a little too positive about this matter. Yu Zhenghan coughed and said, "I'm also trying to achieve good results for our Bailong High School. We are the strongest among the 3 high schools. If Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen withdraw from the competition, it is likely that our people will grab the ranking." Song Hailong frowned. He had just become the vice president of the student union, and it was his first time to deal with such a thing. "Isn't 1 million too much?" Yu Zhenghan hurriedly said, "What do you mean by more? After they leave, your ranking in the competition will at least rise by 1 or 2 places, right? Do you think it's too much to spend 1 million to improve your ranking, and it's not your money that is spent?" It's all the school committee's money. Yu Zhenghen pressed Song Hailong's shoulder and said oppressively, "We have been fighting with Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen for so long. Who in the school knows them better than us? This is my opinion as the number one in the first year of high school. I hope you will consider it carefully." Seeing Yu Zhenghen's look, Song Hailong thought to himself, after Zhang Yu does not participate in the competition, Yu Zhenghen will probably be able to win the first place steadily, right? He really values the ranking in this competition, but on second thought, after all, this thing is related to the university interview, it is normal for Yu Zhenghen to be so concerned. After seeing Song Hailong nod, Yu Zhenghen smiled slightly and left leisurely. Turning the corner, Yu Zhenghen took out his mobile phone and replied to Zhang Yu. 1 million yuan deal. Zhang Yu, like, don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. Songyang High School. Fuji looked at Yu Zhenghen's reply and laughed. I told you that this kid would definitely take kickbacks, right? With my many years of experience in Kung Fu, how can I be wrong in judging people? Zhang Yu looked at the replies of others again. Zian agreed to pay 600,000 after tax, Hongta agreed to pay 700,000 after tax, and Bailong agreed to pay 1 million after tax. As expected of the three major high schools, they are really generous and helped me pay all the taxes in advance, add up to 2.3 million, minus the 100,000 kickback to Yu Zhenghen, that's 2.2 million. If Zhen and I split it equally, it will be 1.1 million after tax for each of us. After thinking of this number, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, I had been spending money on the immortal path all the time, and my bank balance was getting less and less. In a blink of an eye, there was only more than 300,000 left. Now with this 1.1 million supplement, it will be enough for a while. At least until the first round of foundation building exams next month, there shouldn't be any problem. Then Zhang Yu sighed with some regret. It's a pity that we definitely can't sell the next Taoist competition. The new competition will have to wait until next year. Although Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen also wanted to sell all the high school competitions at once, the three major high schools were unwilling to accept them. On the one hand, the amount was too large and the process was too long. On the other hand, of course, many people did not think that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen would be as competitive as they are now next year or the year after. Then Zhang Yu opened another contact on the phone. Bai Zhenzhen said on the side, Yuzi, do you want to use the talisman left by your stepmother? Zhang Yu nodded and said, Zhou Chechen and Lanling will definitely not give up after being defeated this time. Bai Zhenzhen nodded, these two guys, if we talk about real strength, we are indeed a little behind them. Even if they come to fight us every day, it will be very troublesome. They will harass us and we can't study with peace of mind, Zhang Yu said, so I thought maybe I can scare them again. Recalling what Zhou Chechen said today, Zhang Yu continued, this person seems to suspect that there are other people behind us, and he is very cautious. If we scare him, maybe we can buy us more time. The next moment, Zhang Yu had already turned out the screenshot of the freezing talisman in his mobile phone. The freezing talisman, one of the talismans that Zhang Pianpian left for Zhang Yu, can freeze other people's bank accounts. The higher the other party's belief level, the shorter the freezing time. Chapter 153 Zhen, why is your belly so big? Just when Zhang Yu contacted the three major high schools. In the office of Songyang High School, Lanling said unwillingly, if this matter is just let go, the prestige of the student union will be completely lost. How can we do the work of the students' union in the future? Zhou Chechen did not speak, but was thinking about what happened today, thinking about the performance of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. What is the basis for these two people to be so fearless, simply audacious? Or is there someone else behind it besides Zhang Pianpian? He listened to Lanling's words, thinking that maybe he could cancel some of the other party's benefits, such as canceling the qualification for the competition, and test it again in this way. And just when Zhou Chechen was thinking about this, his mobile phone suddenly vibrated slightly. Zhou Chechen opened it and found that it was a message from Li Jingchen. Lanling, who was standing by, saw Zhou Chechen's strange expression and asked, what's wrong? Zhou Chechen frowned and said, he said he had already done what Li Jingchen asked us to do. Lanling asked in confusion, done? Zhou Chechen continued, Zhang Yu personally talked to him and accepted Li Jingchen's money. He will not participate in the next Daoxin competition in the first year of high school. Lanling was surprised and asked, what? He personally talked to Li Jingchen, how did he get in touch with Li Jingchen? At this moment, Zhou Chechen's phone vibrated again, and when he saw the message he received this time, his face changed even more. He said in disbelief, My bank account has been frozen. Tax audit? Zhou Chechen was extremely confident that there was absolutely no problem with his tax affairs, so why was he suddenly being audited? Thinking about how we just dealt with Zhang Yu today, and the private transaction between Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu just now, and then looking at the temporary freezing of the bank account. Lanling on the side said, President, is there a problem with some process of the company? We should just have to pay the tax. Pay the tax? Pay your tax, Zhou Chechen said with a gloomy face. It is obvious that someone is warning us. I knew that there is something fishy behind Zhang Yu, Lanling said. Could it be the tax bureau? Zhou Chechen analyzed. How could it be the tax bureau when they are hiding their heads and showing their tails like this? And after we just took action, they contacted Bai Zhenzhen on the one hand and froze my bank account on the other hand. I'm afraid we have been targeted by them for a long time. Lanling's eyes condensed. Isn't this a threat to us? I'll go find Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen now. You've trained your brain into muscles through body training. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Chechen said angrily. Zhang Yu is just a dog. What's the use even if you hold him down? Besides, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. They dare to warn us like this, which means they are not afraid of us at all. The most urgent thing is to find out who is behind Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. After finding out, we can decide whether to endure or fight back. I will talk to my father about this matter and arrange for someone at home to investigate. Before that, don't worry, just pretend that nothing has happened. In Songyang High School, Zhang Yu looked at the message he received on his mobile phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It was the connection that Zhang Pianpian left for him, and the message from the captain of the Songyang City Patrol team. The talisman has been sent out and the account has been successfully frozen. Zhang Yu, thank you. The other party replied, it's a small matter, you can come and sit with me when you have time. In the next few days, whether it was the student union, the second-year students, or Zhou Chechen and Lanling, they were all silent, as if the incident in the training ground had never happened. Zhang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he should not have to worry about the other party for the time being. The next thing to do is very simple, continue to practice with all your strength and refine all the floating wealth on hand into real strength. So in the following days, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen continued to advance rapidly on the road of immortality, spending the balance in their accounts at a speed unprecedented in their lives. Protected area. In the incubation room, Zhang Yu was breathing in and out. The power of the sun circulated in his body. The next moment, the magma-like power suddenly broke through the tiny meridians in his body, and Zhang Yu's entire mana practice broke through another bottleneck. The mana broke through 70 units. Feeling the surging flow of mana after the breakthrough, Zhang Yu showed a satisfied smile. And Shang Wenwu in front of him was also practicing the breathing technique here. Zhang Yu said, thank you for what happened a few days ago, Shang Wenwu said calmly, it's just a small matter. You spent so much money here, and it's nothing for me to help. Besides, I'm telling the truth. If you and Bai Zhenzhen don't participate in the competition, my brothers will have a greater chance of getting into the top 10. Zhang Yu asked curiously again, why didn't I see Anin today? Where is she? Shang Wenwu shook his head inside. Anin is comforting others, because she got a pay cut. Zhang Yu asked puzzledly, she got a pay cut, why is she comforting others? Shang Wenwu said slowly, because she is the best employee in the reserve. She was asked to take the lead in taking a pay cut, which means that other people will have their pay cut one after another. The manager asked her to do a good job of ideological work for other employees, understand the company's difficulties, and share the company's difficulties. Zhang Yu could only comfort him. Companies are all like this, Shang Wenwu said angrily. She is obviously the most dedicated and company-spirited employee in the entire reserve. Why does she earn the least? Eat the worst? After the company's performance declined, she was asked to take the lead in taking a pay cut. What's the difference between this and the first place in the class being cut in benefits? Zhang Yu was also silent after hearing this, and didn't know what to say to comfort the other party. Shang Wenwu continued, all this shows that there is something wrong with the company, and it failed to reward truly outstanding employees. Shang Wenwu could feel that there was definitely something wrong with the company. Not only were various bases and factories being acquired, but there was also some confusion in the upper management. But it will be soon, Shang Wenwu said secretly. I will soon get enough money to help Anin pay off the breeding debt, then she will be able to leave here. Bailong High School. Song Hailong was fighting with Bai Zhenzhen. But facing Bai Zhenzhen's ghostly body, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to hit the opponent. Song Hailong could only respond to changes with the same attitude, like a reef to resist Bai Zhenzhen's stormy offensive, and try to find the opponent's flaws. But Bai Zhenzhen was like a flash of lightning, always able to rush to his blind spot, making him constantly adjust his body shape and constantly try to capture the opponent's figure. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen's figure flashed and had retreated more than 10 meters away and stopped. Song Hailong frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Bai Zhenzhen glanced at the white dragons outside the door and said, "I say, you guys, have you been watching us practice for a long time?" Chu Qiu and others quickly knelt on the ground, indicating that they would kneel down and watch from now on. Bai Zhenzhen said, "That's not what I meant. I mean, watching our training, we have to pay." Song Hailong was about to say forget it. But he heard Zhang Yu, who was not far away, said, "Yes, can we watch for free with our level? We should charge money." Yu Zhenghan nodded and said, "Then let's charge the entrance fee." So after a while, many people had already squeezed into the practice room. Among them, a large group of white dragons stood on the periphery, trying to stretch their necks to look at the four people fighting. As for the kneeling position in the front, where they could see more clearly, they had to pay extra money to get there. Before leaving Bailong High School that day, Yu Zhenghan said to Zhang Yu, "There is a clue about the spiritual world. I will help you arrange it in a few days." At the end of July, there was only less than half a month left before the first round of examinations for the foundation building qualification certificate. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen continued to make money bravely on the immortal road. With a rapid flow of money and the large consumption of various materials, the speed of progress was unprecedented. Among them, Zhang Yu's mana broke through to 81.5, and his physical strength reached 7.52. These two basics have completely surpassed the average level of Bailong people entering the third year of high school. Only the progress of Taoism is still very slow, and it has reached level 5, 85%. And Zhang Yu's bank balance has also dropped to more than 200,000. In the apartment that night, just as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen continued to practice diligently, Bai Zhenzhen suddenly said, "Yuzi, do you feel that my belly seems to have grown?" Zhang Yu looked up and said, "It seems to be a little bit." Bai Zhenzhen patted her lower abdomen. "I feel that it is a little protruding, can't you see it?" Zhang Yu looked carefully, and suddenly his eyes were startled, and he saw that there were more green lines on Bai Zhenzhen's lower abdomen. Bai Zhenzhen was also surprised and asked, "Why has my spiritual root become smaller?" In Bai Zhenzhen's perception, the true spiritual root that was originally standing firmly in her Danshan Qi Si was still breathing in and out spiritual energy and nourishing her flesh and blood. The next moment, it gradually converged and gradually turned into a green seed in her perception. When Bai Zhenzhen told Zhang Yu about this change, Fuji said, "It has evolved." Fuji explained, "I have said long ago that Bai Zhenzhen's spiritual root is an evolutionary spiritual root. It's just, in the past few years, when Bai Zhenzhen had not yet embarked on the path of immortality, this spiritual root was still in its infancy, but it changed slightly with Bai Zhenzhen's choice. But since she entered high school and truly embarked on the path of immortality, her spiritual root has been frequently stimulated, and the changes are greater than the changes in the past years combined. Especially after exchanging with you, each of your level 10 exercises has brought stronger stimulation to the spiritual root, and today it has finally evolved." Hearing this, Zhang Yu also told Bai Zhenzhen about his conjecture about the evolution of the spiritual root. Then Zhang Yu said, "Try to sense what the evolved true spirit root can do, and see if it has any new abilities." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhenzhen immediately focused all her attention on the true spirit root. As she devoted her mind, a sense of emptiness gradually spread throughout her body. Recommended book, Starting from a Demon Sword, is a story about a group of people who are good at politics and intrigue. Chapter 154, The First Evolution of the True Spiritual Root. After so many years of adaptation in Bai Zhenzhen's belly, the tentacles that extended from the original true spiritual root seemed to be another set of nervous systems, spreading to all parts of her body, providing assistance and enhancement in all aspects. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen felt that all the tentacles that extended from the true spiritual root had disappeared, or retracted back into the spiritual root. The true spiritual root was like a seed again, but it was not disconnected from her body. On the contrary, Bai Zhenzhen felt that, although the true spiritual root at this moment had no tentacles, it was more closely connected to her. Not only was it connected to her muscles, nerves, organs, bones, etc., but it was even connected to her brain, and it had an inexplicable induction with her mind. the control of the body, the operation of strength, the circulation of mana. All of this surged back and forth in her mind, making Bai Zhenzhen feel that her understanding of various exercises was rapidly improving. At the same time, Zhang Yu, who was on the side, looked at Bai Zhenzhen and saw that her lower abdomen had become flattened with lines again. However, the green mark that just appeared on the lower abdomen became more and more obvious at this moment, like a green lotus but about to bloom, exuding a unique charm. Bai Zhenzhen, who originally looked very cold in appearance, now also had a holy aura, which surprised Zhang Yu secretly. After waiting for a while, Bai Zhenzhen opened her eyes, and two bright lights flashed in her eyes. Zhang Yu quickly asked, "How is it?" Bai Zhenzhen exclaimed, "My true spiritual roots have really evolved. Now my true spiritual roots can enhance my understanding of martial arts techniques and put me into a state of ecstasy. In that state, I feel that my understanding of martial arts has gone a step further, and I even have a kind of..." Bai Zhenzhen thought about it, and said uncertainly, "The techniques I originally practiced have some shortcomings that are not suitable for me. I seem to be able to improve these techniques." Zhang Yu was shocked and said, "Can you improve the techniques?" "Deduce the techniques." After seeing Bai Zhenzhen nod slightly, Zhang Yu asked again, "Then aren't you learning techniques faster now?" He reminded, "You must remember to remind yourself every day that you must not expose techniques that you have not purchased the right to use." Before Zhang Yu came to Kung Fu, Bai Zhenzhen already had a very powerful talent for martial arts with the help of the strengthening of her spiritual roots. It often only takes a short time for her to master the various basic skills taught in high school. When she comprehends the Xianren martial arts diagram and the magic operation diagram of Fasai's Wuji Yun Xiao, Bai Zhenzhen has amazing performance. And with a continuous adaptation of her spiritual roots in the past 6 months, her martial arts talent has also increased day by day. For example, Zhang Yu practiced a back dragon flipping mountain hand and the dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm in front of her. Just by watching repeatedly, Bai Zhenzhen learned these two external skills and reached the level of level 1. However, because these two skills did not fit Bai Zhenzhen's style and she had to spend money to buy the right to use them, she did not practice them in depth. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Zhen's martial arts talent is still too dangerous. He learns new martial arts all the time. How can he afford to buy the right to use it?" The key is that this martial arts talent is like a passive skill. It can't be turned off. You can only hide it and practice it less, but it's much luckier than those who are born as martial arts geniuses. Since he learned to do the dragon flipping U-hand on the spot on the martial arts competition, Zhang Yu searched for a lot of news about similar situations on the internet. After reading it, he had only one thought: miserable. It was really miserable. People who have been martial arts geniuses since childhood often have the talent to learn at a glance and master it at a young age. In order not to violate the rules that minors are not allowed to practice immortality and those who have not entered high school are not allowed to practice immortality, they are often bound by their parents from an early age. They dare not touch the internet, TV, or news, and even dare to go to places where there are only mortals when they go out. In some extreme cases, they will be placed under house arrest for 24 hours. Even if you enter high school, it will be very troublesome. You are simply a congenital fine body. It is easy to be set up by others and owe a huge amount of money. Zhang Yu shook his head, feeling that his feather book was not so uncontrollable. If he didn't want to learn, he would definitely not be able to learn it. He didn't have the trouble of accidentally learning other people's martial arts. When Bai Zhenzhen heard Zhang Yu's reminder, she seemed to be wandering in the sky, muttering, "I know you Z. It used to be difficult for me, especially every time I saw various classmates performing martial arts that I had never learned in school. I couldn't help but learn the external skills of them. These martial arts are like pre-prepared dishes, just placed in front of me without defense, waiting for me to pick them. It's so hard to endure every time, but now, Bai Zhenzhen's mind is constantly deducing a sword technique. I found something more delicious. The next night, under the bridge, next to the stream, I saw two sword lights collide with each other, like two meteors crossing the night sky again and again, leaving brilliant tracks. It was Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen who were performing the basic swordsmanship of high school. They each held an arm-length branch. The straight branch, under the infusion of sword energy, cut through the air like a sharp sword, stabbing at each other with deadly trajectories. Because he would start school as a sophomore in September, Zhang Yu took time today to learn the basic swordsmanship required for the final exam of the first year of high school, and pushed it to level 10 in one breath. The effect of the 10th level of this basic swordsmanship of high school is also very simple, that is, it can be infused with sword energy. Through the infusion of sword energy, even if Zhang Yu holds a branch in his hand, he can temporarily turn the branch into a sword to use. But at this moment, Bai Zhenzhen also fought with Zhang Yu with the basic swordsmanship of high school. When the branch in his hand was swung, the sword energy suddenly burst out with a trace of electric light, and it actually increased the speed by 3 points. When the sword shadow in Bai Zhenzhen's hand was swung, Zhang Yu was forced to retreat step by step. In the end, the branches in the hands of the two could no longer withstand the collision of sword energy, and they all collapsed and turned into sawdust all over the sky. Zhang Yu asked curiously, "Did you succeed in your deduction?" Bai Zhenzhen nodded, recalling the past day's process, and slowly said, "Well, after my deduction, the effect of the 10th level of high school basic swordsmanship has changed. In addition to the simple infusion of sword energy, it can now also accelerate." Bai Zhenzhen picked up a piece of grass at random, and with the infusion of sword energy, the originally soft grass instantly stood straight, and then left a trail of after images in a flash of lightning. After a day of trial and error, Bai Zhenzhen became more and more familiar with the new functions of the true spiritual root. After evolution, my martial arts can only be deduced for the martial arts that I have mastered to level 10. The result of the deduction is to change the level 10 effect of this martial art, making it more suitable for me. Simpler ones, such as high school basic swordsmanship, can be deduced in one day. For expert level body refining techniques like the thunder body, it will probably take 3 or 4 days to complete the deduction. Bai Zhenzhen calculated that if she shared the use of the true spiritual roots with Zhang Yu and took turns using the spiritual roots, it would probably take a week. But fortunately, I can practice and deduce at the same time, without wasting too much extra time. Having said that, Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu and said, "Yuzi, I have to thank you for the rapid evolution of the true spiritual root. I can feel that it is in the process of the true spiritual root adapting to you that it has transformed the level 10 martial arts you have mastered into nutrients, accelerating its growth." Fuji sighed at this moment. "I told you, Bai Zhenzhen's evolutionary spiritual root was indeed stimulated by your skills. It seems that the evolutionary direction of this spiritual root is in the direction of martial arts. In the future, as the two of you practice more and more martial arts, they will continue to be absorbed as nutrients by this spiritual root, and this spiritual root should continue to evolve." And Zhang Yu noticed that Bai Zhenzhen's eyes were shining when she spoke, as if she was full of longing for the future and interest in the deduction of skills. The next moment, Bai Zhenzhen appeared behind Zhang Yu like the wind, hugged him, and said with a desire to share, "Yuzi, you should try it too. This deduction method is very interesting." Zhang Yu looked at the time and said, "Next time, it's almost time for makeup classes. I have to go to class first." As he spoke, Zhang Yu had changed his body and turned into the identity he used to disguise, the appearance of Ma Yunten, a tutor in the dark world. "Try it on the way, it's really interesting and super useful," Bai Zhenzhen said while putting on a golden wig, putting on tattoo stickers, and then putting on mature makeup, turning into a gangster, just like Li Mulan, a tutor in the dark world. After doing all this, Bai Zhenzhen squatted in front of Zhang Yu and said, "At worst, I will carry you to class today, and you can try to deduce martial arts on the way, okay?" Zhang Yu felt that Bai Zhenzhen at this moment was like a child trying to show off his favorite toy, and he must let him play with his new toy. Zhang Yu would not refuse the rare opportunity to ride on his good brother. He jumped lightly and hugged Bai Zhenzhen from behind. A moment later, Bai Zhenzhen was seen carrying Zhang Yu on her back, driving towards the park at high speed with a series of electric lights. Zhang Yu sensed his true spiritual root and tried to use it to deduce the 10th level skills he mastered, but he felt that the progress was very slow. He murmured, "At this rate, it will take me about 2 or 3 months to successfully deduce any expert level skills, including taking turns to use spiritual roots with Zhen. If it takes so long to deduce one, then I have to choose carefully." Thinking of this, Zhang Yu recalled the skills he mastered in his mind, and finally decided on the Dragon Elephant Collapse Mountain Palm. "My body refining efficiency is already very fast now, and as my body becomes stronger and stronger, how to effectively recruit and explode the power in the body becomes the key, and this 200,000 Dragon Elephant Mountain Collapse Palm is the most expensive skill I have learned now." Thinking of this, Zhang Yu decided to focus on the Dragon Elephant Mountain Collapse Palm when he was deducing martial arts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 155, Spiritual World Cultivation, Poor Alliance appears. When Zhang Yu was halfway through his deduction, his face suddenly turned red and he said, "Ah Zhen, if you want to run, just run well. Can you stop shaking so much?" Bai Zhenzhen said impatiently, "You are so long-winded. How can you run fast without that?" "I don't have any shock absorbers," Zhang Yu said again. "Then can you reduce the electricity?" "I am suffering from the shock," Bai Zhenzhen said disdainfully. "If the lightning step does not carry electricity, what is the lightning step? Your physical strength is so high, you will be fine after a few shocks." After waiting for a while and finding that Zhang Yu did not speak again, Bai Zhenzhen thought that he had no objection. But the next moment, a flash of disgust flashed across her face. "You kid, you really should get sterilized." Bai Zhenzhen felt that the current situation was like taking a good brother for a ride in a new car that she had just picked up, but the good brother said that he could not hold his shit and was about to pull the car. "I warn you, if you mess around on my back, I will perform surgery on you today. Do you think I want to?" Zhang Yu said uncomfortably. "I told you not to shake or shock, but it's you who caused it." Looking at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen in front of her, Fuji thought to herself, Bai Zhenzhen is lucky to meet Zhang Yu, and her spiritual roots are rapidly evolving under the nourishment of Zhang Yu's 10th level exercises. But on the other hand, Zhang Yu is lucky to meet Bai Zhenzhen and get the assistance and deduction of this true spiritual root. Zhang Yu accelerated Bai Zhenzhen's growth, and Bai Zhenzhen gave back to Zhang Yu to make him stronger, and they both met me. Which made it even luckier. Sometimes fate is really fucking magical. I have a feeling, this time, it may be the most important investment in my life. I may really make a fortune this time. In a blink of an eye, time has come to the end of the next day's school. Today is also the day when Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen and Yu Xinghan agreed to go to the spirit world together to participate in the Dao Heart tutoring. In the cafeteria of Songjiang High School, Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, Jin Shen, and Zhao Xiangxing were eating together. The students around them looked at the four of them with awe from time to time. "Have you heard? The monthly exam results are out, and some teachers said that some of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's data have reached the level of senior high school students. They are really freaks. No wonder they could beat the student union president to his knees." "What do you mean by kneeling on the ground?" He was forced to eat vomit on the spot. "Look, I have a GIF here. Is your GIF played in reverse? Then I have this picture too. You can see that the words college student are engraved on the chest of the student union cadres. I used to think that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were very kind, but I didn't expect them to be so cruel. All of them with high scores are the same. What's the big deal? If I were them, I would only be more cruel. Otherwise, I would have scored so high in vain. The academic bully must severely insult the academic loser. If you want to blame someone, blame the student union members for not having good enough grades." As the rumors spread, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had become school bullies in the eyes of many students. They were at the top of the contempt chain of Songjiang High School and could be called the emperors of Songjiang. Jin Shen, who ranked 3rd, and Zhao Xiangxing, who ranked 8th, were also well-known academic masters in the eyes of other students, like the generals under the tent of the emperor of Songjiang, who often guarded Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. The table of the four of them was the dinner of the first-year high school giants. The pressure they exuded was like a substance, forcing the students to feel ashamed and are not approach. At this time, another group of people walked into the cafeteria, led by He Dao, who ranked 4th in the first year of high school. Although He Dao had also become a purple man at this moment, because of the transplant surgery and the special training plan before, the speed of his muscles adapting to supermetabolism was not the same. So some places were deep purple, and some places were light purple, just like sections. According to Zhang Yu, it felt like He Dao now looked like a purple mantis shrimp. But the improvement in strength was real. The son of the school director now maintained the 4th level of the grade and had become the new vice president of the student union. When he saw Zhang Yu's table, He Dao's footsteps paused slightly. As the son of a school director, the first troublesome thing for him after becoming the vice president of the student union was how to face Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Giving up the competition means that these two people have completely given up on getting into the top 10, then there is no competition between them and me. As for conflicts of interest or old grudges, if there are any, they are with Zhou Chechen, Lanling and others, and have nothing to do with me. I don't need to compete with these two poor guys. We are no longer on the same track. If I get into the top 10, they will be as insignificant to me as ants to the sky." He Dao gave an order to a student beside him, and a moment later, the other party brought 4 plates of monster meat for food supplement to Zhang Yu's table. After nodding to Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen and others, he Dao turned around and went to the second floor of the cafeteria. But he began to worry about the next problem in his heart. Can I still get into the top 10? The gap between Songjiang High School and the top 3 high schools is getting bigger and bigger. Does my class have a chance to get a spot on the top 10? After Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to the apartment, put on the spirit realm mask, and prepared to attend the makeup class agreed with Yu Xinghan. As for the spirit realm mask, they also borrowed it from Yu Xinghan. At this moment, they put on the mask and entered the website. The next moment, they felt a flash in front of their eyes and came to another world. Spirit world. In front of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, there appeared a building that seemed to be infinitely high. The two stood in front of the building and saw countless people coming in and out of the building every moment. It's just that those people are like phantoms. Even if they overlap and penetrate each other in the process of entering and exiting, it has no effect at all. Bai Zhenzhen said, "This is the public area of the spirit world. This is my first time here." Zhang Yu nodded, thinking that this is more and more like a virtual world. Although they had participated in the illusions constructed by the spirit world before, most of them were relatively simple test environments, just like a game, and it was over after passing the level. The place in front of them that Yu Xinghan asked them to come to was the public area of the spirit world. It was like a website on the internet, always existing and accepting countless visits. But even in such a place, not everyone is qualified to come. They paid Yu Xinghan to get temporary permissions, so they could come here. At this time, Yu Xinghan's figure flashed and appeared beside the two people, saying, "You are here? Then let's go in together." This is the Taotong Hall of Xianayan Group, a tutoring institution established in the spirit world. However, the fees in the spirit world are high, and the authority requirements are not low. Here, it has always been a reservation and recommendation system, but even so, after all, we are facing the wealthy customers of the entire Kungsa first floor, and the flow of people has always been quite a lot. Listening to Yu Xinghan's introduction, Bai Zhenzhen was surprised and said, "The entire Kungsa first floor." Yu Xinghan nodded and said, "The entire Kungsa first floor can come here through the spirit world to make up lessons." As they spoke, the two had already walked in. As they stepped into the gate, the light and shadow flashed in front of them, as if they had been teleported to a certain floor of the building. Yu Xinghan continued, "Here we mainly receive lessons on Dao Heart and martial arts. After all, Dao Heart can be tempered in the spirit world, and martial arts can also gain various experiences by practicing in different scenes in the spirit world, but mana and body need to be accumulated bit by bit in the material world. After all, there are many ways to improve Dao Heart. For example, experiencing the life of a strong person and walking the life path that some strong people have walked can continuously approach the Dao Heart possessed by those strong people. Also, various extreme pains can stimulate the growth of Dao Heart, but these either have huge side effects or are slow to take effect. The best way is to set up various matching scenes for cultivation according to the different mental methods of the practitioners." As he spoke, Yu Xinghan had already led the two of them into a classroom skillfully. "I have rented a place for Dao Heart tempering here, and I will use it with you this time. By the way, what mental methods do you two want to temper? Here we need to set it up in advance." Just as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen followed Yu Xinghan into the building. Outside the Dao Hall, a blurry figure was constantly monitoring the people entering and leaving the Dao Hall. Suddenly, Mo Xianai's voice came to his ears. "Boss, Zhang Yu and the others are coming in." The figure asked, "Can you see what they are doing?" Mo Xianai said, "I have been working here for a short time, give me some time." After a moment, Mo Xianai said, "I found them." They shared a classroom with Yu Xinghan to temper their Dao Heart together. The figure asked curiously, "Can 3 people use the Dao Heart tempering classroom together?" Mo Xianai explained, "Theoretically, there is no problem. After all, the Dao Heart tempering classroom is essentially a scene that meets the needs of the mind method, allowing practitioners to intensively train their mind methods and boost their Dao Heart. If 3 people use it together, a scene that can adapt to the mind methods of 3 people at the same time should be generated." The figure said lightly, "Show me their situation." Mo Xianai, wait a moment. After a moment, a picture appeared in the figure's eyes. Under the overcast sky, A factory is running at full capacity. The striking workers were protesting outside the factory gate, and the security guards formed a human wall to stand in front of the workers. Suddenly, a security guard holding a long stick rushed into the crowd and fought with the workers at the peak of key training. Yu Zhenghen, seeing Yu Zhenghen who looked like a security guard, the figure wondered, what kind of martial arts is he practicing this time? Mo Xian'ai said, Xian Wu refining heart art, so they arranged an extremely fierce battlefield for him, and let him, as the company's security team, fight fiercely with the bankrupt workers on behalf of the company that refuses to make a penny less. The figure nodded slightly. It is indeed an extremely fierce battlefield, a matter of life and death. Thanks to Just Love King for a reward of 10,000. Thanks to Kux for a reward of 10,000. Thanks to Book Friend 141,206,165,255,843 for a reward of 10,000. Thanks to Mu Ling for a reward of 10,000. Thanks to Forever Love Kiduli for a reward of 10,000. Chapter 156, Zhen opens a factory, Zhang Yu works. Song Su is a top student in Bailong High School. He is also the boss in Mo Xian'ai's mouth and the founder of the Poor Talent Alliance. At the same time, his family is from the Song family, one of the 16 noble families in Songyang City. But Song Su doesn't think there is any contradiction between the two. After all, who says that people with Song family blood can be poor? For example, in every generation of the Song family, many people were eliminated and went to work to pay off debts. After a few generations, their descendants naturally became poor. Song Su's great-grandfather is said to be able to kneel in front of the people of the Song family, but in his generation, he didn't even have a good friend of Song Hailong. In the eyes of most outsiders, they don't even know that Song Su's ancestors were also from the noble Song family, and they thought they just had the same surname. But fortunately, their family knew how to exert the power of blood ties. Every generation has worked hard to make their parents' gold coins, invest in themselves, and climb to the top in the immortal way. Just like the famous saying of a certain senior of the Song family, it is better to complain about family than complaining about the environment. Song Su's grandfather spurred his elders in this way. After earning gold coins all the way, he was admitted to university and became an employee of the company. He supported his family alone and became a role model in Song Su's eyes. Song Su's father was a little worse. Although he also earned his parents' gold coins, he did not invest in himself, but invested in gambling, which directly drained the power of family ties in one breath. When he knew that the pension left by his grandfather was completely exhausted, the house at home was sold by his father, and all kinds of assets were lost. Song Su felt like he was sitting on a big slide, but his father who was sitting in front of him and sliding down had a big diarrhea, and Song Su could only watch himself slide down in despair. The only thing to be thankful for was that when his father wanted to mortgage Song Su and exert his bond power again, Song Su took the lead in mortgaging his father to the main family of the Song family and earned the first pot of gold. Then Song Su sold the final inheritance left by his grandfather. Grandpa, there is no time to wait for the cemetery and your body to appreciate. Now I need you to give full play to your last remaining energy. Please bless your grandson in heaven, and bless me to make great progress on the road of immortality and get into a good university. Excavation Palm Level 3 Push. Grandpa, dig it up for me. After selling his grandfather's cemetery and body, Song Su got his second pot of gold. Unfortunately, this is the last piece of cemetery and body left in their family. No matter how carefully Song Su calculated, he knew that the money on him would not last until he graduated from high school. Fortunately, he encountered an opportunity that changed his life. He met a being called the Evil God. In the spirit world, in front of the Tao Hall. Song Su, who was hiding his identity, came here this time for Zhang Yu's matter. If there is really an evil god behind this Zhang Yu, then as long as I hunt him, I can improve my potential again, then it will be a sure thing for me to get into the top 10 in the future. As Song Su thought of this, he heard Mo Xian'ai say, "Boss, what is the purpose of looking for Zhang Yu this time?" Song Su explained calmly, "According to my investigation, the rapid growth of these two people in the past 6 months is due to a certain reason. If I can understand this reason, I will be more confident of getting into the top 10 next year." Hearing this, Mo Xian'ai nodded secretly. Since it was related to whether the boss could get into the top 10, he would naturally help him. Even if he didn't get overtime pay and worked overtime for free in the Wendao Hall, even if the company found out that he leaked customer information, he would accompany him to the end. Song Su continued to watch the pictures sent by Mo Xian'ai. The security guards and a large number of workers started a fierce fight. Yu Xinghan was in the middle of it, as small as a drop of water in the ocean. Various fists, sticks, swords and guns came from all directions, and his martial arts strength could only ensure that he would barely avoid a fall. However, in this environment of endless fighting, the Xian Wuliangxinju was running more smoothly. At the same time, a broadcast was heard from the factory gate. A female voice shouted, "Go all out. Whether you are killed or injured, the factory will help you pay. Medical expenses are also covered." Hearing this, Yu Xinghan felt happy, and the mental method in his mind was running at full speed. He also used the moves of the Xian Wuliangxinju on the spot, and defeated several workers in a row. No need to think about holding back, no need to think about compensation, no need to think about medical expenses, just fight to your heart's content. At this moment, Yu Xinghan felt his heart was agitated, his fighting spirit soared to the sky, and the power of his whole body continued to surge out, and he was more and more like a fish in water on this battlefield. Mo Xian'ai introduced, the illusion will make them temporarily forget everything in the real world and devote themselves to the current situation. The more their thoughts are in line with the mind method, the stronger the effect of the mind method will be. For example, Yu Xinghan practiced the Xian Wuliangxinju on the battlefield to improve his Tao heart. The effect is many times better than practicing in reality. Song Su nodded casually and said, "What about the other two?" Mo Xian'ai apologized, "The owner of this illusion is Yu Xinghan. I can't adjust the perspective at will, but as long as you keep watching, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen will definitely appear." At the same time, a battle in the illusion ended temporarily. Yu Xinghan took the time to return to the factory to rest, and saw the boss personally came to them to comfort them. Bai Zhenzhen shook Yu Xinghan's hand and said, "You've done a great job. I'll give you a raise next month. Come, accompany me to inspect the factory. There are still many workers in the factory who are dissatisfied. You will help me teach them a lesson later." Looking at this scene, Song Su asked curiously, "Is this Bai Zhenzhen the boss? What kind of mental method is she practicing?" Mo Xian'ai replied, "She registered the Hanpo Bingxinju, a mental method that is very suitable for investors to practice. It can remove distracting thoughts, stabilize the mind, remain calm and composed at all times, and calculate gains and losses with a detached and cold perspective. Many stock investors will practice this mental method to assist in investment. It seems that as a boss, she is expected to maintain a cold heart in the face of various internal and external pressures, so as to enhance her understanding of the Hanpo Bingxinju and strengthen her Tao heart." Song Su nodded slightly after hearing this, but he also knew that when the Hanpo Bingxinju was first created, it was not for investment or stocks. This is a mental method that is purely used for fighting, especially for assassination. The key is to always keep your heart as clear as ice before and after the attack, and ignore all kinds of disturbances in the outside world. Focus all your mind on the battle in front of you, and calculate the gains and losses in the battle from the perspective of a bystander. However, compared with fighting and assassination, the various fogs and scams encountered when running a factory, as well as the pressure from both inside and outside, the emotional stimulation brought by various changes in the situation, and the calculation of gains and losses, are all much more complicated than fighting. If you can keep a cold heart in such a complex environment and still be able to calmly calculate gains and losses, then your understanding of the cold soul ice heart art will inevitably be deeper. And the effect of tempering the Dao heart will also be outstanding. Song Su knew that the deeper the practitioner's understanding of the mental method and the more consistent the thoughts, the more effective the mental method can be, and the faster the improvement of the Dao heart will be. This practice scene is just right. At the same time, Bai Zhenzhen in the factory had already taken Yu Xinghan to patrol the field to suppress all disobedient employees. On the assembly line of the factory, Zhang Yu was pale and weak, working on the assembly line listlessly. Because of years of working on the assembly line, he was not only physically weak, but also had lung disease. Every breath he took was painful. Under the operation of the Kanyushi mind and body Ju, the pain in his body was slightly covered, but it was still not enough. Why do I work here? I remember, for the salary, to make money from medical treatment. After thinking of this glimmer of hope, Zhang Yu's eyes seemed to gradually have a glimmer of light, and the operation of the Kanyushi mind and body Ju became more and more enthusiastic, gradually suppressing the pain in his body. But at this moment, a female voice came, "The company's performance is not good, and it is time for everyone to live and die with the company." Starting this month, the salary will be reduced by 20%. Zhang Yu turned his head and saw that it was the boss Bai Zhenzhen who spoke with a cold face. With a notice of the salary reduction, Zhang Yu only felt that the hope that had just surged in his heart gradually died, and the injury that had just been suppressed also hurt again. Think about it, think about what else we can do. At least let me rest for a few days to recuperate, take a few days off. Just when Zhang Yu was thinking this, an employee next to him said to Bai Zhenzhen, "Boss, the new year is coming soon. I haven't been home to see my parents for several years. Can I take a few days off?" Bai Zhenzhen's face was as cold as ice, and there seemed to be no emotion in her eyes. In her calm mind, there were only calculations of various profits, data, and revenues. She patted the shoulder of the employee who asked for leave and said, "Your parents want to see you during the new year? No problem, you can call your parents and ask them to come over. It's just right that we can work overtime together in the factory during the new year," another employee said. "Boss, a relative of mine passed away," Bai Zhenzhen said lightly. "It's okay if someone dies at home. Arrange your work and then deal with personal matters." Zhang Yu's heart sank, and he wondered if he could get some salary in advance. Another employee at the side said, "Boss, the salary has been delayed for several months. Can it be paid this month?" Bai Zhenzhen smiled, but her eyes were cold as she said, "The factory has indeed encountered some troubles recently. It is a bit difficult to pay the salary on time, but as a boss, I also understand that it is not easy for you to work, so I borrowed some money with your ID cards. I will definitely pay the salary on time this month. Just remember to repay the loan on time." Zhang Yu's heart sank again. The thing called hope in his heart seemed to be constantly dying, making the pain in his body that was originally suppressed by the mind method more and more aggravated. Bai Zhenzhen's mind was becoming more and more smooth. In this situation where all emotions were stripped away, she calmly calculated all the gains and losses, squeezed out every bit of benefit she could get, and felt that the cold soul ice heart technique was running more and more smoothly. Chapter 157, The True Cripple of a Bull, the True Self-Sacrificing True Heart Method. Outside the illusion. Song Su was very surprised to see this scene. "You said that Zhang Yu practiced the Kanyushi body and mind art." Mo Xianai also felt very strange and said, "Zhang Yu registered this mental method, and boss, you see that he has now turned into a seriously ill employee and insisted on working on the assembly line. Isn't it the effect of the Kanyushi body and mind art?" Song Su touched his chin and said puzzledly, "Isn't this method for the poor people at the bottom to practice? Let them do more work, treat less illnesses, and ask for less compensation. It is a useless method practiced by useless people. Zhang Yu wants to use this mental method to improve his Tao heart. Isn't he afraid that he will become more and more compatible with this method, and eventually become a useless person who can only be beaten, not fight back, and swallow his anger all day long? On the contrary, this Bai Zhenzhen," Song Su commented, "her understanding of the cold soul ice heart art is getting deeper and deeper in this scene, and she will definitely shine in the exam room in the future." Just as Song Su and Mo Xianai were commenting, the scene in the illusion had changed again. Assembly line. With Bai Zhenzhen's high spirits, after some operations, all the workers were squeezed to the extreme by her. In this situation, Zhang Yu only felt that the hope in his heart gradually dissipated, and the pain in his body seemed to burn him like a flame, making it difficult for him to concentrate on his work. It hurts. Zhang Yu didn't want to feel the pain anymore. And he knew that if he wanted the Kanyushi mind and body technique to continue to work and continue to suppress the pain in his heart, he had to have at least a glimmer of hope. Even if it was just a small hope of getting off work early. So he stood up, looked at Bai Zhenzhen and said, "Boss, I want to take a day off today." Bai Zhenzhen's eyes swept over, and when she saw Zhang Yu's face, her emotions suddenly fluctuated. After hearing that Zhang Yu asked for leave because of injury, Bai Zhenzhen nodded slightly and sighed. "You don't want to work overtime?" After seeing Zhang Yu nod, Bai Zhenzhen said, "It seems that you have worked hard." Then Bai Zhenzhen looked at everyone present and asked, "Is there anyone else who doesn't want to work overtime like him?" Seeing that everyone was moved but didn't dare to say it, Bai Zhenzhen asked again, "Look at how submissive you are. You listen to everything I say and do whatever I tell you to do. I hire people, not machines. If you want to make any requests, just stand up and tell me. Be brave." Looking at the employees, including Zhang Yu, who stood up and didn't want to work overtime, Bai Zhenzhen smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, you are all fired for refusing the work arranged by the factory." Bai Zhenzhen looked at the secretary next to her and said, It just so happens that a group of new graduates can be recruited. Replace all these old and sick people, and don't compensate them a penny. Under the operation of the cold soul ice heart technique, all the workers in front of Bai Zhenzhen just became chips, waiting for her operation to increase more profits. With her operation, the operation of the mind method became smoother, and the heart of Tao became more solid as a rock, indestructible. On the other side, Zhang Yu heard these words and felt that his heart was completely dark. All hope disappeared with the disappearance of work. Completely gone. When all hope was taken away, what should he do? How can he find hope? How can he continue to suppress the piercing pain in his body? Song Su looked at this scene and sighed. Canny Ushexing's Ju is still too useless. Why would he choose such a martial art? Let your mind understand and fit this martial art. What's the use? It's a complete drag. Mo Xianai sighed. But if you endure it all the way, it will indeed have the effect of tempering your heart. Right, Zhang Yu is a poor man and does not have the qualifications to be admitted to the top 10 like us. He can only endure most of the time, he said with some empathy. Compared to fighting, compared to resistance, endurance is the only choice the poor can make. Right. Song Su looked at Zhang Yu in the illusion and murmured, continue to endure. But when will it end? No wonder he couldn't stand the pressure in the end and signed with a rich man. It's a good thing you didn't invest too much in him in the first place. This kind of person is so poor that he even chose a useless martial art. It's not worth investing in at all. But at this moment, the changes in the illusion surprised the two of them again. Feeling hope completely gone, Zhang Yu stood there in a daze. In addition to the employees' groans and Bai Zhenzhen's orders, he could still hear something vaguely. Is it the voice of the protesting workers outside? Protest. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's eyes seemed to light up slightly. At the same time, the mental method that had been difficult to operate in his mind showed signs of operation again. The crippled cow in Zhang Yu's mind had been stuck in the quagmire and stopped because there was no hope. But at this moment, as Zhang Yu's thoughts changed, a cold light seemed to come from the broken horns of the crippled cow. The only hope is to fight. When all hope is gone, when the eyes are already dark, when praying does not bring any hope, you can only use this pair of broken horns to fight for justice and create a glimmer of hope by yourself. At this moment, a flash of enlightenment suddenly flashed through Zhang Yu's mind. The crippled ox sacrificing life art is not a martial art used to suppress pain and work. Its original intention was to care for disabled monks and to alleviate their pain, but the deeper thought contained in this art is that even in a hopeless situation, one must fight to the death. To fight for the last ray of hope, the crippled ox sacrificing life. The crippled ox sacrificing life? This is the true meaning of sacrificing life, not harming health to work. At this moment, the 10th level crippled ox sacrificing body and mind art seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, and it began to run more and more violently in Zhang Yu's mind. Zhang Yu felt that his understanding of the crippled ox sacrificing body and mind art had deepened again. He roared and rushed towards Bai Zhenzhen in front of him, shouting, "Fight!" Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu's familiar face, frowned and retreated, while Yu Xinghun rushed towards Zhang Yu with other security guards. Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghun and other security guards soon fought in a group. Although Zhang Yu's strength is not as good as everyone else's, he is fearless and brave. He sacrificed his life again and again, and forced many security guards to retreat step by step in a life and death way. After all, medical expenses can be reimbursed, but if a person dies, no matter how much medical expenses there are, it will be useless. In particular, Zhang Yu felt that the more he faced this desperate situation, the more powerful he became. Under the operation of the Kenyushi mind and body art, part of the potential that was originally hidden deep in his body seemed to be exerted by him at this moment, making him more and more courageous. The effect of the Kenyushi mind and body art was far greater than before at this moment. Seeing that the security guards were temporarily forced back by Zhang Yu's life and death way, the remaining workers also began to move. Bai Zhenzhen, who was on the side, looked at Zhang Yu fighting with others, and her emotions fluctuated again. The cold soul ice heart art seemed to have encountered a layer of obstruction. She felt that she actually flashed a trace of reluctance in her heart at this moment. At this moment, an idea came to her mind, and she didn't want to see Zhang Yu being beaten like this again. As Bai Zhenzhen became uncomfortable with the mental method, the true spiritual root in her danshin also changed its deduction of the cold soul ice heart technique. Song Su, who was watching this scene, was amazed. What's going on? With the Kenyushi mind and body technique running, Zhang Yu can still fight desperately. Mo Xianai was puzzled and said, "Is there any mystery in this Kenyushi mind and body technique? But soon something even more surprising happened to Mo Xianai. As Zhang Yu led the workers to fight with his security guards, Bai Zhenzhen finally stopped the fight between the two sides and announced that the employees would receive more benefits and a salary increase. Mo Xianai asked with increasing doubt, "Is this what a cold soul ice heart art can do?" Song Su said, "When thoughts change, the interpretation and understanding of the mind method will naturally change. The deeper the understanding of the mind method, the stronger the effect of the mind method. But in reality, for a person's thoughts to change and for his understanding of the mind method to deepen, he often needs a lot of time to think and experience, and the existence of the spiritual world illusion accelerates this process through various scenarios. From the performance of these two people, their understanding of their respective mind methods has become deeper, after this trip to the illusion. These two people must have a stronger heart of Taoism, and the effect of the mind method will become stronger." As he spoke, Song Su saw that the illusion had changed again. With the increase in wages and the improvement of welfare, the entire factory started to operate again. Although Bai Zhenzhen was still calmly presiding over everything in the factory, she could feel that her calmness at this moment was different from her previous calmness. If the previous calmness was a cold calculation that abandoned emotion, then at this moment, Bai Zhenzhen's calmness was integrated with her own humanity, and she was no longer blindly pursuing success and victory. This is, knowing that it is impossible to do something, but still doing it, doing what you want to do. For example, at this moment, she does not want to be an enemy of Zhang Yu on the opposite side, so even if the benefits are reduced, even if there are greater risks, she will calmly accept it and continue to execute it. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen suddenly had a deeper understanding of the cold soul ice heart art. Suppressing emotions, everything is based on calm calculations of gains and losses, success and failure, and everything is success-oriented. It is not true calmness, but just a kind of suppression of human nature. Only when you can calmly accept failure and be able to fear nothing in order to implement the beliefs in your heart, is the true pursuit of the cold soul ice heart art. At this moment, she felt like an assassin with a knife. Even if the success rate is slim and she is in danger of death, she will calmly stab the sword. Feeling the cold soul ice heart art running in her heart with an unprecedented effect, Bai Zhenzhen only felt a sense of relief in her mind, and her heart became more and more determined. She could feel that as her understanding of the cold soul ice heart art deepened, the power of this mental method became stronger. The greater the risk she faced and the lower the chance of success, the calmer she felt, and the more active her brain, body, and magic power became. Then she, Zhang Yu and Yu Xinghan watched the factory go bankrupt completely under the pressure of other factories because of high wages, high benefits and eventually rising costs. Mo Xianai, who was watching this scene, felt something and murmured, "Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, their ideas are good, if they were not forced to sign by Zhang Pianpian, and with your guidance, boss, they might really have a glimmer of hope to be admitted to the top 10, Song Su said lightly, but just like the situation encountered by all poor people, no matter how good the ideas are, without the guarantee of wealth, everything is nothing but flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, and will eventually be eliminated by this world, Mo Xianai said, but from this illusion, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's thoughts are very close to ours. Maybe if we ask them directly, they will tell us the secret of their rapid strengthening and help us poor people to make a name for ourselves. The poor people help each other and break through the dragnet set by the rich together. This has always been the concept that Song Su taught Mo Xianai and the members of the Poor People's Alliance firmly believe in. It is with this concept that they gave all the support they could to Song Su, hoping that he could be the first person to break the sky and take them to the sky in the future. Song Su shook his head when he heard this. The illusion is an illusion after all. No matter what they think in their hearts, they have become dogs of the rich in reality after all. We can't trust them too much. Let's use my method. They should continue to restart the illusion and continue to sharpen their Tao heart. Right, notify me when they come out. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, and Yu Xinghan were finally coming out. In a basement in reality, Song Su was kneeling in a strange ceremony with a mask on. He thought to himself, Zhang Yu is about to leave the illusion, and prepare to start the ceremony to find his evil god. Chapter 158 Zhang Yu launches the ceremony. Since becoming a disciple of the evil god, Song Su has begun to learn a skill called ritual. In Song Su's opinion, rituals and spells have many similarities. The reason why spells can be successfully performed in various places and mobilize the power of the 8 righteous gods is that they rely on the developed infrastructure of Kung Su, especially the network that is spread everywhere, And the same thing about rituals and spells is that they can also be performed through the internet. You can even steal divine power through the internet and use it as evil divine power. Compared with a wide range of uses of spells, although the use of rituals is not so wide, it also has unique advantages. For example, it can escape the supervision and records of the righteous gods and be used to do things outside the rules. Just like the curse shadow ritual that Zhang Yu is about to launch at this moment, it is to condense a shadow poison with the power of the evil god, parasitize in the opponent's shadow, and constantly steal all kinds of information from the opponent. However, in order to launch the curse shadow ritual, it must be contacted through the spirit world. After all, ordinary network connections cannot directly connect to the other party's consciousness like the spirit world. At this moment, Zhang Yu's heart moved slightly, and he had seen Zhang Yu's existence in the spirit world. Here we go. The spirit world. At the entrance of the Dao Hall, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen followed using Han out. However, the three of them did not speak along the way, but silently digested their gains in the illusion. Zhang Yu recalled his experience in the illusion, working hard on the assembly line, and resisting in despair. It feels like I have experienced another life. No wonder they say that the spirit world is the best place to train the heart of Tao. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. It must cost a huge price to go through all this in reality, right? At the same time, in Zhang Yu's sea of consciousness, he was visualizing a big bull with broken limbs, blind and deaf, crawling forward, never stopping. However, compared with the past visualization of the crippled ox shedding body and mind art, the big bull in this visualization picture now has a more fearless and indomitable artistic conception. Obviously, with a deepening of his understanding of the crippled ox shedding body and mind art, the effect of Zhang Yu's mental method at this moment has greatly improved. In particular, the greater the pressure he faces, the stronger the effect of the mental method. The more desperate the situation, the more potential one can unleash. Just like after escaping from the illusion, when Zhang Yu once again recalled the unpaid loan on his body and the pressure brought by the Xiandu men in the foundation building exam, not only did he not shrink back, but he became more motivated. Although I spent nearly 100,000 yuan this time, the effect is really great. This has improved my understanding of the Kenyash mind and body art. Even if I don't have enough money to come here in the future, the effect of my daily operation of the mind method and improving my Dao heart has been greatly improved. Bai Zhenzhen on the side was also immersed in her new understanding of the mind method. The original effect of the cold soul ice heart art is mainly calm and composed. The 10th level effect can make me temporarily suppress my emotions, become cold and ruthless, and do whatever it takes to succeed. But now, Bai Zhenzhen can feel that the cold soul ice heart art is undergoing a transformation with her new understanding and the deduction of the true spirit root. After the deduction is completed in 2 days, the new level 10 effect will no longer make me cold-blooded and heartless, and only care about gains and losses. Instead, it will allow me to implement my own ideas, to insist on doing what I want, to do what I know is impossible, and even to face greater risks and lower success rates. The calmer I will be, and the more active my brain, body, and magic power will become. If the Kenyushi mind and body art originally contained deep meaning, and its effect improved as Zhang Yu's understanding deepened, then the Hanpo Binkson art is different. After Bai Zhenzhen's thoughts changed and she had a different understanding of the mind method, she deduced this mind method through the true spirit root. It made this mind method more suitable for Bai Zhenzhen's thoughts, so that the level 10 effect began to change. At this time, Yu Xinghan, who was standing by, looked at the two people in deep thought, smiled and said, "You two, it seems that you have gained a lot this time. Do you want to come again tomorrow?" Hearing Yu Xinghan's suggestion, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's faces turned black and said, "Your price is too expensive." Bai Zhenzhen said, "One trip is almost 100,000, it's just robbing money." Zhang Yu thought that his current balance was only more than 100,000. If he came again, he might not have money for food and exams. Yu Xinghan, who received the money, didn't care about the complaints of the two at all, and said cheerfully, "Then come again when you have money. You can contact me at any time, and I will arrange it for you as soon as possible." After a while, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen disconnected from the spiritual world and woke up together in reality. But Zhang Yu had just taken off the spirit world mask in the apartment when he heard Fuji say, "Hey, someone is targeting you." Zhang Yu walked into the bathroom calmly, closed the door and said, "What do you mean?" Fuji said, "Someone has used the spirit world to perform a ritual on you and planted a shadow goo on you. This shadow goo can parasitize in your shadow day and night. detect your information, and then pass it all to the other party. After a long time, I'm afraid it will be able to find out all the information about you." Hearing this, Zhang Yu was shocked. "Is it already?" Fuji said, "Don't worry, the shadow goo usually just collects information secretly, hides its own existence, and won't make any moves until you connect to the spirit world again. The shadow goo will seize the opportunity to pass the information to the other party." Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Even so, it was something he could never tolerate. After all, he and Bai Zhenzhen have many secrets, and any one of them would be a disaster if it was revealed. Fuji laughed and said, But the person who initiated this ceremony must not have thought that you had an evil god with you. It was a high-ranking existence who once stood at the top of the evil gods and was only inferior to the evil god king." He immediately discovered this little trick. Zhang Yu's heart moved when he heard this, and he thought to himself, yes, under normal circumstances, if the evil gods want to control their believers and disciples, it must be the safest to control them remotely. The other party must have thought that I was also in this situation of being remotely controlled, so they wanted to use me, to find out the clues of the evil god behind me. Zhang Yu said, "The evil god believers who can initiate the ceremony must be related to the evil gods behind Songyang High School or Bailong High School, right?" Zhang Yu still remembered that Fuji had said that there were evil gods behind Songyang High School and Bailong High School, and she had persuaded him to hunt these two evil gods. But he didn't expect that before he took action, the other party had already set his sights on him. Zhang Yu guessed, "It seems that some of them have already suspected that there is an evil god behind me, Fuji. It's hard to say, it's possible that they just suspect you and want to check you out, but anyway, anyone who can start a ritual to check you out must be a believer of the evil god. Let's go, kid," Fuji said in a relaxed tone. "Help me prepare immediately, let me start a ritual, and I can help you control this shadow goo immediately, then you'll know who is going to attack you." In Fuji's heart, a trace of greedy desire surged out uncontrollably. Haha, absorbing the power of this shadow goo will help me recover a little. After a while, Zhang Yu said hello to Bai Zhenzhen and left the apartment alone. Fuji originally wanted to take the opportunity to test whether Zhang Yu was willing to let Bai Zhenzhen know about the evil god, but she thought better of it. This guy will definitely think that I want to find an opportunity to initiate a wish ritual on Bai Zhenzhen to stimulate her potential, although I do think so, but given his current level of trust in me, he doesn't trust me enough to let me make a wish to Bai Zhenzhen. Saying it out loud will only backfire. Forget it, the timing is not right yet. Let's talk about it later. More than an hour later, Zhang Yu returned to the unfinished building where he used to practice martial arts with his bags. After thinking it over, he still felt that it was quieter here without being disturbed, and it was not easy to be discovered. Then he began to arrange the ritual under the guidance of the evil god. Fuji said, "The network you use on a daily basis is essentially a kind of divine power network. This divine power network was originally used by the 8 righteous gods to facilitate their management of Kung Fu, and later it was gradually opened to the public. This is the basis for the use of talismans, and it is also the foundation for the 8 righteous gods to manage Kung Fu. You should know that the network of righteous gods is spread throughout most of Kung Fu, so talismans are almost omnipotent, but this network can also be used by us evil gods, so we evil gods are never weaker than righteous gods." Zhang Yu thought to himself that this sounded obviously weaker than the righteous gods, and it felt like a stowaway. Fuji continued, "Our ceremony this time also needs to use the divine power network, so we need a divine power primer, like those incense, candles, paper, statues and puppets used to worship the righteous gods, all of which are relatively simple and cheap methods, and can be called ritual offerings." Fuji sighed, "But now that online worship is becoming more and more popular, this kind of thing is gradually becoming hard to find." Zhang Yu took out a half-lit candle according to Fuji's instructions. "This is a candle used by someone else for worshipping gods." Zhang Yu bought one. Fuji continued, "First, the altar. This is where the divine network is connected during the ceremony. The conditions are simple now, so you can just use that bench for now. Then, in addition to the offerings, the altar must also have a medium for the connection between humans and gods, a divine object for preserving spiritual energy, and a symbol of the incarnation of the evil god, Alice, but the conditions are limited now, so we can only make do with it. As the medium for the connection between humans and gods, use a mobile phone. Anyway, it can barely connect to the divine power network. As the divine object for preserving spiritual energy, use those 2 flashlights. Remember to turn the lights on to the maximum, You should know that there is spiritual energy in the illumination after you have practiced the Great Sun Key C. Turning on the flashlight can symbolize the fullness of spiritual energy during the ceremony and reduce the dissipation of divine power during the ceremony. This is called illuminating the heavens and exploring the hells. Use this teddy bear as the symbol of the evil god. You can't really make a statue of the evil god, right? The fact that a doll can be used as a substitute is precisely why we evil gods are so hard to defend against. Finally, remember to use wires to form a circle, the most basic part of the ritual, because copper is an excellent conductor of divine power. Putting it in the ritual combined divine power. Chapter 159 Participating in the first round of foundation building examination. Under Fuji's instruction, Zhang Yu placed a half-burned candle in the middle of the bench, and a mobile phone behind the candle, with two turned-on flashlights on both sides of the mobile phone. Then he picked up the wire and circled the bench. After arranging the ceremony, Zhang Yu asked in disbelief, "Is your ceremony really reliable?" Fuji snorted, "No one in the entire Kungsu layer knows the ceremony better than me. What do you think is wrong? Even if there is a problem, it can only be the quality of the ritual materials you prepared. Okay, do as I say and start the ceremony directly." Following Fuji's command, Zhang Yu walked along the circle formed by the wires, and heard the mysterious spells recited by Fuji in his ears. The next moment, as half of the incense and candles on the altar turned into ashes, a trace of extremely subtle divine power appeared above the ceremony. Fuji shouted in a low voice, "There are insects, there are insects, take out the shadows, the divine power of heaven and earth, hurry up is the law." The faint divine power suddenly emerged with a touch of evil aura, which had been temporarily controlled by Fuji. Zhang Yu listened to Fuji's voice and felt that she seemed to be exhausted. Obviously, this extremely weak evil god was in a very bad state as she had said before, so that he was trembling when completing the ritual in front of him. The next moment, this divine power drilled into Zhang Yu's shadow. There was a roar from the shadow. Then a black insect struggled to crawl out of it. After Fuji controlled the divine power and the black insect for a long time, she shouted softly and tried to shout, "Humph, disperse." The next moment, the black insect struggled again, and then gradually dispersed. Countless black spells suddenly exploded from the insect body, like a stream of thick smoke, floating in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu asked, "What is this?" "This is the shadow goo," Fuji said tiredly. The so-called shadow goo is essentially a tool condensed by the evil god's power. Fuji took a deep breath, and the spells in the sky poured into her body and were absorbed by her. Fuji went on to introduce, "The person who initiated the ceremony wants to collect and transmit intelligence through the shadow goo. Then naturally, instructions must be left in the shadow goo's body. These instructions not only include how to collect intelligence, but naturally also include how to transmit intelligence. You just need to analyze it carefully, and you will know who is investigating you." After a long while, Fuji smiled and said, "The analysis is almost done, and I already know how the other party transmits information. The next time you step into the spirit world, I can disguise myself as a shadow goo to pass some false information to the other party. And by the way, find out who the other party is." Another thing that made Fuji happy was that after absorbing the evil power contained in this shadow goo, she finally recovered a little bit of strength. Fuji thought to herself, "This way, next time I go to take the exam with Zhang Yu, my safety will be greatly improved." Zhang Yu said, "Are there any unspoken rules among you evil gods? For example, what do you do after you find out about each other? Do you just start a war to the death? Or can you sit down and talk?" Fuji said, "We evil gods are all very reasonable and can tell right from wrong. Generally, when we encounter a weak one, we just eat it up. When we encounter a strong one, we turn around and run away. When we encounter someone of equal strength, after finding the other party's address, we order takeout for the other party as a warning." Zhang Yu curled his lips and said, "It makes sense indeed." Zhang Yu continued, "Then next time you step into the spirit world, don't alarm the other party. Send some false information while finding out the other party's strength, location, and manpower." Fuji said, "Do I need to tell you that? When you become stronger and the time is right, we will eat my colleague alive." In the basement, Song Su slowly took off his spirit world mask, thinking to himself, "The shadow goo has been successfully planted. The next step is to wait for Zhang Yu and the others to land in the spirit world next time. When that happens, we will know what secrets you have. If we can grasp your secrets, catch the evil god behind you, and stimulate your potential again." Song Su's eyes showed a hint of expectation. then I will have more than 90% chance of getting into the top 10. Early August. In the following time, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen continued to devote themselves to crazy practice, making final preparations for the first round of exams in mid-August. That day, the two came to the live broadcast room, and as spokespersons, they promoted Zhang Group's new body refining surgery with Yu Xinghan. The live broadcaster grabbed 2 pieces of muscle and threw them in front of the camera with a snap. 2 pectoral muscles, then several more large pieces of muscle were thrown up. Let's have 8-pack abs, let's have the psoas, platysma, trapezius, latissimus dorsi. As the muscles piled up like a small hill, the anchor shouted, with so many monster-like muscle modifications added together, how much can you get in the live broadcast room today? 299,000 for all of them. All of them are the latest technology of Zhang Group. No hospitalization is required. I say again, no hospitalization is required. Everyone go to the clinic to cut off the muscles and send them to us. We will train them and send them back to you. After you put them back, you will have the potential to rival the contestants, and we compensate 10 times for fake ones here. We will never use any monster muscle to pretend to be monster muscle. As long as one piece of muscle is fake, we will compensate you 10. On the way out of the live broadcast room, Zhang Yu asked Zhang Yu curiously, the technology of today's monster-like muscle seems to be a little bit wrong. Yu Xinghan said, not quite the same, right? Isn't that nonsense? How can it be the original technology for less than 300,000? It's just a degraded version of a degraded version, used to satisfy those who can't afford the original. It's impossible for everyone to use the best things, right? Zhang Yu opened his mouth, thought about the 200,000 endorsement fee that had been received, and thought about his identity as an endorser, and finally said nothing. In the apartment, Zhang Yu was wiping the sweat on the floor. This was what Zhang Yu had to do after every sparring session, at Li Mulan's request that her sweat must not be leaked. In front of Zhang Yu, Li Mulan said calmly, last month's electricity bill was 80,000 yuan. What exactly are you doing in this room? Planting herbs? Zhang Yu was slightly stunned by the question, and perfunctorily said, well, some of the training equipment consumes a lot of electricity. Don't worry, it won't cost so much electricity soon. Zhang Yu felt the surging mana in his body. With the help of spiritual veins and medicine, his mana increased extremely rapidly and was already rushing towards 90 units of mana. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it won't be long before I don't have to do the light breathing every day. The next moment, Zhang Yu suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Li Mulan noticed that Zhang Yu was holding his chest and frowned. Is it a side effect of the medicine? According to my observation, you don't have supermetabolism. The amount of medicine you have used in the past 2 months is indeed a bit too much. I suggest you stop for a while. Anyway, there is no need for you to pursue the limit so much. Li Mulan naturally thought that Zhang Yu would not participate in competitions or take the top 10 exams in the future, so why practice so hard? Zhang Yu nodded and said slowly, don't worry, I know my own body, and it's not at its limit yet. He thought to himself, compared to my body, my wallet is reaching its limit. In a few days, I won't be able to afford this medicine even if I want to. Mid-August. The time finally came to the day before the first round of foundation building exam. On the train to Zhangyu City, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were breathing silently, accumulating mana, physical strength and energy. After half a month of sprinting, Zhang Yu's strength has once again made great progress. His mana has reached 87.75 and his physical strength has reached 8.06. His Dao heart finally broke through the 6th level and reached the 6th level, 18%. It will be September in half a month, and I will be a sophomore student then, Zhang Yu thought to himself, but by that time, with my level, I will have surpassed most of the white dragons who are just entering the 3rd year of high school, right? Although he had achieved his goal, Zhang Yu's face was not very happy, because he knew that his goal was no longer ordinary white dragons, but those super high school students in Xiandu. In addition to the crazy improvement in strength, Zhang Yu's wallet was also in crazy consumption, all the way down to 50,000 yuan. Obviously, in order to pass the next first round of foundation building exams, he didn't think about making money or saving money at all. After all, in his opinion, if he didn't seize the time to improve his strength and strive to pass the first round of foundation building exams, it would be meaningless to save a little money. But whether I pass this exam or not, I have to find a way to make some more money when I go back this time. As the train drove at high speed, the sky city of Zhang Yu soon appeared in the sight of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen again. After getting off the train and looking at the dark sky above, Bai Zhenzhen said, "Yuzi, how much money do you have in your account?" Zhang Yu said, 50,000 yuan. Bai Zhenzhen nodded, "I still have 40,000 yuan. Do you know what this means?" Zhang Yu asked in confusion. "What does it mean?" Bai Zhenzhen said, "It means that we are so poor that we can't even pay back the loan next month. Also, we have been taking too much medicine recently, and the side effects of our medicines are beginning to show. Whether it is health or finance, the pressure and risk have reached an unprecedented level." Zhang Yu nodded slightly. Under the strong pressure of loans, exams, balances, and drug side effects, he only felt the blood in his body speeding up and his body becoming more and more excited as the Kanyu, Shi Mind and Body Sutra was running. Bai Zhenzhen continued, "But it also means that our potential in the immortal way has been completely stimulated. We are now so strong that we are no longer the same as we were 2 months ago. We will definitely pass this first round of exams this time." Under the huge risk, Bai Zhenzhen's mind was running fiercely with the cold soul ice heart sutra, and she also felt that her muscles, nerves, and brain were becoming more and more active. After that, the two of them had already come to the cubicles of the men's and women's toilets. As they opened the web page and clicked the button to enter, a big hole appeared under their feet, and they disappeared without a trace. Chapter 160 Mysterious Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu came to his senses again, he found himself in an underground passage. Is the transmission completed? He walked forward along the underground passage and soon saw a figure. Zhang Yu hurried up to see if Bai Zhenzhen came down with him, but found that it was a boy in school uniform. The boy heard the footsteps and turned his head to look at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded to the other party and greeted him. "Hello, are you here to take the exam too?" The boy's name was Bai Zhenzhen. He did not respond to Zhang Yu's greeting immediately, but looked Zhang Yu up and down and confirmed one thing. The other party was not a student of Zhang Yu City. There were two main reasons why Bai Zhenzhen could confirm this. On the one hand, he was not familiar with the other party's appearance, and he remembered all the high school students in Zhang Yu City with excellent grades and rich wealth clearly, and there was definitely no such person in front of him. The second aspect was that from the other party's accent, conversation, clothing, etc., this was a foreigner. As an old Zhang Yu person whose ancestors have lived in Zhang Yu for 10 generations, in Bai Zhenzhen's eyes, Zhang Yu people and outsiders are completely different. They are simply two different species. And Bai Zhenzhen can basically tell the difference between the two at a glance. Outsiders are outsiders, they don't have the temperament of us Zhang Yu people. After realizing that Zhang Yu in front of him was most likely an outsider, his back unconsciously straightened up. Because he, Bai Zhenzhen, is a supporter of Zhang Yu supremacy. Zhang Yu is the center of the first layer of Kung Fu, where the strongest, smartest, and richest people in the first layer of Kung Fu gather. The upper city of Zhang Yu can even be called Kung Fu 1.5 layer. Theoretically speaking, I'm not even a Kung Fu first layer person. I should be considered a Kung Fu 1.5 layer person. As for other cities in the first layer, in Bai Zhenzhen's mind, aren't they all rural areas? Looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Bai Zhenzhen thought to himself, "You stinky outsider, do you want to come to Zhang Yu to steal our foundation building certificate?" So after glancing at Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen said nothing and turned around and left. He rushed forward for a while, and soon saw the back of another person. Yiling Xiao. Bai Zhenzhen was familiar with this academic master who was recently obsessed with red envelope charms, because he was from the second ring of Shengcheng district. In Bai Zhenzhen's understanding, Zhang Yu was the center of the first layer of Kung Fu. The floating city above Zhang Yu has always been called Shengcheng district, which is the center of the center. In this Shengcheng district, there are 10 rings from the outside to the inside, and the second ring is the center of the center of the center. Yiling Xiao, who was born in the second ring, was from one of the richest families in Zhang Yu City. According to Bai Zhenzhen's understanding, people in the second ring only make friends with people in the second ring, only marry people in the second ring, and only reproduce with people in the second ring. Some people in the second ring will never come down in their entire lives. Seeing Yiling Xiao at this moment, Bai Zhenzhen's back, which had just straightened up, immediately bent down again, and said flatteringly, "Ling Xiao, hello, do you remember me? I'm Bai Zhenzhen from the same school as you. And my home is in the North 6th Ring Road." After saying that, he added, "It's inside the 6th Ring Road, not outside the 6th Ring Road." Yiling Xiao nodded without raising his head. and continued to practice the red envelope charm wholeheartedly. After experiencing the last AO heart test, his curiosity about the red envelope charm and the goodwill charm became deeper and deeper, and he was 90% sure that there were incredible benefits hidden in them. Unfortunately, because the secrets involved were so big, he dared not tell anyone, and could only study it slowly by himself. At this moment, a shout came, "Hey! Why are you throwing red envelope charms around again?" Zhang Yu followed while dodging the red envelope charms on the ground, and said dissatisfiedly, "You throw these dirty things around casually, isn't that endangering public safety?" Yiling Xiao looked at Zhang Yu with some surprise, as if he didn't expect that this student from outside the province was not eliminated in the last test. Yiling Xiao said lightly, "If no one picks up the red envelope charms, they will disappear after a while. Besides, if you don't want the money inside, just return it immediately." While the two were talking, Zhang Yu had followed him to an underground hall. From a distance, Examiner Deng Bingding and others could be seen standing in the center of the hall, surrounded by more than a dozen contestants who arrived earlier. But at this moment, these contestants seemed to be discussing something with the examiners. One of the students said, "Examiner, please announce the ranking of the last test." Another student said, "Yes, how can we have a test without announcing the ranking?" Someone loudly supported, "If there is no ranking, is it still a test? Can it be considered a normal test?" Zhang Yu understood after listening to a few words. This was a group of Xiandu masters who asked to announce the ranking of the last round of tests. And judging from their attitude and the information they revealed, it seemed that if the local schools in Xiandu did not announce the ranking after the exam, it would be a violation of public morals, and both the teachers and the school would be reported. Another group of test takers. Zhang Yu thought to himself that wherever Kungsu was, there would be these guys who loved to rank, and they didn't care about the privacy of the examinees at all. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen also walked to Zhang Yu's side and asked curiously, "What are the people arguing about in front?" Zhang Yu said disdainfully, "A bunch of score-only people are clamoring to announce the rankings of the last round of tests." Bai Zhenzhen recalled her performance in the last round of tests. "Well, the strongest immortals took half a second to open the door, and it took me less than 3 seconds, so I must be ranked behind." Thinking about it again, her Dao heart test should not be as good as these immortals. She shook her head and sighed. It's just a test before the exam. These people still take false reputation too seriously. Zhang Yu agreed. How can the true immortal way be explained by temporary scores and rankings? Hearing this, Yiling Xiao, who supported the exam ranking theory, felt that he could not pretend not to hear it. But just as he was about to open his mouth, Bai Zhenzhen on the side could not help but say, "What nonsense are you two outsiders talking about? Scores are everything. Ranking is the standard for whether a person is qualified to continue on the path of immortality. If people only care about scores and don't look at rankings, what's the difference between that and birth?" Although Yiling Xiao on the side did not speak, from his frequent nodding actions, he was very supportive of this statement. Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, but there was still something he didn't say in his heart. He thought to himself, "Humph, only those who know that they are ranked behind will be afraid of rankings." In his mind, how could the two outsiders in front of him compare to the local academic masters in Xiandu? They must be the ones who are ranked behind. I've seen a lot of outsiders like you who don't keep their place. If you two can rank first and second, I'm afraid you will be eager to announce the ranking. At this time, facing such a request from many students, Deng Bingding, who was standing in front of the examiners, said, "I understand that everyone wants to know the ranking. There is no rule here that requires not to disclose the last ranking. It's just that we think it's not very meaningful for reference, so we didn't plan to announce it. Now that everyone wants to know, I will show you the ranking." The last round of tests was divided into 2 levels. The first level was to push open the metal door, and the second level was the test of the heart of Tao. However, many students present were not particularly concerned about the results of the first level of pushing open the metal door. They just took a look and put it aside. After all, the requirements of this level are not high. It is purely used to eliminate students with insufficient strength in the first year of high school. Many contestants did not exert their full strength. On the contrary, the second level of the test of the heart of Tao, in the eyes of everyone, can not only show willpower, but also reflect the value of the contestants from the side, which is also the most concerned by the students present. So everyone is more concerned about the ranking of the heart of Tao test. First place, number 55, valuation unknown. Second place, number 23, valuation 5.5 billion. Third place, number 11, valuation 5 billion. Looking at the rankings above, everyone immediately fell silent, silently looking for their own numbers and clarifying their rankings on the spot, just like looking for their seats in a movie theater. After confirming their own rankings and their approximate level in this exam, the next step is naturally to confirm the rankings of others. Generally, they confirm their friends first, or confirm the guys they hate first. For Bai Zhenzhen, the first thing he confirmed was the top 3. When he came to a group of people, he first recognized who is the highest scorer and the richest person. This has always been his habit, and it is also one of the ancestral precepts of their Dai family. At the same time, Bai Zhenzhen was also recalling the content of the last dioxin test. Does this valuation mean how much value can be resisted in the end? The higher the valuation is in this ranking, the more resolute one is in the Dao, and the richer one is. Number 11 is Yunjing, the third place, with a valuation of 5 billion. Bai Zhenzhen looked at the boy surrounded by several students from Xianan High School. The most eye-catching thing about the other party was his pair of eyes that were as bright as stars. Bai Zhenzhen knew that was Fahai. Yunjing was called the strongest high school student in the first layer of Kungsu Baizhine Pharmaceutical. Bai Zhenzhen heard that a month ago. In addition to his magic power, his Dao heart and physical strength had reached the limit of key refining. Alice, one of the 4 foundation building certificates this time should be Yunjing's. Yiling Xiao, who was standing aside, also looked at Yunjing. He still remembered that the other party was able to pick up his red envelope talisman without damage last time. Bai Zhenzhen thought, the second place, number 23, is Yiling Xiao next to me, with an estimated value of 5.5 billion. Did he hold out for the asking price of 5.5 billion in the illusion? He is indeed a wealthy man of the second ring. His various data must have reached the limit of key refining 2 or 3 months ago, right? After all, he is evaluated by the Oasis Group as having the most perfect body and the most perfect bloodline among contemporary high school students. Among the 4 foundation building certificates, he should also have one, but after seeing the first place, number 55, Bai Zhenzhen found that he couldn't find anyone after looking around, and he became more and more confused. Is there someone stronger and richer than Yunjing and Yiling Xiao in this foundation building exam? Chapter 161 The Clown Summons. At this time, Bai Zhenzhen heard Yiling Xiao beside him say, in the last dioxin test, the valuation was unknown. Bai Zhenzhen was slightly stunned, and then he looked in the direction of the other party's voice, and found Zhang Yu behind him. The number on the other party was exactly 55. After hearing Yiling Xiao's question, Zhang Yu was silent for a moment, and just when he didn't know what to say, Bai Zhenzhen beside him said, unknown valuation, didn't you give up until the end, and even burst the illusion, so you gave an unknown valuation? Zhang Yu said helplessly, well, about the same. Hearing this, Yiling Xiao's eyes condensed, and he looked at Zhang Yu with a hint of importance. Yiling Xiao thought to himself, this person can actually burst the illusion alive. How strong is his will? How rich is he? Is he richer than Yunjing and me? On the other side, Bai Zhenzhen's brain was also thinking frantically, who is he? Is he the descendant of a company director? Or the heir of a local noble family? At the same time, more and more people also noticed the number 55 on Zhang Yu's body, realizing that this out-of-town student was the first place in the last Dao heart test. At the same time, because of the particularity of this Dao heart test, they realized that this first place must be worth a lot of money and have amazing wealth. As wealth is the most intuitive manifestation of the potential of the immortal way, the worthless number 55 must also be powerful, and is definitely a strong candidate for the foundation building qualification certificate. Yiling Xiao looked at Zhang Yu and thought to himself, I thought he was a poor man when I saw him picking up the red envelope charms and what he said. I didn't expect him to be so hidden. Is he rich enough to pick up red envelopes on the ground? He seems to be very concerned about what the poor will do if they pick up the red envelope charms. Is he the kind of rich man who is not very experienced in the world? While thinking, Yiling Xiao turned around and looked at Zhang Yu with more serious eyes. I look forward to competing with you in the future. At this moment, Zhang Yu, whose identity is mysterious and whose wealth is unfathomable, has become one of Yiling Xiao's main opponents in the future. Bai Zhenzhen and other students on the side looked at the two people standing opposite each other, feeling like they saw two giant beasts swallowing billions of wealth colliding fiercely. Bai Zhenzhen witnessed this scene, and while looking at Zhang Yu, she was secretly worried. Yuzi. You are pretending to be so big now. When the official competition starts, you will become the kind of clown that Lao Zhao said. Bai Zhenzhen is confident that she and Zhang Yu have made a lot of progress in the past 2 months, and they are definitely at the level of senior high school students. But she also knew that even with so much progress, she and Zhang Yu still had a gap with those top Xiandai. Facing the first round of exams, Bai Zhenzhen only wanted to pass. As for catching up with or even surpassing the top Xiandai, that should be the goal in the next few months, in the second and third rounds of exams. Zhang Yu knew all this, but when his number was ranked first in the Dao Heart test, he realized that he couldn't explain it. He couldn't say that he was able to hold on to the end in the illusion because of the influence of the ritual. He couldn't say that he was actually a poor guy who was still trying to pay the interest on the loan next month. So facing Yulink Xiao's stare, feeling the curious, probing, or hostile eyes of the contestants in the audience, Zhang Yu felt like he was being stared at by a group of people, but he could only hold on. Damn it, shouldn't I be the one who catches up with them step by step and finally wins the foundation building certificate under the contempt and even neglect of the Xiandu guys? Why are they all staring at me right from the start? I told you that we shouldn't do rankings. Why expose the player's privacy like this? Thinking that he would be competing head-on with this group of people next, Zhang Yu felt that the clown position that Zhao Xiangxing mentioned was calling him. Is there any way for me to not be too embarrassed later? Forget it, there's nothing I can do if I really want to lose face. Who told me that my strength is not strong enough now? Yu Xinghan, who is not far away, had just arrived and saw the scene that surprised him. Zhang Yu, this kid. Yu Xinghan looked at Zhang Yu, and his heart was curious and surprised. How did he do it? Thinking that the other party could actually survive in that illusion as a poor person until an unknown valuation, he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He even had the urge to ask Zhang Yu, but he also knew that the other party would never answer him this secret. After a while, as all the contestants arrived one by one, Deng Bingding, as the chief examiner, began to announce the process of this exam. In short, it is to understand the spirit of the reform of the foundation building exam. In addition to the Dao Heart, this round will test the students' magic power, physical education and martial arts in turn. As for why the Dao Heart is not tested, it is said that after the last round of Dao Heart test, all those who failed have been eliminated, and there is no need to test again. Of course, the little god Wang Zichao standing aside knows that this is done to save the budget. After all, compared with the other 3 subjects, the Dao Heart test involves the spiritual environment, and it costs the most money and resources. Finally, Deng Bingding said, Only the top 20 contestants in the total score will be retained in this round of exams, and all contestants after the 20th will be eliminated. In order to encourage students, each of the top 20 contestants will be awarded an expert-level skill. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. 1 expert-level skill for each person? So generous. Zhang Yu still remembered that the bonus Deng Bingding approved for him last time was an interest-free loan. But after a second thought, he thought, behind the 8 gods are the heavenly court and the 10 great sects. For us, expert-level skills cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, but for them, it may just be a permission. After all, as long as they approve our right to use it and send us the content of the skills, it will be fine. Soon the mana test officially began. All the students on the scene lined up in the hall in order according to their numbers. Then several examiners handed out a set of testing equipment and a box of spiritual roots to everyone present. Dai Xingzi thought to himself, this mana test tests the control, burst and recovery of mana. He picked up a detection patch and thought. You have to output as much mana as possible within 30 minutes. The faster and more mana you output within 30 minutes, the higher the score. This requires both burst power and precise control of mana, and you also need to breathe in and out spiritual energy to restore mana while outputting mana. Dai Xingzi knew that this ability to burst mana for a long time should be a fairy course learned in the 3rd year of high school according to the high school curriculum. But since it is a foundation building exam for high school students, it will not be limited to the syllabus. Dai Xingzi opened the small box with external spiritual roots on the side. He saw that one of the rings was constantly emitting strands of spiritual inspiration, like a living thing breathing. Dai Xingzi thought to himself, external spiritual roots, boundless sea of qi, external spiritual roots of mid-range brands. Dai Xingzi recalled what the examiner had just said, and knew that using unified spiritual roots like this was one of the reforms in this foundation building exam. Dai Xingzi disagreed with this. Wealth is one of the potentials of the immortal way. It is right for rich people to have more advantages. Why should they use unified spiritual roots? At this time, Deng Bingding reminded, before carrying external spiritual roots, everyone remember to close the spiritual roots in your body, otherwise you will bear the consequences. When Dai Zhengzi was about to wear the external spiritual root Sea of Qi, he suddenly heard a male voice. How do I use this external spiritual root? Dai Zhengzi turned his head and found that it was number 55 who was speaking. They actually distributed spiritual roots uniformly, Zhang Yu thought to himself, but they didn't even give an instruction manual for this external spiritual root. How can I know how to use it? And if I ask like this, those immortal masters around here will probably guess that I'm not that rich, right? It can be considered as paving the way for myself. On the other side, Bai Zhenzhen heard this and thought to herself, well done, Yuzi, if you ask like this, I wouldn't have to ask. By the way, I can start to build a step forward and slowly reveal the fact that I'm not that rich. Even if the results are not as good as everyone imagines, I can lose face less. When Dai Zhengzi heard this, he thought to himself, he hasn't even used Qi Hai Wuya. Thinking of the unknown valuation of the other party's first place in the Dao heart test, Dai Zhengzi thought to himself, is it because Qi Hai Wuya is too low end for him? Damn it, for me, it's already a normal spiritual route for cultivation, but this guy doesn't even bother to use it? What kind of spiritual roots does he usually use? Dai Zhengzi thought to himself, damn rich guy, luckily this time we are using the unified spiritual route to take the exam. Yunjing, the strongest high school student on the other side, looked at Zhang Yu with a flash of his eyes, thinking to himself, is this outsider showing off his wealth here? He actually said that he has never used Qi Hai Wu Yan. Yunjing snorted in his heart and said, I don't usually use this kind of spiritual route. Examiner, please teach me, so even rich people don't use this spiritual route much? Zhang Yu thought to himself, tisk, trouble. Why do I feel more eyes on me? According to the method introduced by the examiners, he injected mana. Enlarged a ring and put it on his hand. Zhang Yu felt that this external spiritual root was shaking with his breathing, as if it had become a part of his body, and the spiritual energy around him immediately swarmed in. Next, put on the detection equipment and hold the detection patch tightly. With a countdown of 3, 2, 1, the contestants present all output mana into the detection patch. Boom. There seemed to be a loud noise in the air as everyone's mana was running. At the same time, on the light screen in front of the hall, the mana output data representing each person lit up. It was a row of bar graphs, with a player's number at the bottom of each column and a mana number at the top of the column. At this moment, as everyone was outputting mana frantically, each column was growing and sorted according to the size of mana output. But because the growth of two columns was too fierce, not only did they squeeze into the first and second place at once, but because of the exaggerated growth, it seemed that the columns of other players were shrinking. The players represented by these two columns were Yunjing, number 11, and Yiling Xiao, number 23. It was seen that the mana numbers of the two people skyrocketed all the way, and the two columns were like two giant dragons, entangled back and forth in the first and second positions, chasing each other. At the same time, Dai Zhengzi looked at the column number 55. Huh? Why is it ranked so far back? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 162 The Strongest High School Student. At this moment, in the examination room, the four wandering gods Deng Bingding sat in the center, and other minor gods such as Wang Zichao wandered around the examination room, monitoring the conditions of each candidate and maintaining the discipline of the examination room. In addition to the columnar data on the light screen in front, they also monitored the mana detection data of each contestant. Through the detection patches on the contestants' bodies, they can always understand the flow of mana in the students' bodies, easily understand the students' control of the mana around them, and whether there is any cheating. However, although the gods look expressionless and don't say a word, they are actually thinking about a lot of things in their minds, and they are still distracted to operate various things. After all, for the 8 gods, distracted over time and remote work are commonplace, just as natural as breathing. In addition to multitasking, socializing is also an indispensable content for gods. After all, compared to mortals who need mobile phones, the internet and other things to communicate, As the 8 gods, their minds are always connected to the internet, and there is no excuse for not being able to contact, inconvenient communication, and just seeing a message. Just like at this moment, while monitoring the examination room, the thoughts of the gods present were also communicating with each other on the network, communicating the situation in the examination room at all times. Deng Bingding said, This is the first foundation building examination on the first floor of Kungsu after the reform of the foundation building examination. Everyone should stand guard and fulfill this responsibility. After the examination is over, I will ask for credit for you. Wang Zichao was the first to reply, Master Deng, you are right. This time you will continue to preside over the overall situation. We are all at ease. While the gods on the scene were communicating together, Deng Bingding could also receive private messages from the minor gods. Alice, they are all goodwill symbols again, the red tape of these righteous gods. However, seeing that Wang Zichao's amount this time was 20,000, Deng Bingding couldn't help but look at him. After finding that the other party was also looking at him, Deng Bingding smiled and nodded. Is Lord Deng smiling at me? Wang Zichao was secretly delighted. Sure enough, the amount of money for the last favor token was wrong. Wang Zichao secretly memorized the amount in his heart, thinking, for a divine friendship of our generation, money is the most important thing. As the saying goes, give money first and then talk about things. Although I haven't thought about what to ask for this time, I can give the money first. At the same time, a little gad was heard saying, Yunjing and Yiling Xiao are really the best. From the mana monitoring data, the mana in their bodies is like the Yangtze River, pouring out endlessly. This kind of control and explosion of mana is indeed the strongest among the people present. Another god said, the investment in these two people is enough to support all the high school students in some high schools. In terms of strength, they can no longer be regarded as ordinary key refining stage. I just don't know which of these two is the real strongest high school student in the first layer of Kungsu in this battle of dragons and tigers. In the examination room, Yunjing felt the mana surging in his body between breaths, and it was constantly flowing through his arm into the detection patch on his palm. But looking at Yiling Xiao, who was as good as himself on the light screen, Yunjing shouted in his heart, Mana! Hurry up! Under his crazy squeeze, the mana in his body hit the meridians like a flood, almost without any regard for the possible damage to his body, and hit again wantonly. It was only because every meridian in Yunjing's body had been cut out and handed over to dozens of college graduates for repeated cultivation and tempering according to 300 different project plans, so that they could withstand the extreme mana operation of the key refining period for a long time. It can be said that each of his meridians consumed several months of hard work of a college graduate. The total workload of this meridian adds up to tens of thousands of men days, which is equivalent to 20 to 30 years of key refining period practice for ordinary people. In addition to the meridians, a large amount of practice in Yunjing's body was divided into one project after another, and completed by outstanding college graduates under the precise planning of the family. Warm-up is almost done. Yunjing felt the increasing surge of mana in his body, and whispered in his heart, Second Danshan, open it for me. In addition to the lower Danshan, a sea of ki in his chest suddenly activated, and the flow of mana doubled immediately, like a roaring dragon rushing out. On the light curtain, the pillar representing Yunjing suddenly surged, and he suddenly opened up a gap with everyone else, firmly occupying the first place. Yiling Xiao, who saw this scene, did not change his expression, and there was no panic on his face. He thought to himself, it's really troublesome. It's not the finals. Shouldn't I keep some strength? Yiling Xiao knew that theoretically, as long as he occupied the second place at this moment, he could pass the exam. There was no need to spend more effort and expose more strength to grab the first place. But first place, for Yiling Xiao, who had always been either getting full marks in exams or ranking first since he was a child, getting first place was like eating and drinking water, and it had become a habit. In order to inherit the perfect bloodline of the Yi family in Xiandu, he was born without a mother and was in the womb of Xiansa from the embryo, receiving the conditioning of the immortal way. When he opened his eyes for the first time, his meridians were already twice as wide as those of ordinary people, and now they are more than 10 times the average of high school students. At the same time, the richness of his nerves is also more than 100 times that of ordinary people, and the nervous system of his whole body can naturally mobilize mana. He learned the mana skills that other students had to practice hard after entering the first year of high school. He can learn any skill at a glance and master it as soon as he learns it. He spends millions every month to buy the right to use the skill. The practice of key refining period has never been difficult for him. Many people say that he is no longer a species with ordinary people, and he is the real immortal bloodline. Yiling Xiao doesn't care about this. But there is one thing he has gotten used to. That is, the first place belongs to him, and it will always belong to him. Million-level expert martial arts, Thunderbolt Heavenly Ganki, level 10 push. As a martial art with a price of more than 1 million for the right to use, it is said to be close to military grade. Once the Thunderbolt Heavenly Ganki is activated, a thunderous sound is heard. At this moment, Yiling Xiao was like a thunder god, with lightning all over his body, and every bit of his mana turned into thunder. But this bit of thunder mana was under his control, and he could do it at will. Not only did it not damage the environment and the testing equipment, but it shot out like lightning, passing through his arms and palms accurately, and finally blasted into the testing patch. At the same time, he saw that on the light curtain, the pillar representing Yiling Xiao, which had been gradually shrinking under the influence of Yunjing, had enlarged again in the blink of an eye, and kept chasing after the first place. Humph! Yunjing looked at the changes in the bar chart and snorted in his heart, want to catch up? Then give it a try, and see which of us is the strongest high school student in Kung Fu now. And with the movement caused by the fierce competition between the two, the students behind them also tried their best to explode their mana, competing for the next place, making the whole exam more intense. Wang Zichao looked at the ranking on the screen, and at the dozen contestants following closely behind Yunjing and Yiling Xiao, and analyzed, the students behind are chasing each other very closely. Another god said, after all, they are all students of Xiandu. The top high school students in the first floor of Kung Fu, even those ranked outside the top 10, have more than 90 units of mana. While the little gods were discussing, Deng Bingbing looked at the results of number 55, number 56 and number 31, who are Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen and Yu Xinghan from Songgang. Since the last Daoxin test, Deng Bingbing has paid attention to these three Songgang students, and later checked their information. At this moment, while watching the performance of the three, the information of the three flashed through her mind. Number 31 Yu Xinghan is a giant disciple. Although his mana has not reached 90 and cannot keep up with the level of the dozen or so in front, his mana control is not bad. With his explosive power, he can rank 17th. The third eye in Yu Xinghan's mind was fully opened at this moment, constantly helping him to push the mana in his body, but no matter how he used his power, he found that he could only maintain the 17th place. The 16 in front are also accelerating, it's too difficult to catch up, and this is only the 16th place. Thinking of the mana control he had cultivated under the personal guidance of Xinghuo Zhenren, and how he could only rank 17th at this moment with all his strength, Yu Xinghan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, if you want to pass the foundation building certificate, you have to wait until next time. On the other side, Deng Bingbing's eyes swept towards Bai Zhenzhen. Bai Zhenzhen, number 56, is a poor genius. After being invested in, she also soared to the sky, and the name of that investor, according to what I learned from the local god in Songgang, is Zhang Pianpian. They have the same investor as Zhang Yu. Could these two poor people also be involved? Deng Bingbing didn't dare to think too much. He just told himself to pretend that he knew nothing and treat the two people as ordinary candidates. Coming back to his senses, looking at the mana detection data in Bai Zhenzhen's body, Deng Bingbing seemed to be able to see that the mana in the other party's body was like waves, rushing out endlessly, and bursting out in the meridians. Expert level breathing method Jing Tao Jiazhuan, 10 level push. This expert level breathing method emphasizes an endless cycle. After the 9 turns of mana, it can attract more mana. It is a method that the longer the breathing time, the stronger the breathing effect. After Bai Zhenzhen's true spiritual root deduction, the 10th level effect of this Jing Tao Jiazhuan has an additional layer, that is, during the process of the 9 turns of mana, the speed of the mana running faster and faster, like a raging sea, becoming more and more fierce. At this moment, with the help of this Jing Tao Jiazhuan and its deduction effect, Bai Zhenzhen managed to stand at the 19th place. But at this moment, after the 9 turns of mana, the running speed has faintly exceeded the limit that Bai Zhenzhen can control. She feels like a small boat in the raging sea, which may be overturned by the runaway mana at any time. But the more dangerous it is, the clearer Bai Zhenzhen feels under the operation of the cold soul ice heart art, and the deeper her grasp of the operation of mana. At this moment, she has no distractions, and almost no mental attention to the outside world, And she is fully operating the Jingtao Jiazun on the edge of being out of control. Deng Bingbing looked at the monitoring data from Bai Zhenzhen and commented in his heart, if the mana runs wild, once it is out of control, it will be seriously injured. And she is also an adventurous student, she is no longer surprised by this. After all, if the students of Kungsu don't borrow money, get injured, or get sick, that would be a miracle. Which top student didn't get to where he is today through adventure after adventure? Finally, Deng Bingbing looked at Zhang Yu. 21st, Deng Bingbing thought to himself, isn't even in the top 20. Zhang Yu, who was desperately running his mana, was also surprised that he didn't even make it to the top 20. Although today's exam eliminated the contestants after the total score of 20, ranking outside the top 20 in the mana exam does not necessarily mean elimination. But obviously ranking after the top 20 is still a very unfavorable result. Sure enough, the high school students in Xiandu, Zhang Yu still remembers that after he practiced this Haoshin Qi gathering method to the 10th level, his mana control was already very strong. When he later cultivated Wuji Yunxiao to the 10th level, he thought that his mana control was comparable to that of a senior high school student. But at this moment, looking at his ranking, Zhang Yu suddenly realized something. His control over mana has not improved for a long time. After all, most of my energy in the past few months has been put into body training. Indeed, my mana control is at the level of a senior high school student, but the mana control of a senior high school student alone, without a rapid burst, is not enough to enter the top 20 in this exam. Pressure and crisis came upon him, and Zhang Yu felt as if there was a crippled bull roaring to the sky in his mind, exuding endless fighting spirit. Haha, pressure and desperation, it's not enough. Chapter 163 The Unfathomable Zhang Yu. Under the astonished gaze of many students and guards present, Zhang Yu suddenly stopped the operation of his magic power. Originally, the students on the scene were sprinting at full speed, and except for the first and second place, the data of each student before and after was very close. So, with Zhang Yu's pause, the bar chart representing him was thrown away at a rapid speed, and in a blink of an eye, it rushed towards the last place. Watching the rankings fall step by step, Zhang Yu's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. The crippled cow in his mind also supported his stumps and roared to the sky, and the broken horns on his head emitted a trace of cold light. Come on, put yourself in a desperate situation and then survive. Under the pressure that Zhang Yu took the initiative to give himself, the blessing of the crippled cow's mind and body art in facing pressure and desperate situations was constantly magnified. Zhang Yu felt that the magic power all over his body became active, just like a raging fire boiling oil, emitting unprecedented vitality. His brain was thinking at a very fast speed, and began to control the magic power to flow up and down his body. I have strong control over my mana, but I have always lacked the practice of explosive power. If I want to make a breakthrough in this exam, I must fully exert my control advantage. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu suddenly thought of the dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm, a universal martial art that cost him 200,000 yuan. Just like the previous dragon flipping mountain hand, this pure physical martial art is called a universal martial art because it can accept the blessing of any mana and burst out with powerful force. The dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm should be my most explosive martial art. If I use mana to promote this martial art, with a bang, the mana in Zhang Yu's body had already slammed into the detection patch in his palm. At the same time, he felt a tingling pain in his meridians. My meridians are still not strong enough. In that case, I will wrap the meridians with a Wuxian Yun Gang and use it as a new channel, then use the dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm to blast out all the damn mana. The Wuxian Yun Gang was lifted from Zhang Yu's danshan, and in a blink of an eye it had turned into layers of subcutaneous Genki, wrapping his meridians and building a channel from the danshan to the palm. The next moment, a roar erupted in Zhang Yu's body, and the exploding mana had already blasted out along the channel in an extremely rough way. Under the pressure of the desperate situation, the blessing of the Kanyushi Body and Mind Sutra, the Wuxian Yun Gang turned into track, and the mana was released with a dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm. Each blow was strongly shaking the Wuxian Yun Gang and Zhang Yu's body. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt like he had become a cannon, using the Wuxian Yun Gang as the barrel, the dragon elephant collapsing mountain palm as the gunpowder, and the mana as the bullet, firing one shot after another in his body. Boom. 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 But with such an operation, as Zhang Yu pushed forward with such rough and fierce mana, his ranking also began to accelerate instantly, rushing forward 30th, 28th, 21st. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Yu not only rushed back to the 21st place, but was now accelerating towards the 20th place. At the same time, the student standing at the 20th place at this moment was a student named Li Tuogayan. When she saw the bar chart representing number 55 on the light screen constantly catching up with her, Li Tuogayan felt a huge pressure in her heart. Damn, why am I forced to this point? Recalling that her grades were once in the top 5 in Xianan high school, but they have been declining all the way in the past 6 months, to this point. Li Tuogayan felt a strong sense of unwillingness in her heart. Half a year ago, her father lost in the company's struggle, became a victim, and was eventually kicked out of the company. With the severance pay not yet arriving, the family was facing the pressure of various loans, bills and cultivation expenses. At that time, her parents' savings were only enough to maintain 1 month's expenses. In order to preserve her status among friends, classmates, and teachers, Li Tuogayan dared not reveal this, and could only keep borrowing money to maintain her wealthy persona. As the saying goes, when the bank account is empty, the loan account will be full. As of today, Li Tuogayan's bank account is minus 1.5 million. Even so, her cultivation level has not been able to keep up with her classmates' progress due to the lack of financial support, and she fell instantly. After all, on the road to high school immortals where everyone is making rapid progress, once the progress slows down, they will be left far behind. I can't lose, but if it's just like this, although the gap is huge, although she is gradually abandoned by her original circle of friends, at least she can still go to college and find a good job in the future. But Li Tuogayan knows that things are not that simple, because she can't afford to lose now. When her family had the highest annual income, when her grades were in the top 5 of Xianan high school, when she was the most proud of her life, and when she regarded entering the top 10 as inevitable, she signed a bad contract with her father's company. I must pass the foundation building qualification exam, otherwise I will become a company asset. Looking at number 55 getting closer and closer, Li Tuogayan felt that the other party was like an abyss representing endless despair, chasing her step by step, wanting to swallow her up completely. I can't lose. With a roar in her heart, Li Tuogayan had already pushed 120% of her magic power, accompanied by waves of pain like the tearing of meridians, and blasted out the magic power. But no matter how hard she tried, even if she fought until her 7 orifices bled, she could only watch Zhang Yu step over her number step by step and squeeze her to the 21st place. The moment she came to 20, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, finally got up. As the pressure eased, Zhang Yu also took the initiative to slow down the output of mana. After all, his current rough means could not be harmless to his body. While retaining his position in the top 20, he also had to ensure his physical health. But soon Zhang Yu found that number 21 was still chasing him. As the opponent got closer and closer, the pressure became greater and greater, and Zhang Yu had to increase the output of mana again and try to throw the opponent out. Even with the protection of Wuxiang Yonggang, such a rough bombardment of mana still gradually injured his body. Damn, is this guy so persistent? Zhang Yu rubbed his aching stomach and looked at number 21 who was still chasing him. Remember that the other party's number was number 36. Li Tuogayan, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices and in pain as if her meridians were torn, was staring at number 55 on the light screen at this moment. Every time she approached the other party, number 55 would always speed up again and leave her far behind. But after leaving her behind, the other party would slow down slightly, as if waiting for her to catch up again. Li Tuogayan was unwilling. Number 55, is it the super rich outsider? Are you teasing me on purpose? Are you playing tricks on me? She seemed to have seen the other party looking at her with a bad smile, watching him struggle repeatedly but never catch up. At the same time, Bai Zhenzhen on the other side had been observing the performance of number 55. When he saw number 55 actively stop the circulation of mana and jump to the last place in one breath, he felt very puzzled. When he saw number 55 speeding up to 20th place again, he thought that the other party was going to start to attack the top 3. But when he saw that number 55 just stopped at 20th place, he felt confused again. Until he saw number 55 just stopped at 20th place, and saw number 36 catch up again and again, and was left behind again and again. Bai Zhenzhen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of enlightenment. Is he playing? Seeing that the other party still maintained the 20th place ranking steadily until the end of this round of exams, Bai Zhenzhen became more and more certain of this. He deliberately stuck in 20th place, not surpassing the previous one, but controlling not to be surpassed by anyone. He actually deliberately controlled a ranking in the foundation building exam. This is something that can only be done with absolute confidence in oneself. Bai Zhenzhen looked in the direction of Zhang Yu, thinking to himself, how rich is this guy? And he was not the only one who had similar thoughts at the scene. Yunjing, who finally won the second place, looked at Yilin Xiao for a long time, then turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yu. Huh? He actually hid behind and played this trick. Is he showing off his control? Or is he deliberately hiding his strength? After Yilin Xiao won the first place, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, he couldn't help but grab the first place after being slightly provoked. Sure enough, I still can't keep my composure. He looked in the direction of Zhang Yu and thought to himself, this guy can actually have a playful mentality in the examination room. At this moment, Zhang Yu became even more unfathomable in Yilin Xiao's eyes. Especially in this round, Zhang Yu must have hidden his strength in Yilin Xiao's view. An opponent who didn't know his strength also made him feel more threatened. This guy might be more dangerous than Yunjing. As he said that, Yilin Xiao had already greeted Zhang Yu. You played well. Zhang Yu listened to the other party's greeting. His eyes were blank. What is playing well? This kid is provoking me, seeing that I was struggling to survive in the 20th place, so he came to laugh at me. How to describe this feeling? Zhang Yu decided that after returning, he would never praise Zhao Xiangxing for his good boxing in class again. Fuck, such words sound so uncomfortable. A lot of yin and yang. Bai Zhenzhen on the side comforted, Yuzi, being looked down upon also has its advantages. So that you can stand out more when you surpass them in the future. Surpassing these rich people is the privilege of us poor people. These top immortals have never had this experience since they were born. Obviously, in Bai Zhenzhen's view, Yilin Xiao's words and actions just now were full of provocation, ridicule, disdain and contempt. But Zhang Yu didn't feel comforted at all after listening to Bai Zhenzhen's comfort. There are still 2 more exams left. Will that guy continue to play tricks on me? Isn't it just criticizing him for throwing away red envelopes? Is there any need to hold a grudge like that? With the end of the magic test, many students will face the physical test next. Deng Bingding said, a person's physical training can be reflected in all aspects, but there is one thing that a person cannot do without every day, and it cannot be faked. That is the amount of food. The stronger a person is, the more he eats, and the more he eats, the stronger he is. The amount of food is one of the signs of a person's physical training strength. It tests a person's overall metabolism, digestion, and gastrointestinal recruitment. Today's second exam is the Battle of Gluttony. Please vote for me. Chapter 164 Gluttony. After hearing what the God of Justice said, knowing that the next test was actually a contest of appetite, many contestants were shocked and began to think about their strengths and weaknesses in this field. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's eyes lit up when they heard this, thinking that they could eat and drink for free in the next test. Buffet, right, Zhang Yu thought to himself, I must pay back the registration fee, transportation fee, and teleportation fee. Bai Zhenzhen on the side guessed, will the next test be unlimited pre-prepared dishes? Would that be awesome? Zhang Yu said, we are taking the foundation building test, how can we eat pre-prepared dishes? At least it should be high value and difficult to digest monster meat, so that it can be used for the test. Right, just as the two were discussing what they could eat in the next test, Yu Xinghan also walked up to them and said, this is Xiandu, it's normal to eat dragon meat in the next test. As he spoke, his eyes were full of yearning, and he couldn't help but drooling. When they heard the word dragon meat, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were both shocked, and then a little bit unbelieving. All you can eat dragon meat, Zhang Yu said, isn't that too exaggerated? Yu Xinghan said, what's dragon meat in Xiandu? Which of these Xiandu people here is not a wealthy person? How can ordinary food be enough for them to digest? He stuck out his mouth in the direction of Yunjing and said, did you see number 11? He is a big shot among Xiandu high school students. It is said that his monthly expenses for outsourcing practice alone are over 10 million. Bai Zhenzhen sighed, these rich guys are really fucking rich. Where do they get so much money? Yu Xinghan said, they are on the 1.5th floor. You on the first floor certainly don't understand things about the 1.5th floor. Bai Zhenzhen, how did you know the news about the 1.5th floor on the first floor? Yu Xinghan said, I learned it from Master. He has been paying attention to all kinds of information in Xiandu. After all, this place gathers the richest companies, the most advanced technologies, and the students with the most potential for the immortal way on the first floor of Kung Su. Paying attention to this place is equivalent to paying attention to the weather vane of the future immortal world. As he spoke, Zhang looked at the two of them and tried to sell them. Would you like to subscribe to some pioneering news from the immortal world? And the sharp comments from Zhang Zhenzhen, asking questions for a fee is a new business that Zhang has recently started, which has brought him a lot of income recently. Zhang Yu was quite interested when he heard it, but when he thought of his current savings, he curled his lips and said, "Let's talk about it later." At this moment, barrels of food had been transported to the scene under the expectant eyes of Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, and Zhang. But when the barrel lid was opened and they looked at the synthetic food inside, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were disappointed. Especially for them who have been eating synthetic food for several months, they felt nauseous and their faces turned green when they thought about having to compete in eating this food. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, "Damn it! I paid 30,000 yuan for the registration fee last time, and I eat this." Zhang's face also flashed with embarrassment, and he thought to himself, how much did these righteous gods get? As the chief examiner, Deng Bingding continued to explain the rules of the exam in general. This exam is to see who eats the most, and the synthetic food is supplied in unlimited quantities. During this period, you cannot use your spiritual roots, you cannot use your magic power, in short, you cannot use any power other than your physical body. Of course, the mind method, as the power of brain visualization, is also a part of physical power and is not restricted. Secondly, various means including vomiting and hiding food are also considered cheating. Once discovered, the qualification to obtain the foundation building qualification certificate will be permanently revoked. Deng Bingding said, eating, digestion, and metabolism are the roots of a strong body and a major manifestation of physical strength. A truly strong person must have strong internal organs, as well as a settled control of the body's various functions, and a strong ability to recruit gastrointestinal strength. It can be said that the stronger the body, the stronger the digestive ability, and the greater the appetite. This is inevitable. This level is to test your physical strength and control of the body from this aspect. If running, jumping, and bearing weight are simply physical external skills, then what we are going to test you today is the internal strength of the body. Everyone, work hard. In a blink of an eye, as the test officially began, a row of bar graphs appeared on the light screen in front of us again, indicating the contestants' number and the amount of food. With a start of 3, 2, 1, the bar graphs in the light screen immediately soared one by one. Amidst the loud noises, a strong man picked up a large bucket and swallowed the synthetic food on the bucket like a whale. As the synthetic food poured in frantically, there were even waves of sounds like the surging of a river, attracting the attention of many students around. The sturdy man was named Meng Tao. He swallowed a large bucket of synthetic food in a blink of an eye, and then he couldn't help but frowning slightly. It's so damn disgusting. The synthetic food on the bucket was not seasoned at all, and it seemed like eating dirt to Meng Tao. But after watching a large bucket of synthetic food being swallowed quickly by him, the pride in his heart had overwhelmed his disgust for the food. Ho ha, I usually use the gluttony spirit root. The digestive system of the whole body has long been accustomed to eating a lot. Even if I can't use the gluttony spirit root now, the advantage is definitely not comparable to others. In this gluttony exam, I might be able to get the top 3. Or even the top 2. So when Meng Tao was frantically devouring the synthetic food, his eyes glanced at the light curtain not far away, and then his eyes showed joy. First place, number 23 second place, number 11 third place, number 18 seeing that he was ranked third, Meng Tao was naturally happy at first. But when he realized that the first 2 were gradually pulling away from him, that little bit of joy turned into surprise. Meng Tao couldn't help but glance in the direction of Yunjing and Yiling Xiao, wanting to see how they were eating. And the sight made him even more shocked. Yunjing's chest seemed to have opened up a big hole, and he poured the food directly into the hole in his chest, without swallowing at all. Just like pouring synthetic food from one bucket into another bucket, into his body. Meng Tao was shocked and said in his heart, has he completely given up the sense of taste and swallowing? Eating is like adding fuel to him. On the other side, Yiling Xiao's whole body suddenly swelled up a lot as his blood and qi filled up and his muscles stretched. Whether it was his limbs, chest, throat, esophagus, or stomach, they all grew in size, turning into a small giant. He picked up the food bucket in front of him as if he was picking up a larger cup, and poured it into his mouth at will. Meng Tao thought to himself, Yiling Xiao can actually stretch his body structure so wantonly. Yunjing and Yiling Xiao, the bodies of these two people are simply monsters. Do they have no weaknesses? But fortunately, at least I can get into the top 3 in this round, which is also very good. At this time, the chief examiner Deng Bingding said lightly, some students may wonder why we use synthetic food for this exam, because synthetic food is the easiest to digest, the lightest burden, and the most adaptable to various stomachs. It is suitable for exams. I know some people can't get used to it, but whether you can adapt to the food as soon as possible is also part of this level of assessment. Wang Zichao, who was standing aside, listened to Deng Bingding's explanation, but knew in his heart that these were just excuses. The real reason was to save the budget. These high school students are more greedy than each other. If we really put some valuable things in, won't they eat up the budget? Or should we give them enough synthetic food and let them eat as much as they want? While Deng Bingding was talking, Dai Zingzi, who was not far away, swallowed the synthetic food in big mouthfuls, thinking to himself, it's really disgusting. As a citizen within the 6th ring road of the upper northern part of Xiandu, Dai Zingzi had hardly eaten synthetic food. In his opinion, it was food specially for poor people who came to Xiandu from other places to work. At this moment, he swallowed in big mouthfuls, and he really felt that it was getting more and more disgusting and harder to swallow. He thought to himself, not only does the stomach have to adapt, but the psychology also has to endure this stuff. I'm afraid only those poor people who eat it every day can get used to it. I'm going to vomit. Zhang Yu drank the big bucket of synthetic food in front of him with a gloomy face, and felt miserable in his heart. I've been eating this stuff for such a long time, every day, that I feel like I'm going to throw up. Today we're even having a competition to eat this stuff. Who the hell said that only those who have endured hardships can become the best? I've eaten so many synthetic foods before, and they were just a drag on the foundation building exam. Finally, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, examiner, can you add some seasoning? Deng Bingding said lightly, no. Overcoming the sense of taste is part of cultivation, and it's also part of this assessment. Dai Zingzi looked at Zhang Yu who made the request, and thought to himself, he's really a rich man. He looked at Zhang Yu's expression as if he was about to vomit, and thought to himself, although it's a bit unpalatable, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? What exactly does he eat on a daily basis? Is it because he's too rich that he's always picky about taste? Even in Xiandu, the wealthy high school students are used to putting the taste of food at the back of their minds in pursuit of scores and rankings. And in Dai Zingzi's opinion, Zhang Yu's performance is just that he is used to being comfortable in his daily life, and he does not have the perseverance to practice like the people in Xiandu. Especially when compared with the performance of Yunjing and Yiling Xiao, he felt even more so. Humph, it turns out that even if they are all rich, these rich people from other places are not as good as the rich people in our Xiandu. Just as many students were frantically swallowing synthetic food and chasing the rankings on the light screen. The little god Wang Zichao looked at the performance of several students and said, the second stage is about to begin. On the field, Meng Tao, who was swallowing wildly, suddenly began to slow down. It was not just him. At the same time, several students who were eating frantically just now also gradually slowed down. Wang Zichao commented on the internet, haha, the so-called gluttony dispute, the competition of food intake, is not just about who eats faster. Just like what Mr. Deng said just now, it's about overall metabolism and digestion, the power of the stomach and intestines, and the students' control over their own bodies. Chapter 165 Zhang Yu's digestive ability. Another little god said, this Meng Tao swallows very quickly, but without the cooperation of the gluttony spirit root, his own body can't digest it at all, and he will only eat slower and slower. Wang Zichao said, yes, this level is to eat and digest at the same time. It's useless to swallow quickly. The key is to see who digests faster. While speaking, Dai Zingzi suddenly stood up, touched his bulging belly, and asked, examiner, where's the toilet? With a burst of light, more than a dozen toilet doors were illuminated in the originally inconspicuous position on the side of the examination room. Dai Zingzi took a deep breath, and the next moment his muscles suddenly exerted force, and the whole person shot towards the toilet. In the first second, he rushed into the toilet. In the second second, a series of loud noises came from the toilet. In the third second, he had already walked out of the toilet while tying his pants. All this was done in just 3 seconds. Such an amazing speed, strong gastrointestinal strength and digestive ability instantly shocked many students in the audience. What a strong physique is this to poop so fast. Looking at his 10th ranking, Bai Zhenzhen returned to his seat, picked up a large bucket of synthetic food, and started eating crazily again. He thought to himself, many students don't seem to have realized that the amount of food they eat represents the metabolism and digestion ability of a strong person, and digestion is more than just eating food. Meng Tao, who was not far away, looked at this scene and was shocked. Oh no, as a long-term user of the gluttony spirit root, Meng Tao is usually the kind of student who can become stronger by eating shit. In order to become stronger, he has to spend a lot of time eating every day. This allows him to have a stomach that is more adaptable to eating a lot of food, and can swallow more food in a short time. But without the gluttony spirit root, he can't digest food as quickly as usual. In fact, because he relies too much on the gluttony spirit root on weekdays, he found that his stomach's digestive ability lacks exercise and may be worse than other students. Seeing several more students rushing towards the toilet, but his stomach didn't feel anything, Meng Tao became more and more anxious. Damn it, now I don't even feel like going to the toilet. How can I win if this goes on? How can I win? Seeing that he had dropped to 5th place in the blink of an eye and was beginning to fall to 6th place, Meng Tao felt powerless. At the same time, another person at the scene also felt this sense of urgency. Zhang Yu frowned and thought to himself, damn it, rich people have high physical strength. Can they even go to the toilet faster than poor people? This world is so unfair. With the help of the operation of the red marrow and primordial energy, Zhang Yu's stomach was like a huge millstone, rapidly grinding away the synthetic food he swallowed. Although he wanted to vomit after eating the synthetic food, he still rushed to a good position of 17th place. But as the food residue in his stomach increased, the digestion efficiency of his stomach became lower and lower, and Zhang Yu's eating speed was also slowing down. Not only did he drop to 18th place in the blink of an eye, but he was also getting closer and closer to the 19th place behind. Seeing his ranking in jeopardy and feeling the growing pressure, Zhang Yu did not rush, but planned to observe what his opponents were doing. He turned to look at number 19 who was chasing behind him, wanting to see how the other party was doing. He found that the other party was number 36, Li Tongyan, who had competed with him in the previous game. As Li Tongyan swallowed the synthetic food, layers of milky white viscous substances began to appear on her body surface, and then evaporated rapidly under her hot body temperature, leaving white marks. Wang Zichao commented, "Is this a digestive system reconstruction surgery? It can use sweat glands to metabolize waste in the body," another little god said. "Normally, this milky white substance should not be discharged. The current state should be that the protein content in the sweat is too high, and even a tension is formed, making it very sticky," Wang Zichao said. "In short, she can't digest so much protein and is in a state of indigestion. Then in order to eat further, she chose to discharge the waste in an incompletely digested state, which is the so-called," Deng Bingding said, "diarrhea. Is diarrhea considered cheating?" All the gods present looked at Deng Bingding, waiting for the chief examiner's decision. Then Deng Bingding pondered for a moment and said, "It can also be regarded as a manifestation of physical control, so let's go by ranking." After Li Tongyan finished a large bucket of synthetic food, he looked at himself and saw that he had ranked 18th, and he was excited. She thought in her mind, "Fortunately, when I had money before, I had this digestive tract reconstruction surgery. I should be able to rank in the top 20 in this round, even if I continue to persevere, concentrate on eating, and don't have to worry about going to the toilet. I should be able to squeeze forward a few places step by step." Looking at Li Tongyan who was having diarrhea while eating, Zhang Yu knew that he couldn't learn this trick. At the same time, falling to the 19th place also made him feel greater challenges and pressure. But he still didn't rush, didn't act blindly, but continued to observe other players, looking for inspiration and solutions. Fuck, what's wrong with Zhen? Looking at Bai Zhenzhen's crazy swollen belly, Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. In order to adapt to the high speed, this guy's thunder body has tempered his body to be extremely tough. With this amazing toughness, she just stuffed food into her stomach. Did she give up high-speed digestion? Looking at the opponent's 20th place, although Zhang Yu was worried about the opponent, he had no way. Then Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xinghan, who was ranked 16th, and found that his stomach was bulging and making a croaking sound. Wang Zichao said in the network of the righteous gods, "Is Yu Xinghan using the great hood key? He even practiced such a technique specifically for digestion." Deng Bingding commented, "After all, he is a giant and disciple. Although Yu Zhenghen is not outstanding in all aspects, he is very balanced and has almost no shortcomings. Just like eating, many students don't care about it, thinking that as long as they eat well, it will be fine, but in fact, there is a bodybuilding technique that can assist digestion. Every meal can get more physical nourishment, and you can get ahead of others a little bit, over time. This is a terrifying gap. Zhang Yu couldn't understand what Yu Zhenghen was doing, so he simply swept his eyes to Yun Jing, who ranked second, to see how this top high school student in Xiandu did it. Yun Jing was seen pouring food into the big hole in his chest while his whole body was red, and the air around him was slightly distorted under the high temperature. In the heat waves, black smoke continued to gush out from his mouth and body pores, which made Zhang Yu dumbfounded. Wang Zichao said, "This Yun Jing's digestive system is very powerful, just like an alchemy furnace. All the food swallowed is refined by the high temperature in his stomach, and the impurities are turned into green smoke and discharged. If he wants, he can eat until he's exhausted." Sure enough, these top students don't need to go to the toilet. Another little god on the side said, "That's not necessarily true. Look at Yiling Xiao. Yiling Xiao still maintained the initial state of eating. He turned into a little giant and swallowed the synthetic food on the bucket in big mouthfuls. He didn't seem to have changed at all, and even his stomach didn't get bigger at all." Xiaxin said, "The perfect blood of the Yi family can absorb food almost perfectly, and there is very little food residue left after each meal. It is said that they only need to go to the toilet once a year. The physical strength and time saved alone are envied by countless people. I wonder how many people want to study this magical part of their blood every year." Zhang Yu didn't understand Yun Jing's operation of spraying smoke, but he had an idea about Yiling Xiao's state of not moving and eating silently. Although this guy has become a circle bigger, his food intake has obviously far exceeded the size of his stomach. Is he holding it in? The more Zhang Yu thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Especially at this moment when the pressure was surging, he felt that his brain was turning faster and faster, and inspiration had already burst out. If he can hold it in, I can hold it in too. So Zhang Yu suddenly stimulated his stomach and intestines, trying to compress the volume of food residues and make more space to continue eating. At first, this seemed to work a little, which made Zhang Yu slightly excited. But soon as he ate more, Zhang Yu found that the freed space was almost full again. No, the power of the stomach and intestines alone is not enough. Then, Zhang Yu slapped his stomach fiercely. With a loud bang, the terrifying palm force had penetrated his skin and stomach, and directly hit the food he swallowed. Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain Palm Level 10 Push. At this moment, Zhang Yu was striking his body with palm after palm, and he was actually using Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain Palm to assist digestion. This scene quickly attracted the attention of other students around. Meng Tao, who had fallen to 9th place, was stunned at first, and then slightly delighted. Is there such a way? He quickly followed suit and slapped his stomach with palm after palm. At first, the palm force did crush and compress the food, which accelerated his eating speed. But soon he felt a dull pain in his internal organs, and it was a little difficult to support. No, Meng Tao couldn't help but turn his head and look at Zhang Yu. How strong are this guy's internal organs? Can he continue like this? At this moment, Zhang Yu had already devoted himself to his own tempering. With his full concentration, every piece of flesh, every bone, and every organ in his body was so clear. With each palm strike, his body was like countless masters working together, constantly pulling, moving, and unloading, transferring most of the palm force to the food in his body. At this moment, in his stomach, it seemed that there were more palm prints on the intestinal wall and stomach wall, hitting the swallowed food fiercely. Crush, compress, crush again, compress again, one level 10 martial arts after another, plus the physical control he had after breaking through again and again in the past, were all used by Zhang Yu to deal with himself at this moment. Humph, I really haven't made any progress in mana control for a long time, but if it is compared to physical control skills, even these Xiandu men present, there should be few who are stronger than me. At this moment, Zhang Yu relied on his strong physical control to improve his digestion ability far beyond his own physical strength. Taoist friends who listen to the book, if you need to view all the pictures in the chapter, you can click on the directory. Chapters with pictures are marked in red. Some interesting details would be interrupted by describing them directly in the text, so sometimes they are presented through pictures in the chapter. Chapter 166, Rematch with Yu Zhenghen. Applying his control over physical strength to the process of digesting food, he even used all his strength to blast out palm power to help eat. This was something Zhang Yu had never done before. But with his terrifying skills and physical strength, Zhang Yu mastered it very quickly. At first, he still needed to blast his lower abdomen with all his strength to stimulate the squeezing of the stomach and intestines. Soon his movements began to become slight, and the momentum of his palms became smaller and smaller. This means that he is becoming more and more familiar with the process of interfering with the digestive system with physical strength, and he is becoming more and more adept at the flow and traction of physical strength in this process. In the end, Zhang Yu seemed to be just patting his stomach gently, but it caused his whole body to vibrate again and again, making a series of low muffled sounds. He just felt the delicate palm power passing through the muscles, fat, and internal organs, crushing and squeezing the food in his stomach, allowing him to eat a few more bites of synthetic food. Zhang Yu's actions not only attracted Meng Tao's attention, but soon other lagging high school students also followed suit, trying to speed up their digestion process, but they felt a dull pain in their internal organs after a few times, and almost had internal injuries. A little god had been observing Zhang Yu's movements and was constantly looking at the data transmitted by the detection patch. He only commented, "This Zhang Yu has extremely strong control over his own physical strength. Every time he strikes out with his palm, it can not only accurately transmit to the food in the stomach, but also avoid damage to the internal organs in the process, and sometimes even allow the internal organs to participate in the operation of power. This level doesn't seem like something a freshman in Songyang City can do." "He didn't cheat, did he?" Wang Zichao said lightly. "Since he can do this with his skills, how can it be considered cheating? The skill of physical strength is part of strength. It's just that in this examination room, those who can perform this skill already have strong enough physical and digestive abilities, and do not need to be supplemented by the skill. There are those who want to use this skill to improve their scores, but they don't have the ability, and they are more likely to get hurt." The little god continued, "Alice, I still think that instead of comparing food intake, it is better to compare drug resistance. Taking drugs is the most important ability in body refining." Another little god agreed with him deeply. Wang Zichao didn't say anything, but just glanced at the little god who agreed, thinking that he didn't know how much money the other party had received from the pharmaceutical company. Recently, there has indeed been a wave of voices for taking medicine instead of taking exams. They think that the amount of medicine taken can be used to measure the strength and potential of students, and they can also sell medicine in complete experiments. I don't know who is behind it. While the gods were communicating, Zhang Yu's eating speed was getting faster and faster, and in a blink of an eye he had caught up to the 16th place. In front of him was Yu Zhenghen, who had already rushed to the 15th place. Yu Zhenghen also noticed Zhang Yu catching up, and thought to himself, "Oh? Has he caught up?" Looking at the light curtain, the column number 55 that was still growing after rushing to the 16th place, Yu Zhenghen smiled. At this moment, his mind suddenly flashed back to the sports competition a few months ago, when Zhang Yu sprinted at full speed and kept chasing him. That time, although Yu Zhenghen suppressed the opponent in the speed contest, he lost to the opponent in the subsequent sky column link. Although it was because of senior sister Li Zulian's misjudgment that he failed to exert his full strength in the sky pillar segment and subsequently missed the championship. But it is impossible to say that he has no regrets. And this time, Yu Zhenghen said with a hint of excitement, "No one is suppressing my head here and preventing me from exerting my full strength." Thinking of this, Yu Zhenghen suddenly stopped eating. Zhang Yu looked at the light curtain, the person in front of him, and the pillar number 31 that stopped growing, and was slightly stunned. Number 31 is Yu Zhenghen, right? The next moment, as if he had realized something, he turned his head to look at Yu Zhenghen and saw a pair of eyes full of fighting spirit. This guy, Zhang Yu felt as if he had returned to the competition a few months ago, and saw Yu Zhenghen retreating quickly and sprinting at high speed at the same starting line with him. "Want to fight with me?" Zhang Yu and Yu Zhenghen looked at each other for a while, and the strong fighting spirit seemed to collide in the air 3-2-1. As if they had a tacit understanding, 3 seconds later, the two of them roared in their hearts and devoured the synthetic food in front of them frantically. The huge swallowing sound of gulping, mixed with the croaking sound of the internal organs, at this moment Yu Zhenghen seemed to have turned into a giant monster, swallowing the synthetic food on the bucket. But just as the synthetic food on the bucket was getting less and less, he turned around and picked up another bucket of synthetic food and started to eat it. Yu Zhenghen was surprised to find that on the light curtain, The amount of food he and Zhang Yu ate not only did not widen the gap, but was gradually approaching. This guy is still catching up. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhenghen's forehead began to drip with sweat. Then the sweat began to increase. This was not because he was nervous, anxious or afraid. Because this sweat represented his full effort. He was studying at Bai Long High School and had also completed the digestive system transformation surgery a long time ago. When he began to sweat, it meant that his digestive system had begun to operate at a high intensity. At this moment, his stomach seemed to have turned into a huge furnace, squeezing and crushing all the food he swallowed, and then a stream of heat flowed all over his body. A large amount of metabolic waste was constantly discharged along the sweat glands under this high temperature, turning into strands of sweat flowing down his body. But, boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous noises continued to come from Zhang Yu's direction. I saw the food bucket fell on the table, and Zhang Yu lay below. While the synthetic food fell like a waterfall and the Milky Way, he opened his mouth and swallowed it continuously. At the same time, his hands continued to bombard himself. One palm after another bombardment was like thunder exploding in the air. At this moment, Zhang Yu gave Yu Zhenghen the feeling that he was a thunder god who kept beating the drum, and was chasing him at a high speed with a sound of continuous thunder. Seeing that the gap between the two on the light screen was still narrowing, Yu Zhenghen's sweat at this moment gradually took on a hint of white. This white sweat just meant that he was really a little anxious at the moment. It was just because of the extra undigested protein in the sweat, which meant that he chose to incompletely digest the food in pursuit of speed. Not enough, looking at Zhang Yu who was constantly catching up on the light screen, feeling the increasingly dense and louder thunder. Yu Zhenghen's eyes became more and more sullen, and his sweat gradually changed from pale white to milky white. As the sweat became whiter, Yu Zhenghen's data grew faster, and finally temporarily maintained the gap with Zhang Yu. Just when Zhang Yu and Yu Zhenghen were competing fiercely, Bai Zhenzhen, who fell to 21st place, also felt a breath of danger. I have to think of a way. Bai Zhenzhen touched her growing belly and thought to herself, I'm about to vomit. I have to find a way to digest it. In the process of falling in the rankings, Bai Zhenzhen only felt that she was getting calmer and calmer. Is it the effect of the cold soul ice heart art? I feel my blood is becoming more and more active. My brain seems to be clearer than ever before. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen only felt that all her data, skills, and abilities were displayed in her mind in great detail, just like a piece of weapon for her to choose. At the same time, all kinds of information in the examination room kept appearing in front of her eyes, turning into various intelligence and pouring into her brain. One idea after another emerged, and she gave up after careful consideration. In the end, Bai Zhenzhen's eyes were fixed on Zhang Yu. Yuzi's method is good, but it can't be applied completely. I have to find a model that suits me. Bai Zhenzhen's mind flashed through her martial arts, the 10th level effect of the Thunderbolt True Body, and the deduction effect. The 10th level Thunderbolt True Body makes Bai Zhenzhen's body more resilient, allowing her to maintain a high speed state for a longer time. After deducing with a true spiritual root, the 10th level Thunderbolt True Body further enhances this toughness, and even allows Bai Zhenzhen's muscles to play a role in buffering and absorbing energy at full speed. When she thought of this, Bai Zhenzhen had an idea in her mind. Her body began to shake slowly, and as the shaking speed became faster and faster, it gradually changed from shaking to shaking, and then to high-speed shaking. Her strong body and martial arts skills allowed her body and internal organs to remain healthy under this high-speed shaking. The food that was originally difficult to digest was constantly crushed and smashed under this high-speed shaking, and even turned into juice. Relying on the high-speed shaking of her body, Bai Zhenzhen finally began to speed up her eating, sprinting from the 21st place to the 20th place, and then began to rush towards the 19th place. The 19th place was Li Tongyan, who was constantly sweating. As her eating speed began to decline, the despair in her heart became deeper and deeper. She tried hard to swallow the synthetic food in her mouth, but she felt that a mud-like thing had blocked her throat from her stomach. Wang Zichao commented, "This Li Tongyan has reached her limit." Another little god laughed and said, "Has the digestive system been unable to hold on after such a long period of diarrhea?" Wang Zichao said, "It's okay to use it for a short burst, but how can you use it to hold on to the end?" Li Tongyan thought of the gambling contract and her parents who were on the verge of bankruptcy, so she tried to stuff more synthetic food into her stomach. But it seemed that she had reached a certain limit. With a light puff, She suddenly vomited all the synthetic food in her mouth. No, she was already ranked behind the 20th in the mana test. If she failed to the 20th in the physical test at this moment, then in Li Tuogain's opinion, she would definitely fail this round of foundation building test. Thinking of the consequences of becoming a company asset, fear tightly wrapped around her heart like a poisonous snake. As the daughter of a former company leader, she knew very well that once she became a company asset, her body, her flesh and blood, and even her soul, would no longer belong to her. I really can't lose. Almost subconsciously, Li Tuogain stuffed all the vomit from her mouth back and continued to stuff a big bucket of synthetic food into her stomach. But no matter how she struggled, it was useless. At this moment, she had reached her limit and could only watch her ranking continue to fall backwards. Chapter 167 The Last Round, the Martial Arts Test. On the other side of the examination room, as the milky white sweat continued to be discharged from Yu Xinghen's body surface, and then evaporated by the waves of heat from his body, Yu Xinghen's body surface continued to leave layers of white marks. During this process, Yu Xinghen gradually felt a discomfort from his body. He knew that such an incomplete digestion state could not last for a long time. If he kept holding on, the burden on the digestive system would become greater and greater, and eventually his digestive system would be damaged in turn. But Yu Xinghen saw that he could not open up the gap with Zhang Yu, so he kept gritting his teeth and continued to swallow and digest frantically to maintain his ranking. Damn body, cheer up, he slapped his stomach fiercely, and a spirit of not admitting defeat surged in his heart. I am the Jinan disciple, the disciple chosen by Zhenghuo. How can I lose to Zhang Yu? Although he seemed to be talking and laughing with many students at ordinary times, the identity of the Jinan disciple actually always made Yu Xinghen feel a little proud, making him understand that he was different from other students after all. Especially when facing Zhang Yu, the candidate he had eliminated, it was impossible to say that he had no sense of superiority in his heart. It was just that he had this sense of superiority very well, especially when Zhang Yu paid him. But at this moment, when Yu Xinghen tried his best in this exam and found that he could not get rid of Zhang Yu, the sense of superiority turned into a trace of anger. How could I lose to him? I was trained by Jinan's Henren, and I spent so much money to learn skills from Zhang Yu. How could I lose to him? Just when Yu Xinghen was about to fight Zhang Yu to the end, a strong discomfort from his internal organs suddenly woke him up. Feeling the discomfort in his internal organs, Yu Xinghen suddenly remembered the words of Zhenghuo's Henren. Xinghen, it's a good thing that you practice the Xian Wu Liang's and Ju Aveni to cultivate an undefeated fighting spirit and endless fighting spirit, but there are always people better than you in this world. Who dares to say that he is undefeated in his life? Who can be invincible? When you meet people better than you, this endless fighting spirit may harm you and make you lose even more. With a sigh, Master Zhenghuo said with great vicissitudes of life, let go when it's time to let go. Defeat is not terrible, as long as the money is still there. There are countless opportunities. I will leave these words in your mind today, and I only hope that they will come in handy one day in the future. As Master Zhenghuo's words flashed through Yu Xinghen's head, his mind, which was originally full of fighting spirit, suddenly calmed down, and he quickly accepted a fact. Zhang Yu has indeed surpassed me. From this test, at least in terms of physical skills, he is completely superior to me, completely surpassing me so much that I have no chance to fight back. Although it was difficult and unwilling, Yu Xinghen knew that the fact was the fact and he had to admit it. If I continue to fight hard, my digestive system will not be able to withstand this overload state, and my eating speed will seriously decline. By then, I may not even be able to maintain the 20th place. Yu Xinghen let out a sigh of relief in his heart, knowing that he should let go. So the next moment, milky white sweat no longer flowed from his body, and he returned to normal eating state. A moment later, on the light screen, the number 55 column representing Zhang Yu surpassed Yu Xinghen and came to the 15th place. Seeing this scene, Yu Xinghen let out a deep breath in his heart again, and kept telling himself that it didn't matter. It doesn't matter if you lose. As long as you still have the money, you will have a chance to catch up. Seeing Yu Xinghen giving up, Wang Zichao praised, I didn't expect this Jinan disciple to let go in time and keep his current ranking. Another little god sighed, it's easy to rush up desperately. But knowing when to slow down, knowing your own weight when you are in the glory, knowing what debts you can't owe, and what contracts you can't sign, that's not easy. Deng Bingding, who was watching this scene, thought to himself, it seems that after the kid Zhenghuo fell to the first floor, he not only reflected on himself, but also trained as apprentice well. It's a pity that he has become a better person, but the money is gone. What's the use? At this moment, as the game was gradually coming to an end, Wang Zichao said, Master Deng, this round of gluttony competition went smoothly. The contestants showed their magical powers. It can be seen that the immortal education on the first floor of Kung Su is becoming more and more prosperous. Another little god took a picture of the scene as a report material, and praised, remember the earliest foundation building exam, the students just competed in physical strength. Later, there were refined tests of strength, speed, and various skills. Look at it now. The gods looked at the students on the scene. Some of them were smoking all over, some had stomachs swollen bigger than humans, some went to the toilet once a minute, some were beating themselves madly to make thundering sounds, some had bodies vibrating like blenders, and some were vomiting and stuffing the vomit back into their mouths. Deng Bingding smiled and nodded and said, today's students are stronger than the previous generation. It can be said that the immortal path is prosperous and the world is blessed, Wang Zichao said quickly. It is all thanks to the good guidance of the heavenly court. The righteous gods of various departments are as concerned about the people as you, Lord Deng. Deng Bingding smiled slightly and said, you should take good pictures of these athletes in the arena, pick a few and report them together, so that the adults above can also see the vitality of the first floor of Kung Su. Wang Zichao hurriedly did as he was told. He knew that what the great gods of various departments and the immortals in the heavenly court liked to see most was the side of the younger generations of immortals below competing hard and bravely climbing the immortal path. With the end of the gluttony contest, the rankings were finally fixed. Many students had no time to look at the rankings and had already hurried to the direction of the toilet. Yiling Xiao stood still. He looked at his second place and the first place Yunjing, and there seemed to be a cold light in his eyes. As if sensing Yiling Xiao's hostility, Yunjing smiled at him and said, you won the last game, and I just won this one back. The perfect bloodline of the Yi family doesn't seem to be so perfect. At least in terms of eating. It seems that it is not as good as my alchemy furnace-style digestive system. Yiling Xiao did not answer, but the strong desire to win in his eyes had already explained everything. He must win the third game back. Yiling Xiao thought to himself, before, because of the family, the company, the stock price, and the advertisement, I couldn't compete with Yunjing. Now in this foundation building examination room, I can fight him with all my strength. Dai Zhengzi looked at his 7th place ranking and showed a satisfied smile, thinking that he would not be eliminated in today's foundation building examination. Then he glanced at Meng Tao, who had the gluttony spirit root and fell to 10th place, and Zhang Yu, who rushed to 14th place, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. Number 55, this outsider, should be very rich, right? But why is it 14th this time? Dai Zhengzi thought to himself, is it intentional again? He recalled Zhang Yu's performance in the competition and shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem like it, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about his digestive system. Dai Zhengzi looked at Zhang Yu curiously. Could it be that this guy's strength is not as strong as I thought before? And it was obvious that Dai Zhengzi was not the only one who thought so. Many students looked at Zhang Yu with a trace of doubt. Wang Zichao commented, Yiling Xiao and Yunjing are still the best. The others who ranked high are all students from Xiandu. It seems that the 4 foundation building certificates of this session will be taken by people from Xiandu again, but those 3 people from Songgang, looking at Zhang Yu who ranked 14th, Yu Xinghan who ranked 16th, and Bai Zhenzhen who ranked 20th, Wang Zichao sighed, they have great potential. They will have a chance to get a foundation building certificate in the next foundation building exam next year, but at the same time, the gods including Wang Zichao and Deng Bingding were secretly muttering in their hearts, what happened in Songgang? And there were suddenly 3 students with the potential to take the foundation building certificate. It has nothing to do with me, Wang Zichao thought to himself, I am just responsible for their foundation building exam. After a rest, the third and last exam of the day officially arrived. Deng Bingding said loudly, the martial arts exam tests a person's mastery and understanding of martial arts skills. It can be said that a person's martial arts skills are not only reflected in actual combat, but also in the process of learning the skills. Wang Zichao secretly curled his lips in his heart. It's not just to save budget. The heavenly court and the 8 gods have mercy on the candidates in the lower realm. For example, in the previous foundation building exams on the first level of Kung Su, the medical expenses were included in the actual combat assessment. The great gods just talked about covering the medical expenses in just one sentence. Don't we have to make up the difference? If we don't eliminate more people, and let so many students fight in actual combat so early, and they are beaten to a bloody pulp, I don't know how much money it will cost." Deng Bingding clapped his hands, and a curtain of light appeared in front of each student. "In this martial arts test, you will choose a technique for yourselves, and comprehend and practice it in the next 2 hours. We have sorted these techniques by difficulty, with 1 star being the easiest and 10 stars being the hardest. The more difficult the technique you practice, the higher the score you will get, but if the technique you choose cannot be practiced, then you will get 0 points in this level, and the reward technique for your exam today is the technique you chose. If you don't make it into the top 20 in the total score and are eliminated, then you will have to pay for the technique yourself. Please give me a monthly pass." Chapter 168 Zhang Yu's Heartache. According to the explanation and standards of the gods, the so-called 10-star difficulty skills are those that ordinary high school students need 3 years to master. 9-star skills require 2 years, 8-star skills require 1 year, and 7-star skills require about half a year. Hearing this introduction, Bai Zhenzhen thought to himself, according to this difficulty, if you want to master it within 2 hours, I am very confident that I can master the 5-star difficulty, but there is a possibility of failure for the 6-star level. As for the 7-star level and above, I am afraid that few people dare to choose it except Yunjing and Yiling Xiao. After all, in Bai Zhenzhen's view, it is not worth it to risk not being able to master martial arts and getting 0 points in the end just to get a few more points. On the other side, Zhang Yu did not care about the explanation of the difficulty. He was looking at the rows of skills that appeared on the light screen, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Demon Parasitic Technique, Bazhao Moving Mountain Scripture, Heart Yuan Great Handprint. Although the techniques provided by the gods in this exam could not possibly be all the key refining techniques in Kung Fu, they were already dazzling enough for Zhang Yu. So many techniques? Can I choose all of them? At this moment, Zhang Yu's eyes showed great excitement. After all, with his great potential, it would be easy for him to assist Yu Shu in practicing any technique. On the other side, the righteous god was still explaining the rules, and Deng Bingding only said, Different difficulty levels of martial arts naturally have different difficulty coefficients. The final score of this level will be calculated according to the difficulty coefficient and the time you finally spend to practice the martial arts. Okay, now you have 10 minutes to start choosing martial arts. Once a martial art is selected, it can no longer be changed. If the martial arts selection is not completed after 10 minutes, it will be regarded as giving up, and this level will be calculated as 0 points. As for the weapons, materials, medicines and other supplies needed to practice each martial art, they will be provided on site and sent to you after you have selected the martial arts. Finally, remember not to choose a martial art that you have already learned, otherwise it will be treated as cheating. As the rules of this final martial arts exam were gradually explained, the 10-minute countdown began, and the students could already operate the light curtain in front of them to choose their martial arts. The students stretched out their hands and swiped on the light screen in front of them. With a continuous clicking of their fingers, their eyes browsed back and forth among the exercises one by one, and hesitation appeared on their faces from time to time. Zhang Yu looked at the list of exercises and thought, if you want to get a high score, you should choose the most difficult exercises. In the list of exercises, each exercise was rated by the gods according to its difficulty. Zhang Yu selected the exercises with the highest difficulty of 10 stars, and saw the following: Senluo Wongxiang Palm, Sangsatumo Dafa, Mo Disintegration Dafa, Wanjian was Hungju, Babian Kaian Hun Zhenju. 10-star difficulty only means that these exercises are the most difficult to practice. But they are not necessarily the most powerful exercises, let alone the exercises I need most, or the exercises that are most suitable for me. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu remembered the process of the foundation building qualification examination and the purpose of today's examination. The foundation building qualification exam is divided into 3 rounds. The round I participated in today is the first round of exams in August. There will be a second round of exams in October, and a third round of exams in January next year. In today's first round of exams, you only need to enter the top 20 in the total score of mana, physical body, and martial arts to avoid being eliminated and qualify for the second round of exams. Zhang Yu calculated his ranking in the 2 levels of mana and physical body, and knew that as long as he ranked in the top 20 in the 3rd level, he would not be eliminated. So, compared to choosing the most difficult technique and getting a very high score, Zhang Yu thought to himself, Maybe I should take this opportunity to practice a powerful technique that suits me best for free. First, it won't affect my passing today's exam. Second, this will be more helpful for my future development. Zhang Yu's eyes swept over the techniques that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan, and he felt that his mouth was about to drool. Although they are all expert-level techniques, there is a gap between experts, which can be seen from the price of each expert-level technique. Zhang Yu usually doesn't even dare to think about the expert-level skills that cost 700,000, 800,000, or even millions. After all, with so much money, he would definitely use it to buy pills, take medicine, rent spiritual veins, and ascend to the spiritual world. But now, he has the opportunity to practice such an expensive skill for free. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu has made up his mind. I want to choose a skill that suits me best and is the strongest. The most suitable one is not difficult to find. Just after my physical strength broke through to level 8 or above, the efficiency of the red marrow and primordial energy gradually began to decrease. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu directly chose the physical training martial arts in the skill type, and then chose the late stage of key training. As for which of these physical training martial arts is the strongest, Zhang Yu directly clicked on the sorting by price. There are many scams in Kung Fu, and the methods of deceiving people and cutting leaks are endless, but there is one thing that is absolutely correct, that is, the companies here will never put a low price on a body refining martial art that they think is very powerful. There is no such thing as good quality and low price. On the contrary, the most expensive martial arts must have powerful features. As the sorting was completed, the body refining martial arts that appeared in front of Zhang Yu were 1.55 million Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, 1.54 million Titanium Body Refining Essentials, and 1.52 million Great Dragon Divine Power. Although these three martial arts are all 8-star difficulty, not the highest 10-star difficulty, for Zhang Yu, these are the martial arts he really needs. Especially after scanning the introduction of these three most expensive martial arts, Zhang Yu felt a kind of heartache. These three martial arts, am I going to give up two of them? Then he hesitated. Spring and Autumn Endless Zen can strengthen the body while cleansing the marrow and strengthening the internal organs, truly changing the physical constitution, enhancing the body's vitality, expelling various impurities such as elixir and drug poison in the body, and improving the effect of taking medicine. After practicing this technique, you can take medicine and acupuncture like crazy. It is a real sacred skill for body refining, which enhances the practitioner's potential for immortality. But looking at the titanium body refining secret on the side, Zhang Yu also became eager. A steel plant worker created this technique after falling into a steel making furnace and struggling to survive. It can melt various alloys into the body, combine with flesh, blood, bones and even internal organs, and greatly enhance the body's ability to resist blows and the body's carrying capacity. In particular, the higher the quality of the alloy used, the higher the body's strength. It is said that the company guarantees that the training materials will be updated every year. Even after it is upgraded to level 10, it can get stronger every year. Zhang Yu sneered at the statement that the worker fell into the steel-making furnace. This was obviously a gimmick made up by the company to build momentum for this technique. Compared to the story of a worker accidentally falling into a steel-making furnace, Zhang Yu would rather believe that this was a technique created after countless experimenters were burned or crushed to death in the laboratory. But the strength of this technique is unquestionable. But Zhang Yu couldn't help but look at the great dragon power on the side. Refining dragon blood and refining the body into half dragon, half human body can greatly improve muscle strength and physical strength, while also improving recovery, energy, physical strength, drug resistance, metabolism, digestion and other abilities. If you insist on refining dragon blood every day, you can even continue to grow your potential, increase your lifespan, and gain some dragon abilities. Well, but there are also side effects, that is, your personality will be affected by the dragon nature. For example, the dragon nature is lustful. With a continuous refining of dragon blood, the aesthetic taste of the practitioner will change, and his hobbies will become more and more extensive. It is best to be able to continue to improve with sterilization surgery after practicing it, but this little side effect is nothing to Zhang Yu now. If he can practice this technique for free, he is willing to have a small operation. As the 10-minute time for choosing a technique passed, Zhang Yu looked at the three techniques in front of him and felt extremely hesitant and difficult. I want them all. Oh, this is too hard to choose. Compared to Zhang Yu's difficulty, Yilin Xiao on the other side seemed very decisive. As the heir to the perfect bloodline of the Zhang Yu family, Yiling Xiao has a developed nervous system far beyond that of ordinary high school students. He has a terrifying innate control over muscles, internal organs and even mana. This talent was completely released as soon as he entered high school, allowing him to learn any technique at a glance and master it as soon as he learned it. It can be said that since entering high school, the number of techniques he has practiced has long surpassed the imagination of ordinary students. Even his classmates, teachers, and personal coaches, all don't know how many techniques he has learned. At this moment, in Yiling Xiao's eyes, many of these rows of techniques are ones he has already learned. As for the remaining ones that he has not learned, he has also seen and heard about them and knows what direction they are. However, he would not take the risk of choosing a technique that he had already practiced to take this exam. On the one hand, he did not bother to do so, and on the other hand, each of his techniques was a genuine technique that he had purchased the right to use. As a pure genuine user, the righteous gods on the scene could easily find out what techniques he had practiced. So Yiling Xiao selected the techniques with a difficulty of 10 stars, and randomly chose a technique that he had not practiced but did not dislike. Yiling Xiao thought to himself, let's just choose the 10,000 swords endless art. Yunjing on the other side was even simpler. Unlike Yiling Xiao, he did not practice a large number of techniques. At this moment, he directly sorted them from high to low in difficulty and chose the Senlo Wongxiang Palm that was ranked first. Using and thought about it for a while. Zhang Yu had already made plans and arrangements for his practice and selection of each technique in the key refining stage. Judging from the rankings of the first two exams, he was not under much pressure to perform well in this exam, and he did not need to find the most difficult technique to practice. There's no need to choose a technique that's not in master's plan. It will only waste my extra time and energy. After all, Zhang Yu's schedule for using Hun is already very tight, and he doesn't have any extra time to practice extra techniques. You still have to choose the techniques that are in the plan. In this way, next time Li Zulian transfers money to me to buy a technique, thinking that he can learn a technique for free here today, he can get some money from Li Zulian next time, and Zhang Yu's heart leaps with joy. Of course I have to choose the most expensive one in the plan. Using Hun's eyes stayed on the Xiangan Kigen with a difficulty of 7 stars and a value of 900,000. The Xiangan Kigen with a difficulty of 7 stars is hard to master even if I want to practice it in 2 hours, and, looking at the 8 big words if you want to practice this technique, swing the knife against life in the technique introduction, Zhang felt a little chill. He had just asked the examiner of the true God, and Xiangan Kigen requires the integrity of the body. So if he chooses this method, the examiner will ask the Ministry of Health to restore his physical defects caused by the sterilization surgery. So practicing Xiangan Kigen will affect your Tao heart and cause physical and mental changes caused by various hormone changes in your body, which will greatly hinder your own practice. This change that hinders your own practice is a poison to Zhang Yu, who is determined to make great progress on the road of immortality. No wonder Master arranged for me to practice Xiangan Kigen in my 2nd or even 3rd year of high school. So, practicing this method actually costs so much. Zhang gritted his teeth and thought to himself, but wealth and honor are so in danger. If I don't dare to fight for 900,000, how can I strive to climb on the road of immortality in the future? Fight. The rest of the students, such as Dai Zhengzi, Meng Tao and other Xiandu high school students, mostly chose 5 or 6 star difficulty methods. This is all for the sake of safety. After all, if the selected method is too difficult and cannot be practiced within 2 hours, it will be directly counted as 0 points. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 169 I've done it. In the network of righteous gods. Wang Zichao looked at the many students who were choosing the techniques for the exam and said with a smile, what technique you choose is also very important in this exam. If you fail to practice a technique that is too difficult, you will get 0 points directly. It is better to choose a technique that is a little simpler and has greater control. Another little god said, this is part of this exam. Do you have a clear understanding of your own talents, your own limits, your own potential? But since most of the students on the scene can come here, it should not be difficult to practice a technique with a 5-star difficulty. There is a possibility of failure from the beginning of 6 stars, if it is a 7-star difficulty. It will be quite risky, 8 stars, 9 stars, then there is a high probability of failure. As for the most difficult technique with 10 stars, only Yunjing and Yiling Xiao should have the courage to choose it. At this time, Wang Zichao said unexpectedly, 3 people actually chose a 10-star technique? And another person chose a 9-star technique? Another person chose an 8-star technique. Wang Zichao laughed. There are many arrogant people among the candidates this year. Bai Zhenzhen looked at the Wanjian was Hongju that she had chosen, and her heart began to get nervous. The foundation building test is divided into 3 rounds. In addition to the comprehensive test in the first round, the next 2 rounds will be tested according to the 4 tracks of Tao Heart, Magic Power, Physical Body, and Martial Arts. In the end, a champion will be selected in each track to obtain the foundation building qualification certificate. Yuzi will take the physical education test, and I will take the martial arts test. Now I just lack a sword technique that is strong enough to fight. Looking at the Wanjian was Hongju, a practical martial art worth 1.49 million and with a difficulty of 10 stars, Bai Zhenzhen said sincerely, if I miss this time, I may not have the opportunity to learn this kind of sword technique for a long time. After repeated searches, Bai Zhenzhen knew that this Wanjian was Hongju was the most suitable and powerful martial art for her among this batch of martial arts. And in the martial arts arena, the Xiandu guys I have to deal with, I'm afraid they have more or less mastered this top expert level martial arts, right? If I want to defeat them, I must seize the free opportunity and learn this kind of martial arts within 2 hours. But having said that, Bai Zhenzhen was not too sure in her heart, because she had never learned such expensive martial arts, let alone personally experienced how difficult the 10-star martial arts were. But there was no way. As a poor person, she wanted to fight against the rich students present. She had no choice but to fight hard and bet all her chips on it. At the same time, Li Tuogayan on the other side was so nervous that she was shaking constantly, just because she had just chosen a 9-star martial arts. She kept telling herself in her heart, I must practice it. I must practice it. Li Tuogayan ranked 20th in the first 2 exams, especially in the second level of gluttony, where she vomited continuously, and fell to the 30th place. So if she wants to be in the top 20 in the final total score, she calculated, she must practice a 9-star skill in this level. On the other hand, Zhang Yu chose the 8-star difficulty, Spring in Autumn Endless Zen, which is worth 1.55 million. Although it is not the highest 10-star difficulty, Zhang Yu knows that this skill is definitely one of the strongest among the current batch of skills. Alice, whether it is the Titanium Body Refining Secret or the Great Sky Dragon Divine Power, although they are also very strong, the alloys and dragon blood required to upgrade the level of the skills are too expensive. On the contrary, Spring and Autumn Endless Zen does not require any external objects to improve the level of the skills. After Zhang Yu figured this out, he knew that he could only choose Spring and Autumn Endless Zen. As a poor man, he didn't have many choices. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to practice Spring and Autumn Endless Zen for free. With the end of the 10-minute practice selection, the exam officially began. The practice materials chosen by each student and the required practice items were delivered to them. What was delivered to Zhang Yu was very simple, a physical book with 5 big characters Spring and Autumn Endless Zen printed on it. This was his test paper for this exam. After scanning the entire Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, Zhang Yu began to condense the longevity magic power described in Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, as described above. Only by successfully condensing the longevity magic power and then using the longevity magic power to cooperate with the 49 body refining movements in Spring and Autumn Endless Zen can this body refining martial arts be considered to have entered the door. Just when Zhang Yu was practicing Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, many students on the other side have also made great strides in their respective practices. While Yunjing was practicing the all-seeing palm, his star-like eyes could see all the structures in his body, and clearly see the movement of muscles and mana, achieving the effect of inner vision. Even after he memorized the content of the all-seeing palm, he could see a figure of a person practicing the palm overlapping with himself while practicing. He could always grasp the mistakes and omissions in practicing this palm technique, and he was constantly adjusting and improving almost every moment. This is one of the effects of his eyes, which allows him to quickly imitate various techniques while looking inward, and automatically detect all errors during the practice. When Yunjing glanced at other people who were practicing martial arts, various numbers jumped out of his sight. 500,000, 450,000, 700,000. These are the prices of martial arts that many people around him are practicing, which are marked by the eyes of the law. Through this price comparison, Yunjing built an impression of the strengths and weaknesses of these people in his mind. At the same time, Yiling Xiao on the other side glanced at the 10,000 swords endless art, and did not choose to practice any of the sword moves. Instead, he sat down and practiced in his mind. For Yiling Xiao, who can fully control his body and magic power, as long as there is no problem in rehearsing in his mind, there will be no problem. And the speed of rehearsing in the mind is obviously much faster than rehearsing in the body. So when he practices most of the exercises, he often scans the secret book, then sits on the spot, rehearses in his mind, and then practices it when he practices. But for Bai Zhenzhen, who also chose the 10,000 swords endless art, everything is not so simple. She was seen holding a sword for training, her figure flashed, and with a movement of lightning, she had already performed the sword techniques and the 10,000 swords endless art. But this 10,000 swords endless art is the top sword technique among the expert level exercises. It is said to have explained all the sword moves in the key refining stage and reached the end of the sword moves in the key refining realm. After all, in the key refining stage, the supernatural power is not obvious, and the sword moves driven by pure strength, speed and magic power are still limited. But even so, this 10,000 swords endless art is also said to have tens of thousands of sword moves. Bai Zhenzhen flipped through the thousands of pages of the 10,000 swords endless art while practicing sword moves quickly. The more she practiced, the more she felt something was wrong. I can't go on like this. If I keep practicing one move at a time, how can I possibly learn this 10,000 swords endless art in 2 hours? As her mind method ran, Bai Zhenzhen did not practice blindly anymore, but flipped through the outline of the 10,000 swords endless art again and began to think. Practice the sword 10,000 times, and its meaning will become clear. The normal way to practice the 10,000 swords endless art is to practice these sword moves one by one, and after mastering all the changes in sword moves, you can finally condense the sword intention, and you can break all kinds of external skills in the world with one move. But now there is obviously no time for that, but since the God of Justice has put this skill here, it means that theoretically it is possible to practice this sword technique in 2 hours. As time passed, Bai Zhenzhen became calmer and calmer, constantly thinking about the tricks and the 10,000 swords endless art. Is there any rule that can connect these sword moves? As long as I comprehend it, I can practice it instantly. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen saw Yiling Xiao who was thinking with his eyes closed. Although she didn't know what Yiling Xiao was doing, Bai Zhenzhen had a hint of inspiration. I can't practice 10,000 sword moves in 2 hours now, although I can't do it with my body. What if I practice it in my mind? Bai Zhenzhen closed her eyes and practiced every move of the 10,000 swords endless art in her mind, but she still felt something was wrong. No, what I think in my mind is different from my own physical moves, so it can't be considered practiced, right? But since the 10,000 swords endless art is to condense the sword intent, does it have to be accurate? Bai Zhenzhen thought of Zhang Yu's comprehension of the Xian Wu Liangcan art, and it seemed that it didn't matter if the moves were crooked. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenzhen closed her eyes again and began to practice sword moves in her mind, and at the same time she had a new idea. After all, the 10,000 swords endless art is a practical martial art. What if I think of an opponent in my mind? Speaking of opponents, the first person Bai Zhenzhen thought of was Zhang Yu. As the opponent she had fought the most times and was most familiar with, Bai Zhenzhen quickly simulated the scene of Zhang Yu fighting against her in her mind. In many past actual battles, her memory had long recorded Zhang Yu's various performances in actual combat. So at this moment in her mind, when Zhang Yu made a full-strength attack, it was as if an invisible cloud blocked her in front of him, appearing impeccable, and it was difficult to break through no matter how she drew her sword. Yuzi is really hard to beat, and in this kind of mental sparring, Bai Zhenzhen actually kept noticing the flaws in her sword moves. This kind of thing, she used to try it on her opponent to find out the flaws in the opponent's moves. At this moment, as she practiced with herself in her mind, she kept finding out the flaws when she used the 10,000 swords endless art. This time, Bai Zhenzhen felt that she had done the right thing. Yes, the 10,000 swords endless art is the limit of the changes in sword moves. Why do sword moves have to change? Of course, it is to break the moves. Practicing thousands of times is just rote memorization. Understanding the sword intent and breaking the moves should be the superior training method for this martial art. Then she simply flipped through the 10,000 swords endless art while practicing with Zhang Yu in her mind. Under this kind of actual combat training, Bai Zhenzhen felt like she was about to turn into a thunderbolt to tear apart the heavy fog in front of her. Gradually, a sword intent rose in her heart. In the following time, the other students were also making rapid progress. After Yu Zhenghen came out of the temporary operating room on the side, with a tragic look on his face, the third eye in his mind opened, and with a hatred of Ni Shengshen, he was making rapid progress in practicing the skills. Yunjing's speed was faster and more standard each time, and he was getting closer and closer to success. Yiling Xiao was even more outstanding. There were hundreds of him in his mind practicing different sword moves, rapidly pushing the progress of the 10,000 swords endless art. But just when Yiling Xiao felt that he could take the first place. "Examiner, I'm ready." Yiling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked over, only to see Zhang Yu raising his hand and saying, "I've mastered it." Chapter 170, Endless Zen of Spring and Autumn. When Zhang Yu first comprehended the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, he had no idea about this technique. He only regarded it as an enhanced version of the Red Marrow Humiliated, a more efficient martial art that could train the body more effectively. But after he practiced a whole set of techniques in a haphazard manner, he had his own understanding of this martial art. Spring and Autumn Endless Zen Level 1, 0-10. Scenes of practicing Spring and Autumn Endless Zen flowed through his mind, and all kinds of mistakes and memories of birth and practice emerged in his mind. All this made him feel like he had experienced the entire process of practicing Spring and Autumn Endless Zen from level 0 to level 1 in just a short moment. It was only after such practice that he understood that this martial art was very different from the Red Marrow Humiliated. But Zhang Yu did not report to the examiners immediately to prove that he had mastered Spring and Autumn Endless Zen. Too abrupt, too high profile without strength, that's like hanging yourself. Zhang Yu believed that anyone who saw him crooked and shaky the first time, like a beginner, but became extremely proficient the second time, like a master, would inevitably wonder if he had opened up. As a being whose potential was stimulated by the evil god, Zhang Yu did not want to rouse the curiosity of those righteous gods. So he started practicing for the second time. Recalling the experience of practicing from 0 to 1 that just emerged in his mind, Zhang Yu also pretended to be not very skilled and started the second practice. However, compared with the first time, it seemed that he had already had some posture. In Zhang Yu's mind, the exquisiteness of the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen and the differences between this body-refining martial arts and the Red Marrow Humiliated kept emerging. The first thing to do is to condense a longevity magic power. Then Zhang Yu was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground. As his upper body twisted backwards, his hands touched the ground, and his internal organs squeezed and exerted strength in the twisting. There are a total of 49 forms of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, each of which exercises a different part of the body, honing the flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs, and with the infusion of immortality magic power, it can eliminate the waste and impurities left in the body after exercise, purifying the flesh and blood while accelerating the recovery of the body. The next moment, as the immortality magic power surged to the internal organs, Zhang Yu felt that the internal organs that had just been trained were relieved. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if the 49 forms of body training are like the austerity of autumn, representing the wear and tear of the body, then the immortality magic power is like the rise of spring, for the repair and regrowth of the body. The two are one spring and one autumn, one life and one death, and between life and death, the physical body must be nourished to become stronger and stronger. In particular, Zhang Yu can understand that with each rotation of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, the drug poison and elixir poison accumulated in the internal organs will be discharged little by little. Now Zhang Yu has deeply understood the immortal path of Kung Fu. As the saying goes, 30% training, 70% eating, and the remaining 90% depends on how to take medicine. On the road to immortality, taking medicine is as normal as eating and drinking. But as long as you take medicine, impurities and even toxins will inevitably be left behind. The Spring and Autumn Endless Zen is to expel impurities and toxins from the body while exercising, and slowly repair the damage caused by drugs to the body. In this way, even if the physical strength is the same, the strong who have practiced the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen will be healthier and more full of blood than those who have not practiced it. Whether it is physical endurance or the upper limit of the burst of power, it will be higher. Zhang Yu thought to himself, what a great skill, it's really a great skill, If it weren't too expensive and difficult, this spring and autumn endless Zen should really be the holy skill of body refining in high school. With a spring and autumn endless Zen, I will definitely be able to push my physical strength to level 10 next. At the same time, Zhang Yu also began to practice the spring and autumn endless Zen for the third time. This time, according to the practice experience in his mind, he improved his performance again, became more skilled, and his movements were more standard. Wang Zichao, who had observed Zhang Yu, raised his eyebrows and said, "Zhang Yu is improving very fast. He has only practiced the spring and autumn endless Zen for the third time, and he has already got the hang of it." At the same time, the detection patch on Zhang Yu's body was constantly uploading various data about physical strength and mana operation. Wang Zichao compared this data with the standard data of the first level of spring and autumn endless Zen, and came to a conclusion. Compared with the data at the normal operation of the spring and autumn endless Zen level 1, Zhang Yu's current data shows that the physical compatibility is about 36%, and the mana compatibility is 15%. Another little god also nodded secretly after seeing it. He is indeed very talented, but now he is just similar in appearance. The key to spring and autumn endless Zen lies in the coordination of immortal mana and the 49 movements, which involves the connection between various parts of the body and the metabolism of the 5 internal organs. It is not that simple. Wang Zichao also knew that learning the movements can be fast, but the internal strength and mana operation is not that simple. This is also true from the results of Zhang Yu's physical compatibility of 36% and mana compatibility of 15%. But as Zhang Yu practiced for the 4th and 5th time, Wang Zichao's face became more and more surprised. Especially while watching the other party's movements, Wang Zichao was constantly observing the various data sent by the detection patch on Zhang Yu. Physical compatibility 58%, mana compatibility 33%, physical compatibility 69%, mana compatibility 56%. I'm improving so fast. Every time I practice, it's like I'm reborn. Just like an ordinary high school student who has practiced for a few months, is Zhang Yu's aptitude so terrifying? At the same time, Zhang Yu's rapid progress quickly attracted the attention of other little gods, and even Deng Bingding. A little god was surprised and said, "6th time, 87% physical compatibility, 79% mana compatibility," Wang Zichao said, "and his movements are getting faster and faster. Whether it is physical or mana, he is consciously and actively adjusting. It means that during the practice, he is very clear about where he has problems and mistakes, and knows how to adjust to the right path. Especially, he never makes the mistakes he corrected again. This kind of control over the body is amazing. He really has no dharma body? Doesn't he have any special blood?" At the same time, Zhang Yu has started the 7th practice. And this time, when Zhang Yu practiced the spring and autumn endless Zen from the first form, the physical compatibility and mana compatibility were 100%. As the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 4th forms were performed one by one, neither the physical compatibility nor the mana compatibility dropped once. When the 49th form of spring and autumn endless Zen was practiced, the gods looked at the 100% compatibility data and knew that Zhang Yu had succeeded. He has completely mastered the first level of spring and autumn endless Zen. Just as the gods were surprised, Deng Bingding asked calmly, "How long?" Wang Zichao quickly said, 32 minutes and 15 seconds. At the same time, Zhang Yu raised his hand to the examiners and said, "Examiner, I'm done." Then he said calmly under the gaze of everyone, "I've mastered it." Looking at Wang Zichao who was walking over, Zhang Yu respectfully said, "Hello, examiner, do you need me to practice it again?" Wang Zichao shook his head. "No, we have received your data, and there is indeed no problem. Go to the lounge over there to rest first, so as not to affect other students in the examination room." So Zhang Yu walked to the lounge on the side and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This time, I should have passed this round of exams today, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu, who had been tense all the time, felt like he had let out a sigh of relief all of a sudden. He slumped in his chair and just wanted to have a good rest. The past few months of practice, continuous hard training, and the fatigue accumulated day by day, all seemed to have found an opportunity to relax at this moment. At this moment, Zhang Yu just wanted to have a good rest today, and it would be best if he could start preparing for the 2nd round of exams tomorrow. However, he had just sat down, and before he could even sit still, he felt a chill in his heart. Listening to the countdown of the ceremony, Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. This idiot thing, After sitting for another 5 seconds, Zhang Yu slowly stood up and continued to practice the spring and autumn endless Zen. And Zhang Yu's success and departure naturally affected the candidates on the scene. Just like seeing someone hand in the paper early during the exam, many students present inevitably had different thoughts. Dai Zhengzi looked at Zhang Yu's disappearing back and thought to himself, it's only been more than half an hour? He has mastered it so quickly? Is it a 3-star or 4-star difficulty method? Yiling Xiao also looked at the time and thought to himself, 32 minutes? Did he deliberately choose a low-star difficulty method? He didn't think much about it and continued to focus on his practice of the 10,000 swords. Endless Chu. Like Dai Zhengzi and Yiling Xiao, most students only thought that Zhang Yu had chosen a lower star level technique. After all, this was the most likely reason in their opinion. But when Yunjing on the other side looked at Zhang Yu's disappearing back, Fa Hai's eyes passed over a number of 1.55 million. This was the judgment of Fa Hai's eyes on Zhang Yu's practice when Yunjing just glanced at him. A technique that costs 1.55 million, Yunjing's mind moved, and the basic information about Spring and Autumn Endless Zen emerged. Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, according to my memory just now, is a technique rated as 8-star in difficulty by the gods. Yunjing's eyes were stern, and he was surprised in his heart. In 32 minutes, he actually practiced an 8-star difficulty technique. Can I do it? Yunjing made a slight estimate, and the answer came to his mind. I can't do it. Is this guy's martial arts ability stronger than mine? But he chose an 8-star difficulty bodybuilding martial arts? If he had chosen a 10-star or 9-star technique, he would have succeeded. In this exam, the difficulty coefficient is more important than time. Doesn't he have any interest in competing for the first place? Yunjing couldn't understand it at all. Especially as a top student in Xiandu, he has never stopped pursuing the first place since he was a child. The behavior of number 55, Zhang Yu, seemed extremely strange to him. He obviously had the opportunity to compete for the first place, but he gave it up? Why? Yunjing shook his head, temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart, and continued to focus on the practice of the all-seeing palm, but was still affected by Zhang Yu's behavior. Chapter 171 Passing the Exam. At the same time, Yuzhinghan on the other side looked at Zhang Yu's departing back and stopped caring. It was just because he had more important things to do at the moment. After the divine power of the great god of the Ministry of Health descended and reversed the sterilization surgery for him, Yuzhinghan did not feel that he was different at first. He returned to the examination room and began to practice Xiangang Kigen. But this practice, accompanied by the operation of magic power and the condensation of pure Yangangqi, Yuzhinghan gradually felt that his whole body began to heat up and his mind was uneasy. What made Yuzhinghan even more at a loss was that a series of beautiful figures began to emerge uncontrollably in his mind. There were Bai Zhenzhen, Li Mulan, Zhang Pianpian, and various female classmates he had met in Bailong High School, and even the Xiandu girls present today. These graceful figures emerged back and forth, as if there were endless distractions, which made Yuzhinghan gradually distracted and his control over Gangqi also weakened slightly. Until the end, all the beautiful figures disappeared together, leaving only the last person. It was Li Zulian, the daughter of Xinghuo Zhenren and Yu Xinghan's senior sister. As Li Zulian's figure emerged, Yu Xinghan suddenly realized that her senior sister was actually very beautiful, and she exuded a mature attraction that made his breathing heavier. The difference of hundreds of years in age, and the identity of the daughter of Xinghuo Zhenren, made him a little excited just thinking about it. Seeing that the pure Yangangqi was about to get out of control, Yu Xinghan suddenly came back to his senses. No, how can I lose to Li Zulian? He bit his tongue, and then began to think about Zhang Yu, Song Hailong, Chu Qiu, and Shang Wenwu in his mind. Especially Song Hailong, Yu Xinghan found that every time he thought about him, the heat in his body could be reduced a little, allowing him to support himself and continue to practice Xiangang Kigen. On the other side, Bai Zhenzhen had already devoted herself to the practice of Wanji and was Hengju in her mind. She didn't even hear that Zhang Yu had completed the exam at this moment. Her face was flushed, and her brain, which was running at high speed, emitted layers of heat and bursts of white air. But in Bai Zhenzhen's mind, there was another Zhang Yu she imagined, who was fighting with her with the sky full of Wu Xiang Yungang. As the sword moves of Wanji and Wu Zhongju were performed one by one, Bai Zhenzhen's figure became faster and faster, flashing more and more, and shuttled through the Wu Xiang Yungang with layers of lightning, just like a lightning that tore through the clouds and sky, gradually tearing a floor in Zhang Yu's body. Finally, Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Bai Zhenzhen finally defeated the Zhang Yu in her mind. At this moment, she also understood that it was because she could no longer find the flaw when she drew her sword, so the Zhang Yu she simulated was defeated. At the same time, a sword intent rose from her mind, and the various sword moves of Wanjian Wuzhuangju flowed through her mind one by one, as if she had practiced it hundreds of times. The intention comes before the thought, and the sword moves at will. This is the true mystery of the 10,000 swords endless art. Sword moves are not important at all. What is important is the condensed endless sword intent. Bai Zhenzhen felt that with a condensation of this endless sword intent, she could graft any sword move into the 10,000 swords endless art, and even create new sword moves on the spot to break the opponent's moves. The moves of the 10,000 swords endless art can actually be infinite, as long as there is the blessing of the endless sword intent. You can use sword moves at will, graft sword moves, and even create moves to break moves. Endless sword intent is the key, but mediocre people need to practice tens of thousands of sword moves repeatedly and train all possibilities into instincts before they can think and move the sword at will. And a genius like me just need to comprehend the sword intent, and then naturally learn the 10,000 swords endless art. Bai Zhenzhen smiled confidently, and when she looked around, she found that many of the students present had disappeared. Later, she learned that they had all cultivated their own martial arts and ran to the lounge to rest. Yu Zhenghen hasn't succeeded yet. Bai Zhenzhen looked at Yu Zhenghen, but found that his face turned red, and he quickly turned his head away, looking very scared of her. What the hell? At this moment, Wang Zichao came to Bai Zhenzhen and said, I have already sensed your endless sword intent. The exam is over, go to the room next to you to rest. As time passed, 2 hours were about to pass, and there were fewer and fewer students left on the field. When Yu Zhenghen's face was pale and he finished practicing Xiangang Kigen, he looked exhausted. At this moment, only the last few students were left in the field. Wang Zichao looked at the time, then looked at Li Tuangayan who was still trying, and said lightly, there is only 1 minute left. Li Tuangayan practiced harder and harder, but she still couldn't succeed. When the exam time was over, she hurriedly said, I have practiced it, examiner, I really have practiced it. Wang Zichao ignored her and directly rolled up his divine power to drag Li Tuangayan, who looked ashen, and several other candidates who also failed out. Li Tuangayan knew that with a complete failure of the foundation building exam, it would not be long before she would become a company asset. After a while, the remaining candidates all returned to the examination room. Yunjing came to Yiling Xiao and asked, are you practicing a 10-star difficulty technique? Yiling Xiao said lightly, 10,000 swords without final Ju. Yunjing curled his lips. The opponent had just left the field 5 minutes earlier than him. It was obvious that Yiling Xiao won this round. Yiling Xiao was not surprised by this. When he spent an hour and a half practicing 10,000 swords without final Ju, he was sure that he would definitely be the first in this round. Yunjing thought to himself, humph, compared to martial arts practice, I am indeed not as good as him. It would be better if this round was a martial arts test. Looking at Yiling Xiao's indifferent look, Yunjing's unhappiness for not being able to get the first place seemed to increase a little. At this moment, Yunjing suddenly saw Zhang Yu not far away. He smiled slightly and asked again, if it is you, how many stars of difficulty can you practice in 32 minutes? Yiling Xiao was slightly stunned, and a figure flashed in his mind. He asked curiously, 32 minutes. He thought for a while and said, 7-star difficulty of the martial arts, there should be no problem. If it is 8-star, it depends on the specific martial arts. Yiling Xiao looked at Yunjing. So, what do you want to say? Yunjing said in the direction of Zhang Yu, that number 55 practiced the 8-star difficulty of Spring and Autumn Endless Zen, which took 32 minutes. Yiling Xiao was slightly stunned and looked in the direction of Zhang Yu. At the same time, the ranking of the third martial arts exam appeared in the light curtain. First place number 23, Yiling Xiao. Second place number 11, Yunjing. Third place number 56, Bai Zhenzhen. Fourth place number 55, Zhang Yu. Seeing this ranking, Yiling Xiao instantly realized that Yunjing was not talking nonsense. He looked at Zhang Yu, and was extremely surprised. 32 minutes to master the Spring and Autumn Endless Zen. The first thing Yiling Xiao thought about was whether he could do it. The answer was that he should be able to do it, but the time limit was very limited. So, Yiling Xiao thought to himself, this number 55's qualifications and abilities in practicing the exercises are not inferior to mine. This is the first time that Yiling Xiao has met an opponent who can be on par with him in this aspect, except for the Yi family. Yunjing smiled and said, if this person didn't choose an 8-star exercise for some reason, he might have scored higher than you. As a genius in practicing exercises, a person who can learn it once and master it once, Yiling Xiao felt that he seemed to be able to guess some of the reasons. This number 55, is it possible that he has already learned most of the 10-star and 9-star exercises? The remaining ones that he didn't practice are because he doesn't like them, so he chose an 8-star exercise. Recalling number 55's performance in the previous 2 tests of mana and physical strength, Yiling Xiao suddenly felt that this was very likely. This guy doesn't care about his ranking at all. Damn it, I'm only 4th in this game? Or is the 8-star level not difficult enough? Zhang Yu looked at the ranking above and thought to himself, a bunch of dead rich people. If I wasn't rich enough, I would have surpassed you all. Then Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xinghan behind him and asked, why are you hiding behind me all the time? Yu Xinghan pressed Zhang Yu's shoulder and said, don't move, just help me block it. Bai Zhenzhen, who was standing next to him, stretched her head over and asked curiously, why do you look at me in a weird way? It's like the eyes of those scumbags in ordinary high schools, Yu Xinghan said with a painful face. Don't bother me. He pointed at Bai Zhenzhen and said, stay away from me. Yu Xinghan had never realized that Bai Zhenzhen was so beautiful before. Although he was still not as good as Li Zulian in his heart, he was also upset when he saw her, especially the pure yang energy in his body became more and more agitated. This feeling made him, who had always been extremely self-controlled, very uncomfortable. Yu Xinghan sighed in his heart, if I had known that the reversal surgery would have such a big side effect, I shouldn't have chosen Xiangang Kigan because it had such a huge weakness. Bai Zhenzhen said curiously, oh? Are you afraid that I will get close to you? Yu Xinghan nodded repeatedly and said, don't get close to me. Bai Zhenzhen stretched out her hand and said, 500 do not disturb fee. Yu Xinghan's breathing became heavier, give it to you, I'll give it to you when I get back. As the light curtain emerged and the ranking of the 3rd exam was displayed, many people's eyes were focused on Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Dai Xingzi looked at Zhang Yu and thought to himself, finished in 32 minutes, ranked 4th? That means he completed in 32 minutes. It turned out to be a high-star difficulty technique. It shouldn't be 10 stars, otherwise it would be ranked 1st, but even so, Dai Xingzi realized that Zhang Yu must have an extremely terrifying ability to learn techniques. Anyone who has this ability and can grow up to take the foundation building exam must be a super rich person. Sure enough, this is a rich person who doesn't care about the ranking in this round of exams and just wants to give it a try. And that woman, Dai Xingzi looked at Bai Zhenzhen, being able to rank 3rd in this round also shows her ability, and this woman seems to be very familiar with number 55, she must be a rich person who hangs out with him. Thinking of this, Dai Xingzi's eyes also became solemn. The real strength of these 2 guys may not be much worse than Yiling Xiao and Yunjing, another strong contender for the foundation building qualification certificate. As the ranking of the 3rd round of the exam emerged, the total score ranking for today was also announced a moment later. Yiling Xiao, who ranked 1st, and Yunjing, who ranked 2nd, were both unsurprising. Next was Bai Zhenzhen, who ranked 14th, and Zhang Yu, who ranked 15th. Although Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were not ranked high, in the eyes of many students, these 2 were wealthy people from other places who did not give their best, and their real strength was unfathomable. Deng Bingbing looked at the many students and said, the top 20 will stay, and the rest will be eliminated. Get ready to leave. Looking at the remaining 20 students, Deng Bingbing nodded with satisfaction. According to her grading standards of ants, oxen, horses, and humans, the level of these 20 students in front of her had already stepped into the threshold of being a human being. Chapter 172, the 2nd round of grouping, Yiling Xiao's will to fight. Deng Bingbing looked at the remaining 20 students and encouraged them, I have already given you the right to use the skills you just learned. This is the exam promotion reward prepared by the Heavenly Court to motivate the candidates on the 1st level. I hope you will not be arrogant or impatient, continue to make progress bravely, fight bravely on the road to immortality, and go to a higher level in the future to serve the Heavenly Court and the sect. After encouraging the students on the scene, Deng Bingbing continued to talk about the next round of exams. The next round of exams will be on October 15th, and the location will still be here, but unlike this comprehensive exam, the 2nd round is a special exam. Each of you must choose one of the 4 tracks of Taoism, magic power, sports, and martial arts to participate, you are left here to arrange your registration. So under the guidance of the gods, the students on the scene took out their mobile phones and logged into the registration website. According to Deng Bingding, after the reform of the foundation building exam this time, the registration of the 4 tracks has also changed slightly. Each student can sign up for 2 tracks, which is convenient for adjusting according to the total score of the first round of students when there are too few people in some tracks or too many people in some tracks. In short, it is to better tap the talents of the first level, so that the number of people in the 4 tracks is more evenly distributed, and it is also to avoid too many strong players being eliminated in one track. After hearing this, Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Sign up for 2, but Azhen and I only discussed 1 track. Won't it be adjusted in the end, and Azhen and I will be transferred to the same track? Zhang Yu also wanted to discuss it with Bai Zhenzhen, but the God of Justice just now prohibited the candidates from communicating with each other. This obviously requires them to complete the registration independently at this moment after being informed of the rule changes. Then it depends on the tacit understanding between Azhen and me. According to the original agreement with Bai Zhenzhen, Zhang Yu signed up for sports and Bai Zhenzhen signed up for martial arts. Now that there is a second registration option, Zhang Yu has to choose between Taoism and magic power. Dao's inner mana. Thinking of his performance in the first mana test, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart, unconsciously, because I neglected to continue to exercise my mana control. Azhen has become better than me in this aspect, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu chose Dao's in on the second option. A moment later, as the contestants on the scene completed the registration one by one, all the data had appeared in front of the gods. Deng Bingding nodded. Sure enough, Yunjing and Yiling Xiao staggered each other. It seems that they also have a tacit understanding. Wang Zichao said, if these 2 people meet on the same track, it would be a pity no matter which one is eliminated. Deng Bingding's eyes swept over the registration options for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place in the total score, and said, start adjusting. In Deng Bingding's view, the first thing to determine is naturally the track of Yiling Xiao and Yunjing, who ranked 1st and 2nd. It's just because the strength of these 2 people is qualitatively different from the other 18 students on the scene. Deng Bingding thought to himself, Yiling Xiao and Yunjing, whichever track they are placed on, they will be the winners of those 2 tracks. So after some discussion among the righteous gods, they put Yiling Xiao in the sports track he signed up for, and Yunjing in the martial arts track he signed up for. Then they continue to group the contestants according to their scores from high to low, especially trying to separate the top 10 contestants from Yiling Xiao and Yunjing. With the high-speed thinking of the righteous gods in the network, the candidates for each track of the second round of exams were quickly adjusted. Wang Zichao glanced at the positions of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, and thought to himself, these 2 guys are a bit unlucky. Then he saw that Zhang Yu was placed in the sports track, and Bai Zhenzhen was placed in the martial arts track. In the eyes of the righteous gods, because of the existence of Yiling Xiao and Yunjing, the sports and martial arts were simply a death group, and all the contestants except Yiling Xiao and Yunjing were destined to be eliminated. Wang Zichao thought, but even if Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are eliminated this year, they can take the exam again next year. Although these 2 poor people have amazing potential and seem to have a mysterious existence behind them, they still have 1 year less to practice. Let's go back and settle down for a year before taking the exam again. He knew that the main purpose of the reform of the foundation building exam this time was to tap more talents and send them upward. Then it would be the most reasonable choice to divide the contestants with low scores into the 2 groups of Yiling Xiao and Yunjing as much as possible, and divide the remaining high-scoring contestants into the other 2 groups as much as possible. And for contestants like Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, who can still take the foundation building exam next year, it is not a pity to be eliminated in the next round in the eyes of the examiners. As the discussion of the gods was over, a light curtain immediately appeared in front of the 20 students on the scene, and it was the grouping for the next round of exams. Looking at the grouping results, some people breathed a sigh of relief, some looked nervous, and some looked helpless, with all kinds of reactions. And the first thing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen checked, of course, was whether the 2 had collided. When they found that they were on the sports track and the martial arts track respectively, they both breathed a sigh of relief. But then when they found their opponents on their respective tracks, their expressions suddenly became solemn. Number 23, Zhang Yu looked at Yiling Xiao and thought to himself, do you want to compete with this guy? Recalling Yiling Xiao's performance in the 3 exams today, Zhang Yu thought to himself, damn. This guy must have used a cheat, right? He has a bigger cheat than me, right? You are rich and you use a cheat. Number 23. You deserve to die. At this moment, Zhang Yu really hoped that Yulin Xiao would be killed when he went out. But he thought about it and knew that it was impossible. Not to mention whether the car could kill him, the protection around the opponent must be extraordinary. Yushu, in the end, you are not strong enough. If you were a little stronger, would I still worry about this? In the end, I have to rely on myself to upgrade you. At first, Zhang Yu thought that Yushu was his cheat. Later, after improving his strength through his own efforts again and again, Zhang Yu felt that Yushu was just his potential. Now thinking that he still has to find a way to hunt the evil god and upgrade Yushu, he feels that he is Yushu's cheat. On the other side, Bai Zhenzhen looked in the direction of Yunjing. This guy is number 11, right? They actually put me in the same group with him? There must be something fishy going on. Could his family suddenly go bankrupt? Bai Zhenzhen scratched her hair in annoyance, thinking to herself, in the martial arts exam, there must be actual combat in the end, right? To defeat this guy, she began to recall Yunjing's performance in the 3 exams today, and wrote them down carefully, not wanting to miss any details. Yu Xing'an looked at the sports group he was assigned to, and although he frowned a little, he was not too depressed. After all, according to his own psychological preparation, he didn't think that he could get the foundation building qualification certificate this time, and it was good enough to get to this point. Okay, Deng Bingding said, everyone has seen the list, so let's stop here today. Everyone, prepare well for the next round of exams when you go back. After that, Deng Bingding pointed to the passage where everyone came from, and signaled that everyone could leave. Just as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen walked towards the passage, they found that Yulin Xiao had walked beside them without knowing when. After discovering Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen beside him, Yulin Xiao looked at the two of them and nodded to each other, as if to say hello. Not far away, Dai Xingzi watched this scene and thought to himself, Yulin Xiao actually took the initiative to say hello to them? Sure enough, they are regarded as people of the same level by Yulin Xiao. Thinking of how he and Zhang Yu secretly looked down on each other's identity as outsiders when they came in together, Dai Xingzi couldn't help but smile helplessly. Oh, it's good to have money. Even if you are not in Xiandu, you are still awesome. After Yulin Xiao and Zhang Yu looked at each other, he said, isn't it worth your full effort in today's exam? Zhang Yu was shocked when he heard this, and thought to himself, what do you mean? Is it the bullying language of Xiandu? Mocking me for my poor grades today, Yulin Xiao continued, but in the next round of competition, you have to give it your all. I will look forward to competing with you then, see you at the top. The top that Yulin Xiao mentioned refers to the second level of Kung Fu. After all, from his point of view, with the level shown by Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, even if they fail to pass the foundation building qualification certificate, there will be no problem in passing the second level in the future. Watching Yulin Xiao fall into the black hole under his feet and disappear without a trace, Zhang Yu's mind emerged with a fighting spirit expressed in the other party's eyes. The next moment, he and Bai Zhenzhen also fell into the hole and were teleported back to the toilet at the station. That guy, Zhang Yu thought to himself, isn't he being sarcastic? Zhang Yu clenched his fist slightly. Don't worry, I will definitely surprise you in the next exam. Back at the station, looking at the gray night sky, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen did not dare to stay in Xiandu for too long. They quickly bought tickets and left this high-consumption city soon after. As the train started, Zhang Yu just felt a little relaxed, and the ceremony sounded again. Alice, with a sigh, Zhang Yu could only come to the corridor to the side to practice the spring and autumn endless zen. Seeing Zhang Yu like this, Bai Zhenzhen cursed in her heart, return the test paper. After going through 3 tests in a row, Bai Zhenzhen felt extremely tired at the moment, and had no interest in continuing to practice. But thinking about the opponents she and Zhang Yu would face in the next round of tests, Bai Zhenzhen could understand Zhang Yu's feelings. Yuzi must be very anxious now. Alice, there is no need to be anxious, at least the test has just been completed, so you can take a rest on the train. Just as Bai Zhenzhen was thinking this, her cell phone vibrated. Hello, a gentle and polite female voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this Miss Bai Zhenzhen? Chapter 173 Zhang Yu's production tools. We understand that you have a debt that needs to be repaid next month. We have an installment promotion and now we have a discount on the handling fee. Bai Zhenzhen hung up the phone. Thinking of the more than 20,000 yuan interest to be repaid next month and the less than 10,000 yuan in her bank account, She felt that she couldn't lie down now. Alice. Although it's good to pass the first round of foundation building exams, but the money is gone. The pressure of paying back the money, the intensity of the exams, the uncertain future. All these things immediately diluted Bai Zhenzhen's original joy of passing the first round of foundation building exams and learning the 10,000 swords endless art for free. Although relying on the income from tutoring, she can barely maintain a basic cultivation consumption while repaying the loan. But when she thought of the opponents in the foundation building exam, Bai Zhenzhen strongly felt that the most basic cultivation was far from enough. If you want to continue to make rapid progress, you have to spend money. Spend money. Spend more money. How can I make a lot of money after I go back this time? After thinking for a while, Bai Zhenzhen told Zhang Yu about her worries. Then a trace of cruelty suddenly appeared on Bai Zhenzhen's face, and she said, Yuzi, why don't we just join the Dark Learning Gang and participate in gang fights to make money? At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen's strength has reached the level of a senior high school student, reaching the level of the late stage of key refining, and with the blessing of the true spiritual root, as well as several 10th level exercises after deduction, and also possessing the 10,000 swords endless art, Bai Zhenzhen's words carry a sense of killing. Zhang Yu frowned and said, participate in gang fights, formally join a gang. He worriedly said, will you kill people? Bai Zhenzhen nodded and said worriedly, killing people is indeed. Alice. Bai Zhenzhen sighed, although the Dark Learning Gang has guarantees, after killing people, what if the loss is more than the profit? Are you worried about this? Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen helplessly. Even though he has lived here for almost a year, he sometimes still can't keep up with the thinking of these Kung Fu locals. Bai Zhenzhen continued, then how about I go to participate in the transformation of the skills? Or give away what we learned this time? Such a big item must be able to sell for a lot of money, right? Thinking of this, Bai Zhenzhen's eyes were already shining. Zhang Yu also understood that Bai Zhenzhen wanted to sell pirated copies of the 10,000 swords endless art that she learned. Zhang Yu said helplessly, why are you getting more and more criminal and dangerous? Such a precious skill, if you get caught, it will be over. Bai Zhenzhen said as a matter of course, poor people like us, can we make a lot of money without doing dangerous work? Is it our turn to do safe and profitable work? If we hadn't learned something good this time, we wouldn't be able to do this job even if we wanted to. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly again and said, let me think about it again. Originally thought that after becoming stronger, he could make more money through tutoring and other methods. But after seeing the strength of the Xiandu man this time, Zhang Yu felt more and more that the money was still not enough. So for the next arrangement, Zhang Yu wanted to consult a guy. After a while Bai Zhenzhen was in the bathroom, Fuji was awakened by Zhang Yu. Huh? Fuji groaned for a while, and said lazily, how is it? Did you pass the first round of foundation building exam? Zhang Yu nodded and told her the general situation. Fuji was delighted to hear that. As an evil god with rich experience in cheating, she immediately felt from Zhang Yu's words that he was worried about the next foundation building exam. Fuji thought to herself, this kid can't stand it for long. He will definitely hunt my colleague to further improve his potential. Fuji understood this very well. After all, she could feel the strength of those Xiandu students just by listening to Zhang Yu's description. Especially number 23 and number 11 mentioned by Zhang Yu, their strength was far ahead. After hearing Zhang Yu's idea of making money, Fuji said directly, it is indeed a good route to cultivate deep in the dark tutoring world, but the transformation of martial arts and the deduction of martial arts are too complicated, and you can't handle it with your current strength. Zhang Yu, what about becoming a gold medal teacher of the Dark Learning Gang? With our current level, how much can we earn? Fuji said, if you want to become a gold medal teacher of the Dark Learning Gang, you will also have to face gang struggles. For example, the teacher from the opposite side comes to challenge you, the local gang attacks you, and the company security team chases you. After becoming a gold medal teacher of the Dark Learning Gang, the more you earn and the more famous you are, the more terrifying the attacks you will encounter, and the stronger the strength you need. Insufficient strength again? Zhang Yu found that after going around in circles, it seemed that he had come back to the same place. At this time, Fuji said, in fact, with your terrifying potential, if it is improved further, in my opinion, even if you can't make a lot of money, it will be enough to pass the foundation building exam. Instead of being deeply involved in gang struggles when you are insufficient in strength, it is better to improve your potential. Zhang Yu knew that the other party was talking about hunting evil gods and improving potential again. This time, Zhang Yu did not object, but just asked a question. If you want to hunt your colleague, you need to know his information. What are you going to do? Fuji was delighted and immediately told her plan. The shadow poison planted by the other party last time has been completely absorbed by me. The instructions preset in the shadow poison by the other party are to pass the message when you log into the Spirit World Hall. As long as we follow using Han and log into the Spirit World Hall again like last time, I can pass false information to the other party. Through false information, we can lure the other party into a trap, trick him out, and find out his identity and strength, then find an opportunity to track the other party's information in reverse, and suppress him severely when we find an opportunity, Zhang Yu said. Then let's go back to my question just now. Even if there's using Han's way, it will cost 100,000 yuan to log in. Where can I get so much money now? Then I still have to work and save money first, Fuji said preparedly. You have to practice and work. When will you save the money? There are only 2 months left before the next round of exams. I have thought of a way for you to help you earn some pocket money, Zhang Yu asked curiously. What's the solution? Fuji smiled mysteriously and said, you have something special that can be sold for a good price. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, his face froze and he lowered his voice and said, you want to sterilize me? Then sell the thing. At this moment, Zhang Yu found that the first thought in his mind was, how much can that thing sell for? Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Zhang Yu, you are so good. How did you become like this? You are willing to sell your own flesh and blood for a little money. Where is your sense of shame? Where is your noble earth soul? Alice, how many earthlings can come here without going crazy? This is also a stopgap measure for me to climb the immortal path. Just when Zhang Yu felt ashamed of his thoughts, he heard Fuji speechlessly. Are you sick? Why did I ask you to sell that? Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought of the evil god's rebuttal, his moral integrity seemed to be higher than his own, and his shame became more and more intense. Fuji said, you are a production tool. It's a goose that lays golden eggs. How can you just dig it up and sell it? You damn it. Zhang Yu found that he still overestimated the quality of this evil god. He frowned and said, you want me to? I want to sell it? Sell my own body? Can it make more than tutoring? Fuji became more speechless and said, how can that kind of job with no technical content make more than tutoring? She said angrily, I want you to sell your essence and make some protein to sell. Zhang Yu was shocked. Can this be sold for money? Fuji said, of course, it depends on whose protein it is and who you sell it to, at least with your current performance. It shouldn't be a problem to sell it to Hong to animal husbandry to earn some pocket money, because your progress shows potential and talent. They will be interested in your bloodline and genes, and don't you happen to have an acquaintance at Hong to High School? Ask him to set you up with someone. Fuji laughed and said, as for whether Hong to animal husbandry can get anything from your protein, that's obviously impossible. Your strength comes from the potential I have stimulated, which has nothing to do with your bloodline, genes, etc. Protected area. In the incubator of the breeding base. Shuang Wenwu, who was breathing, felt the vibration of his mobile phone. He opened it and saw the message from Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I want to sell my. Zhang Yu looked at the message from Shuang Wenwu. Shuang Wenwu, aren't you sterilized? Zhang Yu, I had a recovery operation. Shuang Wenwu, oh. Shuang Wenwu, I don't accept it, Zhang Yu said to Fuji angrily. Look, they don't accept it at all. Fuji said, why are you so anxious? This is a gray area in Hongta. Just talk to him as I say. So Zhang Yu sent another message to Shuang Wenwu. Zhang Yu, I mean to ask you, can you help me make a connection and see if Hongta animal husbandry will accept me? Zhang Yu, I sent you the various physical data I measured during my last monthly exam. Zhang Yu, absolutely an excellent male high school student. Can you help me ask if your company is interested? After a while, Shuang Wenwu replied. Shuang Wenwu, tomorrow at 8 o'clock. On the 32nd floor of Hongta building in the city center, go to manager Shuang Haohong, he will talk to you. Zhang Yu, thank you very much. When I sell more and make money, I will definitely thank you. Bai Zhenzhen returned to her seat and looked at Zhang Yu's happy expression, and asked in confusion, Yuzi, did you win the prize? Zhang Yu chuckled and said, Zhen, do you know what is the difference between you and me? Bai Zhenzhen asked in confusion. Huh? Zhang Yu smiled proudly and said, I have production tools, and you don't. After hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhang Yu with jealousy. Your broken root is really useful. Early the next morning, Zhang Yu came to the 32nd floor of Hongta building, and after expressing his purpose at the front desk, he was arranged to wait in a small conference room. Chapter 174 Seed Trading. In the Hongta building in the city center. In front of a desk on the 32nd floor. Xiong Haohan turned on his phone and saw the message from Xiong Wenwu. Xiong Wenwu, Zhang Yu is a nice person and takes good care of me. Xiong Wenwu, if it is convenient, please help him, Brother Haohan. Xiong Haohan is a manager of Hongta Breeding Company. The reason why he is connected with Xiong Wenwu is first, because they are from the same breeding base. The origin of different breeding bases is an important identity label within Hongta animal husbandry. Because most of the demon descendants have the same father, the breeding base they were born in represents who they grew up with and studied with since childhood. It is a natural label that can unite the demon descendants. If we continue to subdivide it, it is which incubator and dormitory of the breeding base, whether the junior high school education or high school education, whether they go to Hongta High School, which class they are in Hongta High School, and which demon race they belong to. Yes, although they are all demon descendants in the classification of citizens, there is obviously a huge difference between demon descendants and demon descendants. This difference not only affects the demon race, but also affects humans. Demon races are very different from each other. For example, turtle demons and toad demons are less popular and more likely to be discriminated against than bear demons, dog demons, and cat demons. They are also less likely to produce results. Hongta animal husbandry is reducing the number of demon races bred in this category every year. With such a series of subdivisions, large and small groups have been formed in Hongta animal husbandry. Perhaps because they are easily discriminated against in the human world, or perhaps because they lack parents to rely on, demon races like to gather in these large and small groups. For example, Xiong Haohan and Xiong Wenwu, in addition to being born in the same breeding base, have also studied at Hongta High School and served as students in the demonstration class. They are both bear demons. This allowed Xiong Wenwu to get to know Xiong Haohan, a senior, through the alumni association and the bear demon group early on. Especially in the group of bear monsters, Xiong Haohan, a senior bear monster who became the manager of a breeding company after working for 3 years, is simply the goal that countless bear monsters yearn for. He is a social elite who sits in the office building all day long and watches the ups and downs, has a stable income, can repay the loan on time, and can work overtime at will. But at this moment, seeing the message sent by Xiong Wenwu, Xiong Haohan secretly said in his heart, "Little brother, you think too highly of me." Looking at Zhang Yu's information, Xiong Haohan thought to himself, I am just a small employee in the company. This student from Songyang High School, I want to pay him a higher price, but I can't. Our fertility bank and scientific research group don't accept all garbage. Although Xiong Haohan has become an overtime machine in the company, he no longer has the energy, time, or interest to care about the ups and downs in the high school education industry, and knows nothing about Zhang Yu, a student who has recently become popular in the 3 major high schools. But there is one thing that has been deeply engraved in the heart of this Hongta High School graduate. In addition to the 3 major high schools, are graduates from other high schools qualified to sell seeds? From Songyang High School? Isn't it a sheer waste of paper to type this out? But when Xiong Haohan continued to look at Zhang Yu's monthly exam scores, competition results, and various data, he was greatly surprised. Is this from Songyang High School? Can this be from Songyang High School? And Zhang Yu was so strong in the first year of high school, and I don't know how much money he invested. Is he still selling it? Xiong Haohan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, high school training is a bottomless pit. As long as you want to spend money, there are places to spend it. This money is never enough, but no matter what, his talent and potential are really strong, but with my rank, the price I offer is limited, and I'm afraid I can't offer a price that he is satisfied with. Thinking about Xiong Wenwu's request again, Xiong Haohan still used his authority to report Zhang Yu's situation. That's all I can do. How much money he can get in the end depends on his own luck and ability. What Xiong Haohan didn't expect was that soon after, there was a response from above, asking him to arrange a time to meet Zhang Yu as soon as possible. So the meeting time was set directly for the next morning. The next morning, when Zhang Yu had just sat down in the conference room, Xiong Haohan rushed over. Hello, I'm Xiong Haohan. After shaking hands with Zhang Yu, Xiong Haohan said in a friendly manner, I have something to trouble you. It's not that we don't believe the test results of Songyang High School, but we want to get some more accurate data on you, Zhang Yu, mainly mana and physical strength. These two things are most related to blood inheritance. After we have accurate data, we can talk about the next step. Do you think it's okay? Since Zhang Yu came here, of course he would not refuse. So he quickly completed the test of mana and physical strength in the company. Mana 88.14, physical strength 8.09. Zhang Haohan first looked at the total data of mana and physical strength, and then looked at the blood routine, urine routine and other physical data. Zhang Haohan was secretly surprised. This magic power and physical strength are much stronger than the last monthly test results he sent. Has he made progress recently? He is just about to be a sophomore, right? But this basic data is already at the level of a senior. No wonder the higher-ups pay attention to his seeds. It should be related to the latest fertility bank plan, right? Zhang Haohan knew that since the rapid development of oasis groups in vitriculture technology, Hongda animal husbandry's original livestock market and breeding market have been shrinking. In order to reverse this situation, Hongda animal husbandry has begun to transform while constantly selling assets. The target is the customized fertility market and bloodline development. And Zhang Yu in front of him seems to be a very good material in Zhang Haohan's view, and may be able to increase the success rate of Hongda animal husbandry's transformation. Then Zhang Haohan talked to the other party about the specific seed transaction. But soon after, he frowned. You only sell the research rights, not the breeding rights. Seeing Zhang Yu nod, Zhang Haohan said, if you only sell the research rights, you can't sell them at a high price. To be honest, I can only offer you a few 100,000 at most. You have such a great talent, there must be many people willing to breed your bloodline, and the profit will not be small. Just as Zhang Haohan was persuading, Fuji said in Zhang Yu's mind, don't agree to sell the breeding rights to him, we are just here to make some pocket money. As for breeding bloodline, although you can make a lot of money now, if you climb to the upper level of Kung Fu in the future, the bloodline of your descendants will be a bit troublesome. The cause and effect involved may be used by your opponents, and it may even be possible for someone to use Taoism based on the bloodline. From a long-term perspective, you'd better not have descendants first. Zhang Yu had naturally heard Fuji's reminder a long time ago, and at this moment, he did not give in to Zhang Haohan's persuasion. Just as Zhang Haohan was organizing his words in his mind and thinking about how to continue talking to Zhang Yu, a call came to his mobile phone. Zhang Yu saw Zhang Haohan, who had received the call, suddenly straightened his body, then kept nodding and bowing, and finally hung up the phone respectfully. Then Zhang Haohan looked at Zhang Yu with surprise and said, there's a big shot who is very interested in you and wants to talk to you in person. So under the guidance of Zhang Haohan, Zhang Yu followed him to the 333rd floor of Hongta building and stopped in front of a huge golden door. Zhang Haohan swallowed his saliva, looked at the door with some yearning and fear, and said, go in. I'm not allowed to go in, I'll wait for you outside. So Zhang Yu pushed the door open and stepped out. And the first thing he saw after he walked in, was something like an underwater tunnel in an aquarium. Above his head was a huge artificial seawater pool that stretched as far as the eye could see, and all kinds of marine creatures that Zhang Yu knew or didn't know were swimming in it. He even saw many demon fish with dragon scales and dragon horns. Zhang Yu walked forward for dozens of meters and came to a huge office. Behind the office, a whale was swimming slowly in the seawater through the glass. A 3-meter tall figure turned his back to Zhang Yu, looked at the swimming whale and said, is the office environment here pretty good? Every time I make a major decision, I like to come here and feel the tranquility of the ocean. The other person turned around, revealing a beautiful face that looked like a man and a woman. The few fine dragon scales on his face not only did not reduce his beauty, but also added a mysterious temperament like a decoration. The pair of dragon horns on his forehead exuded a domineering aura, which made Zhang Yu hold his breath unconsciously. Although this dragon man was 3 meters tall, he was not as sturdy as Song Hailong and Zhao Xiangxing. Instead, he was closer to the body shape of an ordinary person. He casually wore a black and gold robe, exuding an elegant and noble temperament. At this moment, the dragon man was looking at Zhang Yu with a smile, and slowly said, Zhang Yu, I like you, are you interested in being my adopted son? Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and said in surprise, you are, the Black Dragon director of Hongtou High School? The father of those monsters. Zhang Yu secretly said in his heart that it was troublesome. He didn't expect that selling seeds would attract the attention of such a big shot. Director Long looked at Zhang Yu in front of him as if he was looking at a high-quality seed. In the future transformation plan of Hongtou animal husbandry, it will definitely create a lot of profit. In fact, Hongta's company transformation this time is not only due to the influence of Oasis Group, but also due to the judgment of the directors on the future. In the eyes of Director Long, the major nobles on the first floor of Kungsu have controlled various positions after years of development, and their monopoly on the entire first floor of Kungsu has penetrated into all aspects. In the future world, there will be no place for civilians, or in other words, the civilians in the future will only come from the poor families of the noble branches. The nobles in various places are the biggest market, and with the monopoly of the nobles, the civilians gradually withdrew from the competition, and then there will be a fierce fight between the nobles. Then at this time, the immortal potential of the next generation is extremely important. The nobles in various places will pay more and more attention to the transformation of their offspring's bloodline, reproduction, and talent enhancement. I heard that there are already examples of nobles in Xiantu using the immortal way to transform their offspring from the bloodline. Quotation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.